Good morning, everyone. I'm glad to see you here. It's been an interesting week, and as you probably know, I had a little impromptu interview, but now we're here at the regular time with my good friend Jonathan, who has decided to join in at the beginning. I said that he's already been to the gym and getting ready for, over there, they're what, 5 hours ahead. So
Yeah,
he's close to lunchtime right now. So he'll be on with us for at least the next hour and then take a break and then come back. So it's going to be a great Saturday as it always is. How are you doing today, Jonathan?
yeah, I'm good, thank you. Thanks for asking. Tried to pop in the chat last week, but I just couldn't really find much of a spot, really. Frustratingly, but yeah, I was rushed off my feet for 6 hours. So I was like preparing food and stuff, and didn't get much chance to even sit down or look at my phone. So I tried to hop on, but I watched back about 2 hours of it. But after a certain point, you can't keep up with these streams. So yeah, how are you doing today? Anyway, how's your weekend going so far?
Well, I've been busy working. I started the week with some kind of flu and I was sick. So I've got still a little bit of a residue of it every now and then, a cough, but it's not too bad. I've been able to work. I was catching up with work the last couple of days. Yesterday, I was doing electrical work. I had to install exhaust fan in the bathroom. I have the old one here somewhere for one of my customers. It just wasn't enough air, so I changed that. But the ceiling was tiled. I had to cut it. It was kind of complicated, but I got that done. And then just the usual, I just make sure that I have Saturday morning off so that I can have the Live at 8 with Rick. And yes, and I did get a lot of compliments from the interview that we did over the phone with Kurt, and I also tried to dress up for the occasion. My problem, obviously, I don't have the kind of body where I can show off the muscles. So I just put on the jacket, and that way nobody can tell the difference. They don't have to realize that it's not a 30-year-old vegan that's doing the interview.
That's good enough, if you ask me. And most people just hop on their pajamas. It seems like sometimes. So what more can people want?
Exactly. Let me see. I don't know why my other screen seems to be messed up. Milton, did you pull out the cable again? Interesting. I usually use the large monitor in front of the room to watch my chat, and then I watch the StreamYard over here. And Milton, he was here, but I think he left. And then also you see that Liz and Dan, they're having still a live. They started it, I
Yeah,
guess, at 7, and so they have a live going on. And then other people have lives like around 10 and 11. So it's become kind of a competitive space. Saturday morning used to be pretty empty. It was just me.
yeah, yeah. I get that. Yeah, it was. It's always been your time for a long time, but people work. They have to go at some point in the day, so you can only do so much. And if you take up a big block like we tend to, then 4 or 5 hours, then we're inevitably going to be crossing over someone. But I must admit, the time of day that you do it is quite um, considerate to other people. If people have families, they might be having cartoons on Saturday with the kids. I don't know. You've got a family day out, so you picked a good spot, really. But yeah. So I just want to say thank you very much, everyone, for joining us in the chat, and hello to everyone that has said hello so far. So that's my socialising done for the day. Rick
There
can
you
Rick can
go.
do the rest.
Exactly. Well, Lady June's the first, and then Mike Seeley Jr., and then obviously Jonathan said that he'd be on as soon as possible, but he got here on time. So that's excellent. And then Rough Carnivore and Yellow Rose. I see all the regulars. It's good to have the same people come back and back, like Brian Dish, and let's see who else. I'll just go through every one of these. The Feral Grandma, Wendy, has dropped in, and we have again Jonathan and Ella Rose. Let's see. And of course, everybody is wishing a happy 4th of July. I guess a lot of people will be taking the time off and they'll be celebrating the freedom they think they have, which is great. And there's Mike Seeley Sr. And let's see. Okay. Yeah, there we go. All right. So we have everybody saying hello, which is a good thing. And there's Chuck from Clearwater. Thumbnail looking sharp, Rick. Well, we can thank this man over here because he's the one that does all the graphics when we work together. Mine is very basic. When I did my interview, all I did was take a picture of my desk area and put share your story. And then, of course, that's about the time that Milton grabbed the cable and pulled it away from me. And Milton, he's right here. Let me show you.
Yeah.
There he is. See?
Hello.
Milton.
Oh, he's up.
Ow. He's good though. He grabs me, but he doesn't put his claws out. But he keeps reaching
Yeah,
around the monitor with the paws. So that's
it's funny.
one of the unique things about the show. And there's Aaron, Booby Goats. Hello, Aaron. And who else do we have? Smoothie 420, Rick of Earth. Let's get dangerous. I don't know if you've seen some of the memes that Barry Simon has been putting out there, like on Mitch's channel. I do see Jonathan go into Mitch's channel quite often. So you've probably seen that where they had like Rick is supposed to be from another planet and then the aliens come to visit. Oh, Rick of Earth. Okay.
Oh dear.
I seem to be the subject of a lot of these AI videos.
The thing is, they could probably just ask you to do whatever it was, and you could do it. So
That's true. Well, Aaron misses the music and pictures. I can't run the OBS at the same time that I log on to StreamYard. Otherwise, I'd make a virtual camera. But, eventually it varies because I've been doing it from the computer for a while. And when I first did my live, I didn't even have OBS installed. I was just doing it straight from the YouTube, which
yeah,
meant that I couldn't display the comments, but at least I could go through them.
yeah,
I'm trying to get used to the evolved Rick. Okay. Well, it's sort of a collaboration. You see, it's because my friend here, he offers to set up these live streams. So it's made a little bit of a difference. Oh, there's Robbie Autry. Happy 4th of July. Rick Milton, everyone else. Quack, quack. Okay. Carnivore Karen P. Happy 4th, everyone. And let's see, there's Robbie Autry. And we have, it looks like, yeah, Kelly, Missouri Carnivore. He's popped in, which is good. Let's see. Aaron again. Chuck again. Oh, and there is Frank J. Calabrese, Al from Down Under. All right, so he's dropped in. I don't know how many people I have, actually. I have to check. Smoothie 420, Isabel Goyer. Good morning, everyone. Milton, are you throwing up? Ugh. Sounds like he's ready to throw up. Oh, well. A hairball must be coming up.
yeah.
Let's see. Yeah, these got a lot of comments. Hi, Rick and Jonathan. Yes, there you go. Excellent.
It's so nice when people spell your name correctly.
I was going to say that. I was
A
going
whole
to say
string of
that.
them, like Jonathan, Jonathan, Jonathan. Spelled correctly. Magic.
Exactly. And we know you don't want to spell Jonathan's name the wrong way because he will come for you.
It's
So-
hard. And they say autocorrect. No, autocorrect doesn't type that in. It's like saying, "Oh, your name's Samuel," and autocorrect changed it to Samueli. It's like, no, it didn't. You're making it up. You just can't spell. We can't be able to look at the screen and spell it right.
Well, it's always,
Sorry.
you know what they say? There was an old saying, when in doubt, blame a computer. They said that
Yeah.
back in the 80s. So they've been using that excuse a long time.
Yeah, I think so. Hello, D Boss Way.
Yes. Okay. Jonathan has a lot of fans. I mean, you have more subscribers than I do, and I think you're probably more well known in some circles than I am. It's amazing how many
So-
people come to be interviewed and don't know who I am.
That surprised me a bit. I mean, it depends. Like you said, it depends on the circles. Like if we're talking about the people that are always regularly in this chat, yeah, they're gonna be more familiar with you. If you're talking about bodybuilding stuff or GLP-1 stuff or like nutrition advice stuff, they're probably more like to know me. But I don't know. It's a mixed bag, really. But I'd say proportionately, for the amount of subscribers you have, you definitely have a more refined following. Like you have a regular set of viewers. So where I might have like 20 or 40 or 50, you might have 100 or something. So
Yeah. Well, the thing is, I tell everybody, and Erin knows that. She said it as well. This is the elite subscriber group because you have the casual subscribers, you have the general subscribers, and then you have the elite subscribers. My channel tends to attract the elite subscribers. So the percentage of engagement is so much higher on my channel. There are channels out there that have 30, 40,000 subscribers that have less engagement than I do. And that's because they
We've
have a
seen
lot of
it. Yeah,
general subscribers. But
yeah, certainly.
it's pretty amazing. The problem with somebody like me is that I'm a quack, so I tend to drive away most people. People look at me, they're like, I don't want anything to do with this guy. But then
Confused.
the people that are kind of different, they get drawn in. I like this guy. And that's what I've always been. My friends have always been sort of the oddballs of society, and that's why we've been friends for so many years. I've had friends for 40 years because although I'm crazy, I'm very predictable. What I like is very easy to understand, and once you get to know Rick, you understand that Rick is a decent person. Rick isn't going to take advantage of you, and Rick is going to give you as much information as possible. And unlike a lot of people, Rick is not trying to be something he's not. So, in other words, I'm not trying to get a Lamborghini or live in some crappy, overpriced condo to try to show off. I show my home as a disaster. My roof leaks, my car's falling apart. I ride a bike all the time. There's nothing here that's aspirational. I think the only thing is people like me because it's genuine and the fact that I'm not trying to impress anybody. I just want to I started on YouTube to meet.
Authenticity.
Yes, authenticity. I started on YouTube to meet people. That was my goal. That's it. I'm not going to sell you anything, and I'm not going to, you know, try to be something I'm not. I'm not going to pretend. And I never will.
I'd say I'd say you're a very charismatic person. Um, if, and some people don't quite understand what that means. They think it means extroverted for some reason, but it's got nothing to do with the actual um, description itself. I mean, a charismatic person has character, charismatic charisma. Um, what they do have is an intense passion of some kind or interest, but it's their ability to inspire others through their own passions which makes them charismatic. So, I don't know, when Bart Kay gets excited about talking about human pathophysiology or something, you can tell he gets excited. He talks a bit faster, he's explaining things, he's getting interested, he makes jokes. That's a charismatic person. Now, the person on the other side of the screen will say, oh, he's not, he's this, that, and the other, and he's whatever. And I'm like, okay, and you're so much more charismatic, are you? Where's your passions? Where's your great depth of knowledge? Where's your interest? Where's your love towards your craft? They don't have it. So, yeah. Charisma is a great quality to have, Rick.
That's a good way of describing it. I think a lot of times people use the term charismatic to mean that they're able to influence others and all these special things, but that's not what it is. And I notice that online, there's a lot of people out there that promote things that attract attention, and there's always a demographic that they're going to appeal to. You have the influencers that appeal to the younger generation. They're the ones with the Lamborghinis and the muscles. And then you have the older generation, usually financial flimflammery, that, oh, you could do this or that and you're going to get rich. It's always the same pattern. And I just look at these people and I go, how can anybody watch this? It's just a bunch of nonsense. But then again, I look at everything as it's some kind of a plan. A lot of people there, like right now, they love celebrities. They had some celebrities getting married in New York City. It was like a big deal. Of course, celebrity marriages don't last. So who cares? They may be together for a few years, then poof, then you have the divorce. So I guess you get it on both sides. You got the excitement for the marriage, and then you got the divorce. And then you got all the people with spectator sports. They love the World Cup. Oh, it's soccer everywhere. And I look at that, I go, why would I waste my time? I tell people, I'm not going to waste my time watching and trying to interact with people that don't know that I exist and don't care. So I'm going to spend my valuable time because we only have so much. Whether you are a poor person or a multi-billionaire, you only have so much time, 70, 80 years, maybe a little more if you're fortunate. Why would I spend that time giving it to some corporation or some sports team or some whatever when I can talk to real people like I'm doing now? I'm not watching TV. I am on YouTube. I'll spend 4 or 5 hours on Saturday but I get to meet all these great people in the chat. I get to hang out with people like Jonathan, and it's great. So
Yeah.
to me, I don't understand why people get excited over the celebrity culture. Their aspirations, I guess, are to be like the person they look to, but they can't. It's not something they can do. You look at these people playing sports and you may cheer on your team, which by the way isn't yours because you have to pay to see it. But realistically, you're not going to be one of them. You're not going to be a football player. You're not going to be a soccer player. And that's the thing to me. I don't understand it. But on the other hand, when we're hanging out here on YouTube, I am what I am, you are what you are, everybody else is what they are, and you don't have to pretend. And I think that right there is the best thing. This technology has made it possible because when I was a kid, we couldn't do this. We turned on the TV, there's like 5 channels. And but the thing is, if you didn't like what's on TV, you would open the door and you would go outside and you play with your friends, you hop on your bicycle, you go on an adventure. So really it wasn't so bad. But I guess now you don't see anybody outside because they're using their devices as a form of entertainment.
Yeah. It's it kind of what you said there about sports and spectatorship. It's to me, it's like the carrot and the stick idea. So the carrot being the reward. You do something, you enjoy it, brilliant. You walk away happy. The stick, well, your team might lose, they might win. Your favorite player might get injured. That's the stick straight away. It's just like you're walking into potential loss in some regard. So for me, I'd rather do things that I know I'll enjoy. I enjoy chatting to my friends like you, Rick. I enjoy doing coaching with clients. I enjoy making content. I enjoy going to the gym. Now, if I went to the gym, I thought 50% of the time I was going to get injured, I wouldn't do it. That would be the stick. So yeah, I can see rationale there. I mean, I think for me, is it's we've been taught, or I don't know, bred to be so patriotic, and oh, England's going to win the World Cup, and it's like, probably won't. Nice if we did, but then I think, would it really be that nice? Would I? Am I negative for not really caring too much? I mean, have I backed all these teams? Have I invested time and money into an emotional energy into them winning somehow? No. So there's no reward for me. It's not a benefit to me. Um, so I don't have a personal sort of attachment to that sort of thing. But of course, you can have personal attachment to things that you do actually enjoy.
Well, that's like me. I don't get satisfaction if I do something and there's no physical result from it. And
Mm.
that's always been the case with me. And again, people, they love to go to movies and be entertained. They like to watch sports. They get excited by it. And I really don't understand because in the end, it doesn't improve my life. It's not like let's say I went outside and I worked on my car and I fixed it. Well, now I can drive around in my car. I have something to show for it. But if the local team won a game, how does it benefit me in any way? It doesn't. It hasn't improved my life at all. If my air conditioner breaks down and the local sports team wins, that doesn't fix it.
Yeah. Yeah, Joe makes a good point. It's further down the line. You don't have to chuck it up. But Joe Sleeping Simran's journey, he's saying about how it's overhyped in a sense, like celebrity culture is a bit too much. But then watching the World Cup with your friends, sharing a drink, having a meal together, watching a TV or something, and just sharing an experience together. That's what's nice. It's the sharing part of it. It's not. It's not the I'm sat on my own in a dark room watching a boxing match. That's not fun.
Right. No, I agree. And but see, like my lifestyle growing up, we were car guys. We all worked on cars. We'd swap engines and do different things. So we'd spend time doing it. Like if we're going to do an engine swap. Yeah, I'm not a Chevy guy. My friend's a Chevy guy. Okay, he's got a Chevelle. He's going to put a big block in it. So he gets the engine and we go to his house, push it under the tree, put the chain hoist on the tree branch and start pulling up the engine. So we're all out there working. And you know how it was years ago. You have all these guys out there taking this off and taking that off and getting it ready to pull out. And then we go through all that and it may be a 1 or 2 day process. But then there comes that time where you put the battery in the car, you start it up, And if everything goes well, it runs and everyone's happy. It's like, yeah, we did all this work, and we've got, all the things, tools, and get dirty and all that. But in the end, we fixed it, and now it's working. And now that little tiny engine that could barely move the car, now you got the big block in there, and the thing can really go. And it was like that with a lot of things. I mean, when I was a kid, we would work on bicycles, we'd go skating. We had a lot of custom bicycles. We'd hit the trash pile, maybe go to Kmart and get a few parts, and we'd build up one bike, and then friends got a custom bike. Oh, let's work on his, and we work on his, and we always did that around. It's like you said, like with the gym. Now, I've never been a bodybuilder myself. I don't have I just it's a lot of time, a lot of effort, and I have to admit I don't really care anymore. But I had a lot of friends. That was the thing that they did, and it was something we'd all talk about. You know, oh, if I ate if I ate more eggs, next thing you know, they're eating a dozen eggs a day, and I'm going to the gym. I'm doing this workout routine, and I got this many sets, and it was like they would try it, and then you see the results. A few months later,
Yeah,
wow, you're looking good. What have you been doing? And that was a team effort as well, because all these guys, they're like checking each other out, and they're learning from each other. If you do it by yourself, I mean, what's the point? I mean,
yeah,
realistically, it's it's like you said,
yeah.
it's the connections that you make.
Yeah, we're fortunate we can make different kind of connections now. So me, obviously living with autism, I can't make a lot of deep, meaningful, close connections with people. I'll just get burnt out. I don't have the energy. Um, so, for example, online I can opt in and opt out when I want, socially, for the most part, until people start calling me in the middle of the night, which is really annoying. Um, then, say I've got Facebook, I keep my Facebook friendship number under 100 people. Chances are I don't really care on a personal, intimate level what more than 100 people in my life are doing each day. It sounds a bit harsh, but I've only got so much room for caring. Um, Beyond that point, you become someone that's more of like I don't know, a pastor or a teacher or someone that's got to work with loads of people. You know, live with Rick and oh god, don't know what he just said. That's what she said.
Yeah, he always has some kind of a joke, which again is sort of a running gag in the community.
He's a he's a long time supporter. He is CB. Um, he's been a member of my channel 1, 2, 3 years. Was it to start near
Really,
enough? Yeah, long time. Much
that's
appreciated.
amazing. Let's see. Listening already for the gym. Well, that's good. And
Yeah,
again, if you're into the gym routine, it really makes a difference for some people's lives, because if you spend all day working in an office, maybe you do a lot of driving, you're not doing a lot of physical work. I think that it would be difficult to live in a world where I couldn't move around and do things. I would become very unhappy. So it's a good thing that we actually have a physical or gym culture that people can get into. And really, I don't think it was until the 1950s that the whole idea of a gym or any kind of workout routine really started to take hold. And of course, I do believe, this is my opinion, and I'm sure you have yours, but I do believe that the chemical enhancements is what really got the bodybuilding. Um, I guess you'd call it. I don't know if you would call it not a hobby, but uh, whatever,
interest.
whatever. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah,
That really moved it forward, because now you had the ability for people to really maximize their gains. Because when you're doing it naturally, you only have so much with your genetics. But when you add the enhancement, then that changes it. And I
yeah,
think that over time, by the 1980s, that became normal. And of course, they take it to the extreme. And as you know, I'm not against people using enhancements. I think that for some people it's very beneficial. But when they take it to the extreme and that becomes their entire life, that's when things tend to just break down. But if you can find that balance, it's a great way. Like in your case, with all the challenges that you have to deal with, I think that the bodybuilding is a very important part of your life, because it not only
yeah,
gives you a purpose, but it also gives you something that you can follow, a framework. You can make adjustments, and that's great.
yeah. Us. I could go into this quite a lot actually. So I was speaking to my coach about this yesterday. We're talking about just finding a way to get it done. Doesn't matter how we do it, we just got to find a way to get it done. And also did a bit of research recently, and now this is especially true for men. Um, Probably to some degree women as well, but especially true for men. Men do. I'm not going to say have to, but men should ideally have some kind of physical output, exercise, being an engineer, working on stuff, yard work, building things, fixing things, walking, running, hiking, gym, whatever it is, bowling. I don't care. Um, Men have a twofold higher chance of suicidality from being inactive or being forced to be inactive, and that is a state called, I believe, kinesthesia, like
Mm-hmm.
an inability to move, basically.
Right.
So exercise or movement of some kind is key. I say lotion is motion. When I'm not going to go too dark because it's not that kind of live stream, but when you live with a disease called suicide disease, yeah, I'm going to choose things in my life to mitigate that as best as I can. So it's like someone commented on the last live stream, I think, oh, I'm not a fan of that kind of body. It's like, great, you're insecure, obviously, because otherwise you wouldn't have mentioned it. Thanks for that. Thanks for admitting your incompetencies as a human being and inadequacies. But everyone's welcome to their own opinion. I personally don't really find fitness women attractive, if that makes sense. I don't need to say it though. I don't need to tell people. It's my own belief. It's me having that belief doesn't impact other people. But yeah, it's a funny world we live in. No matter what we do, we can't please everyone. But we just got to find a way to keep ourselves mentally um, adaptive and strong and stoic, I think.
Well, I tell people that it's always a trade off. There's no such
Mm.
thing as the perfect person. Everybody
Yeah.
has in their mind someone what would be ideal. Let's say they're looking for a girlfriend. Oh, she's got to be this tall and have this color hair and this kind of body and whatever. And they're great. You could find a girl like that, but she'll probably be a little crazy. So there's always going to be some little problem. It's like a lot of times I'll get something from the trash. There's a reason somebody threw it away, and it may look good at first, but then you realize, oh, it's broken. Okay, well, I picked up a lawnmower out of the trash. It's missing parts, but it otherwise good. Then I find another one that's blown up. Well, I can put this part over here. So with equipment, with machinery, you can do that, but you can't do it with people. You have to take the good with the bad. And if the bad is a problem, you're not going to change the other person. And people go, well, I can change him. I said, no, you can't. You can't change another person. If a person wants to change, they have to do it themselves. And this is what I think frustrates a lot of people. And I have figured this out a long time ago. That's one of the reasons I've chosen to live by myself, because the one thing that I can control is what I do. But the people that I'm around, they're unpredictable. I mean, I have good friends, but they're usually pretty consistent. But again, you could have a bad day. You could offend somebody, and some people get offended really easy. You start saying the wrong thing, now you made an enemy. And I chose not to deal with that. So that's why I went the way
Yeah.
that I did.
I mean, people can be both sensitive and insensitive. Um, Part of a good friendship is understanding how to behave around that other person. Not so much in changing who you are or being adaptive totally, but being a bit mindful. And I'd argue, obviously, there's both sides of the coin. It works both ways. But like, if, if for example, I'm sensitive about being called by name, and people keep calling me the wrong name, and I explain, I don't like it. It annoys me. They're being insensitive to me. They're not showing they care about things which make me appeased, happy, content. So it means they don't respect me. If they don't respect me, how am I going to be able to willingly give up time, energy, effort, or emotional support to that person? Because as much as it'd be nice to say we're all perfect human beings and we're all, I don't know, God abiding citizens or whatever, and always do good things and not expect anything back, it becomes pretty hard to continuously give something out if you don't get anything back. you know, it's still going to be hard. That's the human element of us. We are imperfect. We are fallible. So yeah, it works. It works lots of different ways.
I
complex.
tell everybody
Complex.
it's like everybody has a cell phone now. And I said,
Mm.
look, if you never charge your cell phone, if you just keep using it, it goes dead. But if you only charge it a little bit and then you use it more than you charge it, it still goes dead. You get out of a relationship what you put into it. You always have to put in at least what you get out of it. But ideally, you put in a little bit more. If you put in too much, then you'll have nothing left on your end. But I've learned that when I try to figure out what makes a person, what is the motivation of a person, and what are the things that demotivate them. There's some things, like, for example, if you do a favor for somebody and they don't appreciate it, eventually you say,
Yeah.
I'm not going to do it anymore. I'm done. And when people know there's something that bothers you and they keep doing it, why am I going to go around this person? All they're doing is aggravating me for no reason.
Yeah. I honestly, I mean, I can set for myself. A lot of people do aggravate me. I'm quite uptight at times, highly strung at times. Someone used the word acerbic recently, or ascerbic, and I was like, okay. But for you, Rick, it does not apply. I can't think of a normal righteous human being that can find a reason to dislike you, outside of maybe like they don't have the same interests as you, or something bizarre like that.
Well, my problem is that I aggravate people because a lot of times I'll get to the root of the problem. When somebody has a problem and they're complaining and then they're blaming everybody, I might say, well, what was it that you did at this particular time? I'll always find the one thing that they are definitely at fault for. And they get mad at me. Well, that's not what it is. I said, yeah, but have you thought about it? Because a lot of times people instantly they blame somebody else. When there's a problem, they say, well, this person did this to me, whenever. Okay, I understand that. But maybe you set yourself up. It's like if somebody dumped a bucket of dog turds on your head, did you stand there while you saw them dumping out the bucket? So a lot of times people do things that put them in these positions. And it's very frustrating because I try, and I learned a long time ago, never, ever, ever give somebody advice unless they ask for it. That is the easiest way to offend somebody and to lose a friendship. And there's always people out there that love to give advice. Well, you should do this and you should do that. Like, um, how do you know this person hasn't tried that already? But they get offended. And then when you don't stick up for them, they get mad at you. Well, I thought you were my friend. I am, but I'm just telling you the truth about what I observe. And then they get angry. It's like online, people are always selling this stuff on YouTube. They're selling overpriced products, they're selling services, whatever. And they, I look at it, I go, well, I don't think that's a good value. And boy, do I get in trouble. They start avoiding me. They ban me from their channel. Like, you know, if you're selling soap for 20 bucks, I'm going to criticize you. I have the right
Yeah.
to criticize you. You have the right to do whatever you want. You can sell products or services. But if I find they're not a good value, I'll give my opinion. Now, a normal person would counteract. They'd say, well, there's a reason why this costs so much, and they'd explain it out. If they would just take the time to talk to me, there would be no problem. But instead, they just cut this guy off. And then it turns into something worse. That happened to me last year. You remember the whole experience that I went through. And
Yeah.
even now I have channels that have banned me for I don't even know what reason. They don't tell me. But again, when a person has an issue and they mention it, if you're their friend, you respect it. But when people make promises that don't make sense, I have no choice but to just tell my opinion.
Yeah. Yeah. Hello, Robbie. By the way. So, I'm not ignoring anyone in the chat, but if we'd sit here and say hello to every single person who said hello, well, we'd be here all day and we wouldn't be talking about anything interesting. But hello, everyone.
Yeah, the thing is
Uh,
that in my normal chat when I'm by myself,
it's
I
just
give a
you.
lot,
Yeah.
yeah, I give a lot of
Yeah.
attention, but when I'm co-hosting with somebody else, it's a dialogue. It's a different type of show. When it's just me in the comments. But when I have a friend, I have a, colleague in the carnivore space, we're going to be mostly with each other and then we just go for the comments as they come in. So if I miss
Yeah.
some, you know, That's all
The
you can
world won't
do.
end.
And I'm a little behind. And by the way, is her name Joe or is it?
Joe.
Yeah, that's what I thought.
Yeah.
I hope you got to spend time together on your birthday. No? Okay.
No. It's a matter of waiting.
There
Yeah,
you go.
she doesn't live very nearby at all, and it's not like easy to just meet up, unfortunately.
I see.
Yeah.
Yeah, this I love listening to Jonathan talk. See, you have lots of fans.
That makes one person. I'll take it. I'll take it.
Well, you had a couple of other comments as well, but yes.
Uh,
CC Stargazer. Yeah, she likes the way that I do it. Independent thinker, awake, aware, truther, trying to wake up all. Yeah, exactly. Like-minded people are attracted to you for that reason. That's what it is. And those kind of people are the people that participate, which is really good. I haven't even looked to see how many I have on my channel. Let me double check here. I have 57 right now. That's pretty good. I
yeah,
mean, I'm
good.
amazed that many people would take their time to watch a quack like me.
It's good.
Let's see. Yeah, they're talking about Chuck and his job. Yeah, I'm not going to pay stupid money to make a bunch of spoiled people rich from Robbie Autry. See, that's the way I think. If I'm going to give my money to somebody, it's going to be somebody I know. I would rather hire somebody that I know for or buy a product or service than get it from an anonymous person, even if the person I know costs a little bit more. The problem is in our world, they think that because you're their friend, that you should give it to them cheaper. And I try to explain to them, well, that's not the case. If you're getting a quality product, why would you pay less to your friend than you would pay to somebody that you don't know? I don't understand that mentality. If I have the money,
Um,
I'm going to give it to my friend.
yeah, I mean, if someone supports me and they are willing, say, have something that I'm selling a service, an ebook or something, and they're like, I'm just going to buy it full price, and you say, oh no, spend a bit, here's a discount code or something. They still pay the full amount. I think, oh, they respect me and what I've done. So in the future, what I'll do is I'll pass it forward, and that's kind of how I do it. Yeah, I can't get any cheaper. It's getting to that point now. I'm like, every week I'm looking at my bank account thinking, what am I gonna do? Somehow I'm still here and feeding myself. It's at
Mm-hmm.
the moment I think the food bill is what's costing a lot. When you're eating 1.6, 1.7 kilos, like over £3, nearly £4 of meat a day, it's expensive.
I think
So
it's,
that's why food money's going.
and another thing about Jonathan, I mean, you can see there's a big difference between the physical size of Jonathan and the toothpick like me that's got no muscle. And yet
You're
we
more
eat.
that way though.
Oh, okay.
I'm like
Because
I'm only 6'1". You're like six.
6,
Is that right?
yeah, 6'6". The
Six.
problem is,
That's still
for
pretty
some
tall. Yeah.
reason, I consume a lot of food. But again, I'm always working. And I believe it or not, even though I'm skinny, I lift a lot of heavy things and I'm up and down ladders. And, a roll of roofing paper is pretty heavy and a bag of cement is 100 pounds. And my grip is quite strong. A lot of times I'll pick up a concrete block just, with my hand. So I'm not your typical office worker. But on the other hand, I don't have the great physique that I can show off. I look like a 30-year-old vegan. I'm skinny and I mean, there's nothing I can do about it. I could, sure, but can you imagine how much food I would have to eat, and how many other, let's just,
Honestly, it's
yeah,
so much food. Like I knew, because like my background, I'll just say briefly, was working in a vegan health food shop.
mm-hmm,
That was when I first started the carnivore diet, February the 2nd, 2020. And I saw this tiny little person that was working there, no more than 4'11". While she is at work, she always had food on her, always. It's in like there was a snack bar under the cupboard. There's, her lunch was like a giant box, but it was like obviously like melon and salad and fruit and vegetables and things. I'm like, you'd have to eat so much food, Rick, just to sustain your output. You know, like 10 kilos of fruit and veg a day, probably just to keep you going. You'd be bloated, feeling sick. You don't even like that food, so you'd be miserable as well.
When I went plant based, it was a complete disaster. And I got so sick. Like, for example, I got the flu this week. It was a minor nuisance. Yes, I cough, my voice is a little off, but I feel strong and healthy. When I was on the plant based diet and I got the flu, it was terrible. And it was like up and down. You'd get it, and then you get a little bit better, and then worse, up and down. And then finally, it just took me out. The third or fourth time it came back, I couldn't even eat. I was just so sick. And I was thinking, man, why? Why would I do this to myself? Why would I eat the healthy fruits and vegetables and drink the juices and take the vitamins and all this stuff and feel terrible when I could
Mm.
just go back to the meat and eggs and feel great? Sure. The only reason I went on the plant-based diet, my parents were scaring me because they said I'm going to get colon cancer. And then I was told that if I go on the plant-based diet, that I would finally have a sex drive, which I never had. But it didn't work. Not only did I not have a sex drive, I felt terrible and I had no strength. And then the other thing is I got cold. This was the really weird part. Eating a plant-based diet, I would get cold. I'd get by
Yeah,
the air conditioner, I'm shivering, thinking, what is going on? Now I got the air conditioner on 75 and I feel warm. I wake up at night sweating, sometimes 3 or 4 in the morning, and I set that thing at 65 degrees. And if the air doesn't blow right, I get hot. So I'm consuming energy at night. I can't gain weight. I mean, I've never been over 200 pounds for long. And everybody else I know is just constantly, well, I can't eat this and I can't eat that because I want to lose 20 pounds. Like, why do you want to lose 20 pounds? Who cares what you
yeah,
weigh? Wouldn't you rather have a better body composition? I mean, I don't care if I'd love to weigh 250 pounds as long as it was all, in muscle and not in a big stomach. And to me, even though I'm not into bodybuilding, it bothers me when I see people with a giant stomach because I know that that's a sign of being unhealthy and they don't see it. Oh, I just need to lose some weight. I'm going to go on Ozempic. No, 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 no. Why would you do that? It's crazy.
yeah. I think you've touched on a good point there. And that's in regards to like your yardstick, your objectives, how you set goals yourself, what do you measure, the different metrics that you might have. Um, and this is a theory of mine, and I don't, it's just me sort of spitballing here, really. I think some people use or create or find other metrics to measure their progress, results, what they're doing, um, because they're scared of trying hard, just waiting for the result with the discipline and patience. Like for example, I don't know, I'm not getting stronger in the gym. Oh, so what do people do? Oh, how tight does my t-shirt measure against my top my arms? It's like, why not measure a better determinant, which might be your strength in the gym? It's because they're not getting any stronger. They don't want to admit it. So I think people detract from the correct metrics, like the right number to measure the right job, by finding something else. I think it's fear as well. And thank you for all the nice comments, by the way. I've seen some of them.
Oh, yeah. I really, I love the interaction. But again, the metrics, how you measure things is really important. But they have people brainwashed. It all comes down to the scale. And that's the worst thing ever because you don't know. You could be gaining weight and losing body fat. And, I'm a little odd because I'm kind of like Dr. Kiltz in a way. I don't think that
Yeah,
body fat in itself is a bad thing because when you think
agreed.
about it,
Yeah,
when a person gets older, they lose fat in their skin. That's why their face gets sunken in. They get the little wrinkles and all that. So it's where the fat is. If you're losing fat in your skin, it makes you look older. But if you're losing it around the belly, well, that's a good thing because that means that your body's able to use that stored up resources. But what really bothers me You see the guys with the stomach sticking out, and even the ones like, you're in bodybuilding, there's guys out there that have low body fat, but yet their stomach still sticks out. You can see their abs, but it's sort of like, I don't know, a bubble gut or whatever they
Pooch.
call that. Yeah,
Yeah.
like that, because they probably have internal fat. And people do judge others by appearance. I do it too. I look at somebody. I mean, we're designed that way. We can tell
It's
if a
human
person.
nature.
Yeah.
We were built to discriminate. Like, the fact I look how I look now means that every person watching this stream is more likely, generally, going to be a white person. If I go to Joe's stream, or D Bossway's stream, or Calamity Jane's stream, or Harani's stream, if I'm Harani, her name's something else actually, but I can't say what I think. But she's a lady from India. She's going to have Indian people that look a bit like her, that speak a bit like her on her stream. So we do discriminate as human beings, and there's nothing wrong with that. It's just human nature, It's just the way it is. So.
Right. Exactly. I see Polish Mike is here. I
Hello.
don't see him too much. He doesn't seem to make videos anymore, but he does
No.
seem to watch the videos. But that's good. Yeah, the carnivore space, the problem that I've seen is that it turns into sort of its own little cliques or whatever it is. There's certain people that follow the celebrity personalities. Everybody that's crazy about Dr. Barry. And then they have the little groups that they have. They have their Healing Humanity group and they have their SBG. And people get mad at me because I say SBG is BS, because I don't see the big deal of these
I
pay to
said that
play
3 years ago.
Yeah.
I called it first, and exactly what I thought happened did happen. Yeah, I'm not going to slander them, but I don't agree with the practices at all. I'm not a fan at all. I can back it up.
See, I'm not the only one. But the thing is, when I say these things, I make enemies. Well, Rick, how can you say that? But it's just the way that I feel. We've been around long enough to know when people are being manipulated. And a lot of times they're given a false hope. If you go, like I got a chance to go to the carnivore meetups for the first time last year, and you look at the people, most of the people in the carnivore space do not look like you or me. So in other words, you might have one person, two people there that are muscular, and you may have three or four that are tall and skinny. But the vast majority of people in the carnivore space look like the average American. They are average height, a bit overweight. They don't look like they're some special community. But a lot of times the celebrities of the community, they have a certain look. They always have the before and after pictures of how terrible they were before and how good they are after. And they hold out this hope. But I think for a lot of people, it's a false hope, because they're convinced that the only way they'll succeed is when they get that physique or the experience that the person they're looking to has. And they don't realize that every person is an individual. Most people are never going to look like that. I mean, nobody's going to be 6'6". I can tell you right now, it's not going to happen. And you're not going to look like Dr. Baker in most cases. That's not going to happen. And you're not going to look like Anthony Chafee. That's not going to happen. And you have the Bella SBG lady. You're not going to look like her, because everybody's different. So what you have to do, you have to figure out, what is it, even if you're going to stay fat the rest of your life, that's not a bad thing. You could be the fat guy with a big beard smoking a cigar and be perfectly healthy, and you live 80, 90 years, no big deal. Or you could be the guy that's ripped, the guy that's got a fantastic physique, and he drops dead of a heart attack before he's 60. These things can happen. And I think when you get stressed out and you just try to attain to some level of perfection that you'll never reach, you're just going to give up. And you see this. People come in the carnivore space, they're very, very active. All of a sudden, they stop making videos, and then they're forgotten about. And then a couple of years, they come back later telling a story. Well, I fell off the wagon, and this didn't work for me, and I had this problem, and this person died, and they go through this whole thing, and then they get the attention back again, and the type. It happens over and over again. Meanwhile, some of us are just consistent. We keep going on the path that works for us and we're happy. So I try to tell people, look, don't try to imitate the carnivore celebrities or any other person. Just try to find out what works for you. And when you need to, you have people out there that can help you. They can coach you, they can give you advice.
Loads of people. You could
Yes.
be like someone with really obscure disease or condition or situation. There'll be someone out there that has a rough idea of what would be the best thing for you to do. You just got to look. And the thing is, all of us, I mean, me not so much as it used to be, but there's a lot of people out there that are live streaming once, twice, three, four, five, six, 7 times a week. You can access these people. They're not so far out there. And like you touched on a good point about, I guess, like personal success and growth. And I think like it's like the measurement of a man shouldn't be determined by what other people see as a success, but what he's been able to achieve when his back's been against the wall, when he hasn't had people patting him on the back saying, "Oh, you're doing well." He hasn't been congratulated when he's gotten his own thing, just got on with his own stuff, just did the work. And I find those people very inspiring. So when people come on here and they say, "Oh, I've not lost weight, I'm still diabetic and overweight," and I'm like, do something, come back and tell the story. The story is what gets more people involved and hooked, and that's a charismatic person. A charismatic person is not someone who sits there, bitches and complains, doesn't put in the work, and expects a result. So, like I'm sure there's times with you, Rick, where you're trying to fix something, some sort of electrical component's gone out. What do? You do some research online. Maybe you go to a shop, you ask someone who knows more about that, conductor or whatever. You look for a textbook. You go for all this flow chart of what to do in your head. Eventually get to the point, and that's the key point. Then you get that self-satisfaction, and that's what success is.
That's right. I do that all the time. That's how I get accomplishment, because rather than looking to other people as some kind of example, well, I'm going to do what he or she did. That's not going to work because that's already gone. It's like they say, that ship has already sailed. If I try to imitate somebody else, I will fail every single time because the circumstances are different. But on the other hand, if I personally have a success and I can show it to other people, that can act as an inspiration. But the reality is, if they copy what I did, most likely they're going to fail too. They have to figure out how what I did fits into what they need to do. And the problem is, a lot of it is a personal responsibility. What people like to do is criticize somebody else. Say, well, you did it, but I don't like the way you did it because you did something that I wouldn't do, or I don't approve of this. But the reality is, it worked for that person. You have to figure out what's going to work for you. Like, for example, I mean, if you're a religious person and you can't eat meat, well, now you've limited yourself. You're going to have to figure out another way to come close to it.
Yeah, my client Kimberly, she's on a minute ago. She made a comment. I'm not exactly sure on her religious profile. I understand her religion, but I don't know how she adopts it within her lifestyle. But one thing I do know is every Friday she doesn't eat meat, so she adapts to accommodate. So she gets the best of both worlds. She keeps herself happy with her spirituality, whatever. She's also able to still achieve her goals. So, just got to find a way. Finding a way is the key.
Mm-hmm. And there's my friend Kurt has the first question of the day. When one person who continues to blame everyone and everything for their problems, they have to look at the common denominator of their problems. That's right. And the common denominator is usually the person themselves, because some people are just troublesome. They will always find a way to cause problems when it's unnecessary. They will find a way. Some people delight in aggravating others. They will find the weakness of a person and they will try to work into them just to try to make their life miserable. Because I think some people they just like making other people upset. I think it does something for them. I really don't know why.
Yeah. We just hit 70 people live in the stream. Just a friendly reminder to hit like and support our channels to help fight the globalist agenda. From Milton.
That's right. That's the thing, but again, how many people that have only 4,000 and some subscribers can attract? Now I have 61 showing on my stream. That just doesn't happen on YouTube. In order to get
Yeah,
60 people, I would have to have at least 15, 20,000 subscribers. But again, my goal on YouTube was to meet people, and I have been able to bring together a really nice group of people. And when I get to meet them in person, I'm more impressed than when I've seen them online. The couple of times
yeah,
I've been to a meetup, I was able to meet face to face, and I really like these people. So that's why I keep doing the live stream. I'm not doing it for money. I don't get paid for this. Once in a while, somebody will throw me a few bucks with the buy me a coffee link, and I've had some of my friends send me things directly. Well, I hear the ducks out there quacking, but it's all about meeting people and giving them something to talk about.
another point to mention is maybe a bit naughty for me to say, but your channel, 4,000 or 5,000 subscribers, something like that. You're about 60 odd people live right now on your channel. You've got one moderator on your channel. That speaks to the quality of the people within your channel, without tooting my own horn. To the point where I'm sort of saying, but if you go onto, I won't name people, if you go onto other channels, they'll often have 7, 8, 9, 10 moderators at once. Why do they need that many people?
Well, that's it. Well, my channel tends to self-moderate. I think that a lot of the trolls, they just give up because they try really hard to aggravate me and it doesn't work. The only time I get rid of somebody is when they start attacking my subscribers, because some of my subscribers are sensitive and a lot of them are like me. They don't care. They think the whole thing is funny. I mean, you can see over here, I just
Yeah.
saw Dan put up a comment. He's one of those that doesn't care. He doesn't get offended. But
I'm a social justice warrior. I'm a lot more.
yeah,
I'm one of those sort of people. I like. I'll stand up for something if something I think is wrong.
I mean,
And
you know
you
him.
know,
He was just live with Liz earlier.
Downable. Yeah, with Christy. Yeah, definitely.
He's
Yeah, I watched a little bit of that.
he's one of those that doesn't care. And he
Yeah,
was fat and unhealthy and he got in shape. And I'm going to make a video about the different classes of carnivore personalities. There's like a younger group that they're trying to maximize testosterone and whatever, and they think the carnivore diet will do that. But of course, you look at someone like me who's skinny and go, well, it may or may not be the case. But then you have the people that have had like the comeback story. They were
yeah,
healthy when they were younger. They got fat when they got older, and then they come back. And those are the most impressive because these guys, they worked out when they were younger. They got in their 30s or 40s and they got fat and dad bod or whatever. And then they went to the carnivore diet and they changed and they went back to what they were. Then you have the over 50s and over 60s that had a heart attack or diabetes or whatever. And those they've been able to manage those conditions. Now, not many of them have built a fantastic physique, but they're not dead. So you've gotten to the point where the carnivore diet kept you alive. You're not young and pretty, but you're still active, and it really
yeah,
improves your quality of life. And I think that not everybody's going to be the same. The diet will have a different effect on everybody, and also
yeah,
depending on how long you do it. Someone like me that's been doing this for decades is going to be totally different than someone who went into that. They grew up on the standard diet. They were maybe healthy when they're younger, because everybody I know my age, they have certain conditions. Number one
yeah.
is back trouble. I don't know a single person. And when it comes to spine issues, Jonathan, I would consider to be the authority on managing spinal conditions.
I'm
But
really good
everybody,
at being in back pain.
yes, everybody I know
I need a
who has,
certificate or a gold star or something.
right. If anybody has spinal issues and is thinking about building their body, working out, getting on the carnivore diet, there is nobody that I would recommend more than Jonathan, because he
Cheers, Rick.
lives this every single day. There's nobody else I know that's been able to do what he has. And, but see, I'm the bad guy because I've never experienced back pain in my entire life. And they say, Rick, you don't understand. Well, that's true. But you know that tall guys are the most likely to have back trouble. That's a fact. The taller you are, the longer your torso is, you're more likely to have back trouble. and I've never had it. Joint
Yeah.
pain. I've never had joint pain. My hands work perfectly. I've never had neck pain. I've I I had a friend that I used to have to help him try to stretch out because he gets shoulder pain. So we'd have to stretch his arm out and do, and it would help. And he was always saying, "Rick, I don't understand. You're always out there picking up things. I've seen you pick up stuff off the ground and your back doesn't hurt. I've seen you with bags of cement and concrete blocks and engine blocks and all that stuff." I said, "Well, I don't know. Maybe it's a diet. Maybe it's the fact that I take my time. I never just throw something. If I've got something heavy to lift up, I'll get in position and I'll start lifting it. And if something doesn't feel right, I put it back down. That's the way it
Yeah.
is. And then I'll come back later and do it again."
Yeah. I mean, I'm gonna head off and get my lunch in just like 30 seconds. But it's how do I put it? Um, we're all just trying to find a way in life to live a bit better. I think overall, I think if as soon as people start accepting that as like the common denominator, so to speak, we can start to look forward to things a bit more. My thing is I'm very defensive at times, and I think that's getting in the way of a lot of progress in some elements of my life. Um, and what else can I say? I don't know. I'll get back to it in a minute, but thank you very much for the comments so far, everyone. If you leave any questions in the chat for me, Rick will star them or answer them himself. Otherwise, I'll catch you up very soon, and thank you very much. Rick will still be here. Give me like enough time to eat some food and close my eyes for like 10 minutes. Right.
All right.
All right. I'll catch you in a bit. Cheers.
Enjoy, Jonathan. Okay. So let's go ahead and let me just there we go. All right. So anyway, now we're going to get back into the comments. Now, I actually have something that is cooking right now, but I did have somebody mention that they like the intro. So what I'm going to do while I check my food, I'm going to try to play the intro. Let me see if it comes up. Okay. Let's see. Okay. Where did that go? It's here somewhere. Okay. Well, maybe not. Oh, wait a minute. Is this it? Okay. Nope. Seems like I lost it. Oh, well. No big deal. Let me see here. I'll just go. And Milton, he seems to have fallen asleep. Milton is sleeping behind the computer. Let's see here. Okay. All right. Okay. Oh, looks like the thing's not even active. I guess Milton must have disconnected. Let's see. Oh, there we go. Nope. Let me keep trying. Huh. Okay. Oh, Milton woke up. That is a little bit of a problem. Let me see here. All right. Oh, well, no big deal. I'm going to go ahead. Let me check on my meat that I have cooking. And I see that Christy was here, so we'll say hello. And let me see if this is here. I'll be right back. Okay, Milton. Milton is a man. Milton is a man. All right. Crazy kitty, get this nasty old thing out of here. All right. Yeah, it's perfectly cooked. Pork shoulder is on sale at Winn-Dixie for 89 cents a pound. So there's a limit of one every day. So after this live stream is over, I will get on my bicycle and I will go over to Winn-Dixie And let's see, there's Liz. Got to get me. There we go. Well, I was watching you and Dan. You look like the dynamic duo over there and enjoying yourself. I like both of them. You know, I've been on Liz's channel, I've been on Dan's channel. And again, it's the small channels where the real action happens, not the big channels. Now, I know a lot of people love Dr. Barry, and I'm not saying he's a bad person, but he's got way too many people in his channel. You can't interact. So I don't waste my time with his channel. And I hate to say it, but part of it is because Mitch has it at the same time. But as you know, Carrie's channel, they have their live, I believe it is on Thursday night, which conflicts with Mitch's live stream. And of course, I wasn't even there for either one because I was working at that time. I just don't spend any time there, I have to admit. So when a channel gets bigger, Rick disappears. I do watch Dr. Chafee's videos because he still kind of interacts. And on top of that, I'm a moderator on his channel. So whenever I see it, I do drop in, but I'm just not really into the big time channels. Okay, what else do we have here? Joe's, okay. Supposed to be away with my best friend celebrating my 50th. Are you 50? You don't look 50. Celebrating my, really? You look more like 30 something. Okay, let's see. We love you, Rick. Well, thank you, Amanda. And you are always commenting on my channel, so I love having you here. It's great. Good morning, good day, Rick and Jonathan, from Kurt Meathead for Life. And by the way, if you didn't see our telephone interview on Thursday, you should. The replay is on my channel. Okay, let's see. Enjoy the movie. Haven't seen it yet. Okay. Danivore, hello again. Amazing show. Yes. And didn't he look good with his American flag shirt? The right to bear arms kind of thing? Look great. So I classify Dan as one of the aesthetic carnivores. He went from being your typical fat guy to looking good. So that's good. The fact you look so youthful. Well, thank you. I'm not bad for a guy that's 58. I'll be 60 in a couple of years. Can you imagine? 60 used to be considered so old. And usually 60 is when you start falling apart. So let's see how well I hold up. I'm glad Rick is co-hosting. Nice to see you, Jonathan. Milton, no, Milton, ow. Milton, stop that. Look at this menace. Milton, you are a silly puss, you know? No, watch Milton. Bad Milton. Milton is always ready to attack, but I love Milton. Rick, you're a straightforward person, and many of us appreciate that. Yes, that's why you're here. And hello to Liz again. There we go. Question. Can't you add extra beef fat or butter to gain weight? I tried to do that. Nowadays, it's too expensive, but I ate so much fat, you wouldn't believe it. The only thing that it does, it makes me sweat more at night. That's it. I just get hotter. I don't gain weight. For some reason, I guess because I've been on a carnivore diet so long, no matter how much I eat, I don't gain weight. And my appetite's good. If you've ever seen me eat, anybody that knows me says hide the food from Rick because Rick will eat all the meat. One time they came up with this like beef brisket, big old chunk. Well, that's too much food. And my friend was like, it's going to be gone before this is over. But no one's going to eat all that. Well, you haven't seen Rick. That skinny guy is dangerous. He can eat a lot of food. I guess there's an advantage to being skinny. Why do I want to lose 20 pounds? Well, because I have a big stomach. Well, Gary, but again, if you're healthy, you don't have to worry about it. Just do what Dr. Kilt says. Just don't worry about it. I think that when a person is healthy, eventually the weight will go away. But look at my friend Russ Mitchell. Now, you talk about obese. Russ is huge. And if you're listening, Russ, you know that I say this in person. I don't think you've lost any weight since I've known you, but you seem happy and healthy. And that's the important thing. Russ is healthy. He's not sick. If you don't lose fat, it's not the end of the world. I don't think it makes any difference, honestly. They want us all to be skinny. Accountability, that's ridiculous as a goat. Well, there you go. Accountability is important. Gary, you look cute. See, Sandy likes you. You don't have to worry. So you could have that big old gray beard and smoke that cigar and just eat the proper way, and you'll be around in your 90s. You'll be one of the few 90 something that's obese to an extent and still able to get around. Because again, what a lot of people don't tell you is that if you have extra weight, it actually makes your legs stronger because you're carrying all this weight around. And I've heard many people say that your leg muscle mass and strength determines how long you live. You might outlive some of the skinny people. Some skinny people drop dead of a heart attack. The visceral fat around the organs is a problem, and I have it. So I'm working on getting rid of it to improve my health. Well, that's great, Joe. I'm happy about that. And again, you have Jonathan over there to guide you. So you have some pretty powerful assistance right there. Oh, you weren't talking about yourself. Oops, sorry. Well, there we go. Fancy to see you here. Yes. Well, Gary's a regular. I got to meet him too. So that's a good thing. Jonathan, you found me, so you're more happy to diversify. Yes, that is true. I'm carnivore, but not part of the carnivore cliques. I left that space a long time ago. It is very, very toxic. Well, Kimberly, that's why you're here in this space, because there is no toxicity. Remember, if you are being, let's say, led somewhere on the carnivore diet, all you got to do is look at me and my channel, and you'll see that I never promote the carnivore diet. This is not a carnivore channel. It's just a place for people to meet. Okay. I hardly consider anyone famous at this point. Sorry. Well, there you go. I agree with Jonathan. SBG is full of poo. And again, I have never been able to see it, so I really don't know. They still use my pictures. Really? Huh. You know, it might be interesting for anyone to relate their experience. What we can do, we can open, since we're on StreamYard, we can open up for people to come in, invite them in, and talk about some of this. I agree about SPG or SBG, or I call it BS, or we could call it SBS, steak and BS. All right. Good morning, Sandy and Mason, my biggest subs. There you go. And a good morning from Christy. I'm a 50-year-old carnivore, 15 months now, who's lost 90 pounds. I'm now trying to lift to build muscle and still lose the rest of the fat. I might have to start cutting calories too. Well, there you go. You have to figure out what works for you. Ron Jovi, 1976. So 50-year-old carnivore. Nice. Let me see. All right. I see you got a picture there. I have to realize, yeah, 1976 was 50 years ago. I was thinking about the bicentennial because now they have all this 4th of July stuff. And I remember I was in like 3rd grade or something like that. And they had this bicentennial commission with the little star symbol. It was everywhere. I even have some bicentennial quarters. They didn't do that this time, but I won't be alive for the tricentennial. So that's, who knows? I am not going to live. Well, I hope I don't live that long. If I lived another 50 years, I'm going to be a very unhappy person. Can you imagine? I would be 108 years old. Do you think I want to be 108 years old? No, no. I'm sure that the world will self-destruct before then, but then again, maybe not. I do not want to be 108 years old, and I will not be 108 years old. I think I'm going to kick the bucket somewhere between 90 and 100, and it's going to be a heart attack. At least that's what I think. Okay. The shirts are awesome. Yes, Gary has gotten into an artistic mode, and he's made all of these sort of product parody shirts, everything from beer to tools. I'm surprised he hasn't made a cigarette parody. What was it? Lucky Strike? Reach for a lucky instead of a sweet? Reach for a ducky instead of a sweet? That might be a good one. What are SPG? What have I missed? I think what that is SBG. And I do mention them all the time. Peter has vanished. He's probably going to work. Peter's, he sells furniture. So he's probably on his way to work if he's not there already. But Yeah. Weekends are a great time to sell furniture. I was never really into sales myself because it's hard for me to sell something I don't buy. I would never buy furniture. I either find it or build it. Oh, Cindy, I haven't seen you in a long time. Good morning, everyone. Well, good morning. I hope you're still making videos, but if you are, YouTube hasn't recommended them. You know who I've been wondering about lately is Carnivore Caleb, or whatever his name was, or Caleb's Carnivore Quest. Did he fall off the carnivore diet? He was one of the teenagers that popped in carnivore. Sorry to talk to you. Oh, so you have an interview with Christy and Liz? Okay. Very well said. And positivity. Yeah. Show people the continuous improvement. That's it. You don't fall apart all at once. You don't improve all at once. That's a good thing. All right. So let's see. We have. I enjoyed you and Dave last night. Good show. And Liz. Okay. Yeah. Okay. I've been so busy working, I haven't been able to watch anything. Happy July 4th to everyone. I appreciate that. Okay. I'm painting it sometime. Keep my fingers busy. All right. I'm Catholic. Yes. I believe the Catholics don't eat meat on Friday, so they have to eat fish. That's why McDonald's came up with a filet of fish sandwich. A lot of Catholics around here. There's like 3 Catholic churches in my neighborhood. Okay, so let's see. At that time, we had 60 watching. I have 71 watching right now, according to my dashboard. That's super awesome. I never realized a year and a half ago when I started this, I would have the viewership of some of the large channels. I've seen channels with 50,000 subscribers that only get 70 or 80 viewers, and I'm getting over 80 on a regular basis now. That's actually pretty good. Milton is hip to the world's issues. Yeah. Oh, Milton's a black Venice. I love that cat. People come here every Saturday because it's a wonderful space to be. You've made this happen. Well, thank you. I appreciate that. And I'm glad that you're here every week. Kimberly Russell, my faith asks for us to be disciplined. Apply to everything that I do on Fridays. I eat fish, shrimp, or eggs. And again, that's your choice. I know that I have a lot of Jewish friends when I was growing up, and they had that whole Sabbath thing going on where they couldn't work. They used to find some really creative ways. They would actually tear their toilet paper in advance. Who is that? I'm not going to answer it. Okay, let's see. There's Barry Simon, the AI master. Good July 4th morning, Rick and all. Well, good morning from Rick of Earth. Let's see. Happy 4th. There we go. It's Liz and Christy or Christy and Liz. I always get coupons confused. I blame Mitch. Is this actually live? Yes, it is. And the phone is also actually live. All right. Kimberly Russell. I was on a channel once. Everyone in there became a moderator same time. Sometimes they do that when things go crazy. Haven't heard her social justice warrior. Right? So I'm way behind. I'm usually not this far behind. Tired Rick does. I think everyone are on other channel. Okay. When we go live together, will people still mix us up? Okay. What's his sister on the mother? There we go. Okay, that's a question for Jonathan. Do you eat a lot of boiled eggs? I will try and mark that one so that he can see that. Okay, so let me go over here. You aren't young and pretty, but you aren't dead. Yes. And that's the thing. Look, once you've damaged yourself to a point, it's like a rusted car. You can't fix the rust. You can only replace it. And since humans don't have spare parts, once you've turned yourself into looking like a troll, you're never going to be a supermodel. That's just a fact of the matter. But that old rusted out car can still run good. can still go down the highway. You may have to patch it up a little bit, but think of a rat rod. The rat rod, the hot rod that's ratty looking, that could be you. You could be a rat rod. Is that a bad thing? No, because you're still running. It's a bad thing when you're in the junkyard or you're turned into scrap metal. You're in the ground or you're being turned into dust. Caught that too, what Rick said. Yep. And I don't make any promises. He has helped me with training and with EDS. Must be talking about Jonathan. Rick is a sweetheart. I think so. I'm not a bad guy. I don't go and trash people. That's just the way it is. I will criticize people's actions, but you'll never see me criticize an individual. Have you ever seen me say that a certain person is a bad person? I don't do that. It's not the way it works. Because all of us are basically bad at our source. We're all sinners. If you're religious, you say that. And if you're not religious, you realize that humans are imperfect. We make mistakes. The question is, how do we handle the mistakes? Do we try to cover them up or make excuses for it? Or do we find a way to fix the problem? And if we can't fix the problem, do we let other people know about the problem? And there's Amy. Hey, Rick and Jonathan. Well, hey, Jonathan will return, but I'm here. And Just Love Retired Rick. Yes, Retired Rick is on Wednesday night starting at 8. Blonde chicks with glasses. We all look alike. It is a huge compliment. And it's not just the blonde girls that are attractive. The blonde guys can be too. So we're not going to discriminate based on gender. There are attractive women and there are attractive men. So is that a bad thing? I don't think so. People get offended. You got guys out there that work hard. They keep themselves healthy and they go out there and some guy tells them they look good. And then they go, I'm not gay. That's not what we were saying. But most of the guys that are into bodybuilding, when you tell them they look good, they go, oh, thanks. And then they'll show off, some of their hard work. And that's a good thing. I do believe that many people are insecure. And if someone gives you a compliment, even if it's a gay guy, and I always say, if the gay guy's good looking, consider that compliment a real compliment because they know better than anyone. All right, let's see. Okay. See you soon, Jonathan. Yes. So we've gotten to the point where Jonathan left and I'm catching up. I'll catch up eventually. That's one of the things about my live stream. And Coach Steven says hello. Yes. And by the way, if you're not familiar with Coach Steven, you need to check him out because he's one of those that started off sort of fitness and health minded and did everything right, everything the way it was supposed to be, and probably looked great in the process. But then when he got to a certain age, it fell apart. And then he had all these problems. So he switched to the carnivore lifestyle, turned it all around, and now he's in his 60s, looks great. I mean, if you're a guy in your 60s, you'd want to look like him. And he's very intelligent too. So his specialty is in studying blood, phlebotomist. But there he is. So check him out. And he interviewed me several years ago as well. All the great carnivore channels, every single one of them has interviewed me at least once. Usually once, because once is enough. Once they've interviewed me, that's it. Who is Milton? Milton is my cat. If you don't know who Milton is, I'll show you. There he is. Oh, Milton. He's a little black menace. Look at that black menace. He's a dangerous. No. Milton. No. This cat is so funny. Milton is a feral cat that my neighbor found during Hurricane Milton. And he started with me on this channel. No, not on the channel, but when I did my first live from my computer, he was there. What? What? He's a black menace. Milton is Rick's cat. And Christy has her cat as well. And Liz has her black cat. And she made a funny short video with her cat versus Milton, the difference. Black menace. I smoked a pork butt yesterday. Well, there you go. And again, pork's on sale. I got some pork that I cooked. I might have to eat that too because I'm still hungry. Good day, everyone. Hi, Amy Hugs. Hey, saw you on last night in the chat. Okay, let's see. We have a hey to Sandy. It looked good, I watched. So there we go. We're going to cook some brats on the fire pit later. Well, that's it. Have some good sausage. Milton is going to save the world if he gets support. Either that or he's going to take me offline. He's good about that. Milton is a cat. And most carnivores seem to have a cat, although some have dogs. But cats seem to be popular in the carnivore community. Patricia Butler says hi to Rick, and Rick says hello. And howdy to Patricia. Rick, you just made my day. Yes, I'm 50. Jonathan's older woman. Well, you don't look 50. And I'm just telling you, late 30s, that's what I thought. I could be wrong. But hey, isn't that great? And the thing is, you're not one of the skinny gals, okay? And I hate to say it, but when you get older, being skinny is not a good thing. If you're starving yourself to try to fit in some dress, the older you get, the worse you look. Being a little bit extra, but being healthy is better than being super skinny. You don't want to end up like Karen Carpenter. Remember the singer Karen Carpenter? And you see all these people that try and starve themselves, and they look terrible. Once you get, over 35, I would think that trying to lose weight just for the sake of losing weight is a bad idea. What you should concentrate on is being healthy, maybe increase your muscle mass. And if you lose weight, great. If you don't, who cares? You'll be happier. A little extra weight isn't going to kill you. 60 falling apart, I would say 40. Okay. Well, I haven't fallen apart yet. So I would say 60 because I'm 58. And I still feel like when I was 25. And there's Venetian Cat, Morning Red Kitties and Quackers. Cat distribution system, Sevi, a pregnant kitty. Oh boy. Her name is Finta, white with black spots, due in 3 weeks. Well, there you go. More kitty cats. And cats everywhere. Milton, Rick, NASCAR events. Okay. Let's see. Spanky with his lanky. Well, there you go. Being like Linus. Milton has got claws that like to assert their authority. Most of the time he keeps his claws in, but boy, is he cute. He's sitting behind my computer and he is just such a sweet kitty most of the time. But every now and then, as Liz made the little short video, Milton decides to attack. But that's just his nature. When you're a feral cat, he's never going to be 100% tame. And you know what? I like him because I do like that little bit of wildness. It's like having your own mini panther. Okay, yep, that repeated that comment. Okay. Wonder why it does that sometimes. I never think of you as skinny, Rick. I think you're at the weight your body wants to be at. You're in great health and very agile. Your body's doing great. Well, I believe so. You're probably right. And I always joke. I had a friend of mine said, wouldn't you want to get bigger? Like, look, if I wanted more muscles, I'd date a bodybuilder. That's all. It's easy. Good morning, Cigar Gary. There we are. T-shirts and cigars. Gary has a rock star vibe. Well, like a ZZ Top vibe. She knew you were a good soul and protect her and her babies. Yep. The kitties do know where the food is. I eat lots of butter and fat and eat until I can't eat anymore. I stay within 3 pounds, just water weight. Yeah, 5 years carnivore. See? And Chuck is now in the long-term club. I say that anybody that's more than 5 years is in the long-term club. And Jonathan was thanking you. And there we go. And let's see. My neighbors found and brought her. They're worried about dogs killing her and the kittens. Likely dumped. Yeah. That's usually what happens. I don't know why people don't like cats. Maybe they can't afford to feed them. I don't know. But I like my cats. I walk out there and Mama with her 2 cute little kittens, they go meow, meow, meow. And I got little Milton in the house. He's always my little companion. He's a nice kitty. But cats can be expensive. I mean, it costs me up to $1 a day to feed Milton with the meat. So what is going on with SBG? What's Belly Ma up to? That's a good question. They kind of isolate themselves, so I don't know what's going. I'm a bicentennial baby, born in 76. There you go. Belly. That's what she calls her, Belly Ma. Congrats on 5 years. Yes, I agree with that. You have to show us how she's doing. We love those kittens videos. Yes. I have to make some. My phone, which I use as a camera, quit on me. and I haven't. It's had some issues. I'm 66 now. Well, there you go. No way, Rick. True. 108 and still fixing things. Well, we'll see. I don't think I'll be around then. But if I do make it to the tricentennial, it's going to be crazy. Where can I purchase a shirt? Well, Gary, we can send your link to me. We can post that here. It's a cool 85 now. Yeah. Ordered 2 of Gary's shirts. Can't wait to get them. Okay, let's see. We're getting closer. I'll rename my channel Carnivore Cat Lady. There we go. Venetian cat. Yeah. Today in particular is a good day to buy for the holiday deals. Well, there you are. I thought Peter sold mattresses. I always wanted to ask him about the conspiracy theory. They are money laundering fronts. No, he's what is it? Waterbed City? What do they call it now? City Furniture. 50 years ago, my female born sibling accused me of stealing their fireworks and burned my right shoulder with a lit sparkler. A dysfunctional family in action. Have not seen Caleb lately either. I wonder what happened to him. These people, they come and they go. You'll still at 120 still be riding your bike as a carnivore. I hope not. I hope I'm not around back then. Either the world ends or I have a heart attack. I figure 90s, I'll have my heart attack. My grandfather lived to 94 and died in his sleep, so I'll probably be somewhere around there. The kid, hope he's doing well. I have to take a look. I did join him as I hope my son would take a look. Yeah, that was Caleb. He was into arm wrestling. That was his thing. I think he even tried to arm wrestle Dr. Sean Baker. But of course, that probably didn't go well. I wouldn't try to arm wrestle Dr. Sean Baker. Milton could beat me in arm wrestling, as skinny as I am. So my cat would beat me in arm wrestling. Now, when it comes to working on a car, when it comes to taking engines in and out, I think I might be the master of that because I'm good at using leverage to move heavy things. Only during Lent. We can eat meat on Fridays. Okay, she's talking about the Catholic Church. Is he the one that was doing carnivore? Had a video where he was drinking a soda pop. I'm not sure who that would be. Carnivore and drinking a soda pop. I don't like holidays and my birthday due to memories of the like. Yeah, I wouldn't blame you. Wonder twin powers activate. Yeah, right? Talking about dynamic duo there. Sorry to hear, Kurt. And again, if you haven't heard his story, go back a couple of days and listen to the replay. It's quite interesting. All right. That thumbnail got me salivating. There we go. Okay. Thanks, Spanky and Amy. Well, there you are. Good morning to Barry. Hello to Barry. Egghead. All right. Will I ever catch up? Hard to say. It's not on my list. What the hell makes me wonder? Yeah, right. That's what she always says. Not many boiled eggs, only if traveling. Okay. So Jonathan answered the question, which is good. I love that cartoon. I remember that cartoon. Be sunny warm. Golf is calling me. Going to try my new 3-wood. Looking forward to it. Well, let's see if that wood does the trick. Amen to that. Some of us are finding a way out of the junkyard. Yes. And again, you're not going to go same place. Good to know I have one. Okay. Watch out for that. Rick's a good guy. He just likes to fat shame me. I know he's just trying to motivate me. Well, I do the same thing to Russ. It's part of our friendly thing that's going on. I've had people make fun of me, telling me I look like a 30-year-old vegan. And you're probably right. I do look like a 30-year-old vegan. What foods did we eat today? Well, I had bacon and eggs. It's the last of the bacon that was given to me. And I have some pork, which I haven't eaten yet because I was running late because I've been staying up late working. So I usually get to bed by 10:30. Now I've been getting to bed by midnight. Milton, he really is a black menace. Those eyes. Yes, that is my little Milton. No, and you are not fat. Okay. Milton is always ready to strike. That's Milton. Love that cat, Milton. Yes, I do. The cat is awesome. One time I almost thought about getting rid of him because he tore me up twice. But after he got fixed, he went back to the good Milton. Milton has a wild side, which I like. Sushi the Hut. She's losing weight, though. Looks more like Milton now. Oh, had to change her food. And Milton is surprisingly lean, but he weighs over 14 pounds. The cat is a beast. Tuxedo cats look like Jets behave like hooligans. Well, there you go. My cat loves dried fish. I don't know if salt is bad. They can drink water. The salt doesn't really seem to affect them. I have a big presence. I'm 61 and loving life. Well, see, that's what you want. Question: could you tell me how you cook your pork butt? It's very simple. I just simmered it in water. In fact, not only can I tell you how I did it, I can show you. So give me a minute. I'm going to grab the pork and I'm going to show it to you. Okay. Over here. Okay. Now, I get a stainless steel pan and I put some water in it. And then I cut chunks of pork like this. You can see. Milton, you want some? And all I do, I put a lid on it. I fill it up with about 1.5 inches of water and I let it cook slowly. The water eventually boils down and I'm left with the meat and a little bit of liquid, which contains fat in it. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to eat the meat and then, excuse me, the liquid I will pour into a jar. I'll put it in the refrigerator and the fat floats to the top. And that's the lard that I can use for cooking eggs. So nothing gets wasted. That's pretty good. Now, I'm an extreme case. I don't use salt. I use no spices and no salt because as a long-term carnivore, I actually enjoy meat. But you can salt it and you can spice it to taste if you like that. And that's it. Oh, Jonathan has returned.
Hello.
Hello.
We've got a guest on our channel on the live stream.
Oh. All right.
I'm gonna go find them. Hold on. Someone might have deleted them already. There we go.
Oh, again? Ugh.
John Stud, you're welcome to pop on. Have a little chat with us.
I would like to see that. I don't think.
Yeah, I'll put the link in the chat.
There we go.
Hold on. Hopefully this works. It should be in the chat for everyone, I think. Yeah, that's right.
All right.
See.
I see the link in the
We'll
channel.
Give it a bit of time. Yeah, anyway, where were we?
I was just playing catch up with the comments, but that's not going to happen.
Oh, we're too far behind now. We're up to 77 total live. 78. And 3 on my channel. Thank you very much, guys. Thank you for the support.
That's extremely good. Like I said, for a channel like mine that doesn't have that many subscribers, to have that many people listening in is pretty amazing.
Yeah. I think I had some questions. Think about eggs, wasn't it? No, stoicism. Terry B33 asked, Jonathan, did I hear you mention about stoicism? If so, can you share what it is and how it's been helpful? Why would you be interested in something if you don't know what it is? That's my autism brain. Stoicism, I guess, is the ability to remain tactful and emotionally stable and not reactive to situations when there's demanding opposition, which would typically prove otherwise. So to show strength of character. How it's been helpful? Well, what I just said in reverse, so it allows me to show strength of character. So I don't know if you've got another question, feel free to ask it. Anyway, there we go. I've answered all my questions.
Right? Let me pin this comment. These comments are coming in fast.
Yeah, you carry on.
I'm going to pin the message on mine so that way the link is available if anybody wants to drop in. I really think it's funny that we get these trolls that pop in there, but they will never dare to show their face or make a video. So that is kind of interesting.
Yeah. Well, welcome to pop on and say hello.
Mm-hmm. Let's see. Okay. I didn't realize that Joe was 50. I thought she was much younger.
Yeah, she looks like 20 odd.
I was thinking 35 to 40. She said she's 50. I'm like, what? That's crazy.
Yeah.
Oh, there's Johnny. I haven't seen him in a while. The carnivore champion. Hey, y'all. Glad you're here. He used to be with Brian. They would do a live every week, but I guess he's been busy since he moved. He has atrial fibrillation and I think type 2 diabetes and got that under control. I think he's similar age to me.
That's interesting.
Anyone here tried lechon pork? Yes, I have. It actually is pretty good. Caleb decided to arm wrestle the orthopedic surgeon in case he snapped his arm. You're right. That was with Dr. Baker. I don't know if you remember the Caleb guy. No?
Not familiar now.
He came in for a while. He was like 15. He went on carnivore and then he disappeared. There's just so many people that come and go. And there's Jerry. Good morning to Jerry.
Hello.
Okay. Laughed your ass off. I cried at one point for laughing. Okay. And there's the John Stud, of course, who is too chicken to really do anything. You know, I don't mind the criticism, but let's get in there. Got any good vegan jokes, Rick? I don't know. I think vegan is a joke, so it's kind of hard to make a good vegan joke.
It just speaks for itself, doesn't it, really?
Yeah. And the thing is that Jonathan, he worked at a vegan shop. So nobody knows more about vegans than Jonathan.
Yeah, that was a big enough deterrent.
My channel got demonetized.
Very spiteful people. Well, ones I work with are very spiteful people.
Mm-hmm.
They wanted me to eat outside with my food that I prepared because it wasn't vegan on the rooftop of the shop that I worked in the 35°C plus heat. While their food indoors, and they also wanted to disturb me throughout my entire lunch break, which I barely ever got.
Incredible. I mean, I think it's funny because as a carnivore, I don't mind if the vegans eat their duck food in front of me. I don't care.
I couldn't care less, to be honest. The only thing is they might attract some seagulls, maybe, but that's about it.
The ducks, they'll come waddling up and wagging their tails. Like, where's mine?
Yeah.
Let's see. One live, everyone's made moderators. That was my channel. Okay. Yeah, that's true. I mean, chickens will eat just about anything. It bugs, and sorry for the loss of your parents. Stud. Oh boy. Just when you think you get rid of the trolls, they always come back.
Yeah.
Let's see. Picture of my business cards. Let my hair grow, and some dude looked at it one day and said, "Dang, what happened?" I told him that. Oh boy. These people, I don't know. Yeah, the meat is pretty good. I mean, I was showing this is just some pork that I made up. It's just cooked in water. I don't use any spices.
Yeah.
Okay, catching up. Sean, how you doing? It's not that fella making love to his fake girlfriend again. Remember that?
That was bad. Jeez. Is a man in his late 20s from southeast of England.
Hmm.
Doesn't narrow it down much. It narrows it down to maybe like 25 billion people, or one in maybe 12.5 million.
Hmm. I do. That's why I make my heart attack chicken, the
Yeah.
crispy skin, and I make pork rinds. Oh, potato boy. All right. My goat tastes crazy good and so tender. It was never fed any feed, just wild forage. Yeah, exactly. Let's see. Crispy pork belly is the best. Rick Milton, Jonathan, hello and happy 4th of July. Well, thank you, Jamette. Glad you dropped in. I'd like to say something demeaning things about that dude. Yeah, if it's a dude, you never know. Parts of fats that need to be crispy. It could be, what do they call that? Non-binary?
Yeah. Remember that guy who used to troll me? Like, what was it? His whole thing was like he's on a TV show doing card tricks, like 20 years ago.
Really?
You'd have seen it. You'd have seen him because he used to always come on my channel. But it's something like something card tricks or something.
I might have. I'm trying to think of who that was.
Yeah, I can't remember his name.
Barbie's on August. Okay. You're being a scurbag again. Man, I'm telling you, it's. I hear an echo in Jonathan's, or is it my phone?
We sussed out she's got a TV on and she didn't look.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Channel surfing. Yeah, okay. Yeah, still doing videos and live streams on Sunday. Okay, yeah. Okay, so you're still there. I don't know why YouTube hasn't been sending me anything. Your phone. Haven't got any makeup, otherwise I'd come and say hello. Okay.
She will do in about 2.5 hours' time. She's got
Oh,
her own live stream. She's making cop out excuses.
watch whale. Picture that bad guy as you type. No? Watching porn
No.
and making himself feel better. Never heard of that. I don't even understand the whole porn thing. I never could understand why people waste their time with that.
No, I mean, I did when I was younger, but what do? You're at such a young age, you're not going to be like active in that kind of sense. I was fortunate I never became addicted to it or anything. It wasn't like a ritual or like a part of my day of life, love life sort of thing. They've made it hard now over here anyway, apparently. So I won't say who told me, but someone told me that basically when you try to watch, you have to sign up. Because you can't just like put something on nowadays. I don't know. So I thought, forget it. I'm getting too old now anyway. Too old.
I've always been too old for that. I just don't understand it. If I can't be attracted to anybody in person, how would I do it through a computer? It's not even possible.
Yeah.
Maybe I take a
Yeah,
confession. Let's see. Yeah, it's ringing curls. That's right. See, she's got a fan from Jerry. Good morning, Jerry. All right. Had it on my TV and cell turning off the TV. Okay. Let's see if I can. I'll never catch up with the comments, but I'm trying. Trip to see the potato guy. Yeah, but they never do. The trolls never make videos. They never come on and chat. They never.
No. Or if they do, they've got like a few pet playlists of like random things. Then they've got one of like them recording them on a skateboard, like in the shadow or something. It's like weird.
Yeah. Oh, there she is.
We've got someone. Right, we're going to bring on a very special guest, but before I do that, I want to do some certain things and press some certain buttons and stuff. So that sounds good.
Mm-hmm.
If it works, I don't know. Hello. How you doing?
I'm good, both of you. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Can you hear me?
I can hear you. Yes, I'll stop shouting. I thought after you said that I was copping out, I thought, well, I have to come on now.
Usually that sort of comment doesn't work with you. You're just like, no, I'm not doing it.
That's it. I thought, right, now I've got to come on. But Miss Mary's still asleep. Look, can you see her? She's not on the attack like Milton.
Yeah, I'm trying to make you bigger if I can.
Oh, try not
I can't
to.
do that. Oh no. Oh, I've got a load of buttons.
Uh-oh.
Jeez. There we go. We'll leave it there.
There's that better.
That works.
Happy Independence Day to you, Rick.
Thank
Well done,
you.
Rick. You've done nothing.
Really?
It's 250
Someone else did
years,
250 years ago.
That's true.
And are you celebrating this weekend?
Nope. I have to work later.
No,
I gotta
that's
do some
fair.
drywall patches. Just, I don't know. There's always something to do.
Well, you know we miss you anyway. As in the UK, we do miss our US cousins.
Yeah,
Well,
sometimes.
that's, yeah. Well, you know, people they do travel, and I mean, I never travel, but a lot of people do come here and get a chance to see what's happened since then.
Do you think you would ever come over to the UK, Rick?
I don't know. If I ever had enough money, I probably would, but I don't even have a passport, so I have to get that too.
Oh,
Maybe
we
if I
need
ever
to make
get
it
to
happen,
retire.
Jonathan.
Yeah,
That'll never happen.
it's on the itinerary.
There you go. If I ever get to retire, that would be a miracle right there.
Jonathan, you and I will have to go over and see Rick.
Yeah, that's the goal. The goal is to go over to the US at some point, and the Midwest, Texas, and Florida is on the agenda. I don't know how I'm going to manage because just recovering from each of those journeys is about a week.
Yeah.
So it'd be like a month tour. But, I've just shared Joe's channel in Rick's live chat, by the way, so if you want to follow up.
Oh, thank you. Yes,
She's
I am a
famous.
carnivore as well. I'm a dedicated carnivore, but I'm very open about it. I'm also on a GLP-1.
Mm-hmm.
So just putting it out there. I was saying to you before, wasn't I, Rick, that I've been carnivore since 2016, and yet was really surprised that I found I'd got pre-diabetes. I'm like, how do I have pre-diabetes when I don't have any complex carbs, any artificial sweeteners or anything? But it was just the nature of my metabolic health problems that I was having. So that's why I've got really bad sleep apnea and heart issues, and that's why I'm on the GLP-1 along with carnivore muscle, along with the carnivore diet.
Mm-hmm. That's interesting.
Love
I
it.
mean,
Yeah.
I would. It's strange that you would have that problem with the carnivore diet. I've been on the carnivore diet for decades. Maybe I have the problem too, but I don't feel bad.
I wonder though, Rick, because you've been on it for decades, I wonder if you offset any chance of getting any metabolic issues. So the reason why I went on carnivore was because I was already suffering with irritable bowel syndrome, and they found that complex carbs were setting off the inflammation in my gut. So I wonder if, because you've been a carnivore for 40 plus years now, that's why you never had that issue with the problems that began because of eating sugars. And I'm saying eating sugars. I'm not saying that sugars are a bad thing.
They are.
Well, I'm not saying that they're a bad thing, but they're a bad thing to some people.
Most people, all people.
I'll let you say that, Jonathan.
On behalf of me, from me. Yeah, the thing is, yeah, like you might have been carnivore, but being carnivore isn't like we talked earlier about metrics. It doesn't mean you fit this quotient or this bracket of way of eating. Therefore, you're not in a diseased state of some kind. Okay, I'm vegan. I'm vegan tomorrow. My spine's still messed up. I'm still autistic. I'm carnivore again. My spine's still messed up. I'm still autistic. You know, so what happened was what happened over the last year or two, thanks to the GLP-1s. So they allowed you to moderate your diet in a different way, to drop the weight, which means now, therefore, you're not suffering the same metabolic disease that you were to the same degree prior. So it's because of your weight. So the mass of your body will generally dictate your health outcomes. The more bigger you are, the more things risk to go wrong, because you've always got a surplus of energy within your cells. If your cells are always full, they can't empty. Therefore, the cells cannot resensitize the food that you take in, which means it's a continuum of being over fat. So that's why.
Is there any truth in fat cells also holding on to toxins?
Yes.
That's something that I've heard.
Sorry, adipose tissue stores toxins, yes. So stored body fat, yeah.
Because that was one thing that I was being seen by a rheumatologist because of the fibromyalgia and the Raynaud's, and they were saying that I'm prone to autoimmune issues, and it was her who told me to do, look at Milton, oh, he is gorgeous. But she said I should try the eating one meal a day to try and help get rid of some of those toxins or to help get rid of some of the adipose cells. I don't know, because Joe Science is a terrible thing. That's why I rely on you, Jonathan.
You have something called lipid peroxidase, and that is what you need to detoxify oxidative damage within your fat cells, adipose tissue stored in your body. If you have an over surplus or overburden of fat on your body, and you're losing body fat at a quicker than typically healthy rate, i.e. 0.5 to 1% of your total body weight per week is about maximum you want to lose. So if you're losing 2% of your body weight per week, you risk that crossing that threshold where that body fat dropping, although it might be good dropping body fat, your body will release some toxins at a faster rate. So what you have to do to stabilize that is consume more things such as omega-3 fatty acids, things containing multiple tocopherol sources of vitamin E, and that stabilizes the fat cells. So when you lose the fat through apoptosis, you don't get extra inflammation because of it. Your GP won't tell you that because they're thick a lot of the time. Not always, a lot of the time.
Well, there was a great question that came up by Steadfast. Did you see that a moment ago, Rick? She was asking about the pre-diabetes. So you're right, Steadfast. I didn't say I was pre-diabetic. It was something my GP said, but I don't know why that is the case. Jonathan, can you help answer that one?
Well, there isn't a better metric that people typically get for pre-diabetes. The problem with an elevated HbA1c is that it's just measuring the glycation of red blood cells over a 3-month span. So it gives you a snapshot over a period of time, but the thing is it only measures glycation within the red blood cells. But there's other tests you can use which are shorter span, such as fructosamine test, which that looks like what's happened in your blood cells over, say, 2-3 weeks or something. So it gives you a more accurate picture. If someone is walking around right now with a HbA1c of 20 in UK digits versus, 4, the person with 20 is more likely to be pre-diabetic. So, yeah. If you're looking at, it's about the area under the curve, how long it takes your body to clear glucose from the blood. The longer it's in the blood, the more damage that can occur. But the problem is with the glucose in the blood is when it peaks too high, that's when the glycation rate increases exponentially. So imagine that's your blood vessels, You've got sugar going through it, just normal rate, just flowing through like water, you know. Now imagine you've got more glucose in it, so it's thicker, so it's like a gel. Now it's going to take more time to get through. And as that basically reacts a faster rate with the endothelial line within the blood, the cell wall of the blood vessel, that then causes more damage because there's more oxidative stress on the endothelium, which is the innermost cell wall. Now, when that happens, you get something called foam cells, which are constituted of fibrous tissue or fibrotic tissue, which means that you get like plaque basically that builds up. So yeah.
And that's why they put me on statins.
They put you on statins because they're fucking morons. If you look at a coronary artery plaque, you're looking at 2 to 3% of that plaque, that little blockage, being constituted of cholesterol. So you're trying to get rid of something which is virtually nothing. It's actually the firefighter trying to put out the fire, but it's been given a bad rap.
Oh.
So
cholesterol
also,
isn't.
Yeah.
This is why I like spending time with Jonathan, Rick. It's an education, and also he's very, very handsome as well.
Yes, I would agree with that.
I'll take it. I'll take any compliments I get. That is.
And you know something else, Rick, and you'll know this as well. It was Jonathan's birthday last week. Jonathan is a Cancerian, and there's something about us Cancerians. We are very, very considerate, and we do think the world of other people. So it does make me laugh when Jonathan can be acerbic. Sorry, I love that. I don't know who said it of you, Jonathan, but they are spot on. But at the same time, you are so lovely and so considerate of everyone, and you've always got such a nice thing to say about people. And I'll say, and Rick, I hope you don't mind me saying this as well, but Jonathan speaks. He thinks the world of you. He really does. He's always talking about you, and he just thinks the world of you. And I know that you're firm friends. I know that people say virtual isn't a real thing, but of course it's a real thing. You two have made such a great friendly connection without actually having met in person. And he thinks the world of you. And there's so many people in this community as well that he thinks the world of. So as I say, Jonathan, yes, you can be acerbic, but you're also such a kind and considerate man.
Thanks very much. I appreciate that. Yeah. I think if you can say all that positive stuff about me and whatever, and I can live as an autistic man in my situation, and the worst someone can say about me is I'm a bit acerbic. There's much worse things to be called, you know.
True that.
It's quite, like if you think, Joe, like say like your top 5 friends, you have like pros and cons for all of them. They're all quite good or quite bad at some sort of things. Maybe you're late or unreliable, or maybe they're really over the top. I don't know. There'll be something about them. And I think, if someone finds me a bit sharp, then good. It means I need to keep the wits about them.
Well, there is that. I wonder if this is why you and Rick do get on so well. Because as you say, none of you are shy at telling your own opinions. None of you are shy at letting people know that sometimes what they're saying is absolute rubbish.
That's right.
Yeah, I don't always say the same thing as Rick, and sometimes I'm like, I can see why I'd say this thing, and it's quite a contentious thing to say. He'll find rationale of why I've said it. He may not agree, but he can understand how I come to the conclusion.
And you, as you say, you'll also rattle it out. So I like the fact that, like sometimes, Rick, you and your community are a bit hard on us GLP-1ers. But then that's what I also like about the community, is that we can also have the conversations, because there's many people in the GLP-1 space who are on it because they want to look great for their summer holidays. They want to look great in a bikini, for example, or a mankini. But there's many of us. So, right, note to self, mankinis are off your Christmas lists.
You will never see me in anything like that.
This is one of the first times I've seen Rick so thrown off by someone. Like, I think because you're so eccentric, and Rick's also so eccentric. It's like, hang on a minute, what?
Don't you worry, Rick. I'm not going to send you a neon mankini in the post. I will not do
Like
it.
a Borat one, like a bright yellow one.
Yeah. I won't do it. I won't
I
do it.
pictured that. Oh, whoops. That's going to be in some meme somewhere. I don't know. Rick the Duck Killer.
We'll have to get Bob. We'll have to get Bob to write a song about it.
Yeah. Oh my god.
I don't know what's worse, that or Daisy Duke shorts.
We'll leave Jonathan to the Daisy Duke shorts. Jonathan looks great. Jonathan looks great. Your physique
I
is
look good in
amazing.
short shorts.
And in the short shorts. Oh dear. Anyway, what was we talking about? I really should go. I should go.
Stay on for as long as you want.
Bringing chaos into this nice space.
Well, behind the scenes, Rick and I have been adjudicating the live chat, the numbers, and the numbers are doing okay. So you can stay for a little bit.
Oh, all right then. You tell me when the numbers drop, and I'll get off. Who is this mad-haired woman? Oh dear. Oh, now Rick, I wanted to ask you. You know the kittens. Are you going to name them, or are you going to continue calling them Garfield and Calico Cat?
I was hoping that somebody would have picked them up by now, but I guess if I keep them, I'll name them. But I just call the big one Miss Kitty and the Calico and Garfield, and that's what I've been calling them.
And they answer to it as well. I love seeing them come to you.
They know where the food is. Same thing with the ducks. When they see me, they come running.
Those ducks are wild. They're wild.
They're funny. And they'll eat anything. If it's edible to a human, they'll gobble it up.
True. I wonder if ducks have an issue with sugars. I know they're not supposed to eat bread, are they? That's not supposed to be good for them.
The problem with ducks, if they eat a lot of bread, it interferes with their protein absorption. They get what's called angel wing. The wings, the feathers grow crooked. But my ducks eat a lot of insects. So even if they do eat the bread, a lot of times they don't even eat the bread. I give them bread, they'll eat it, and then they come back and they look at it like, I don't want that. And they'll go around the yard looking for bugs. So they get a more balanced diet. They eat plant material, insects. They love meat, by the way. If you give them any meat scraps, they will devour that first.
So they're also true carnivores, aren't they?
They are. Ducks are almost like dinosaurs. I mean, they'll eat anything. I've had people bring me meat that was going bad. They said, "Oh, give it to the ducks," and they'll eat it. They will gobble it up. They love to eat. That's why they grow so big. But they're nice to have around because they're almost like a flying trash can. They'll eat anything, and then they produce fertilizer out the other end.
Oh, and this is why your garden grows so well.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, I love that.
I have more bananas in my front yard than anybody else. They're huge. I have 30-foot tall banana plants because of all the compost in the ducks.
My dad's still in St. Lucia in the Caribbean, and he's got a banana plantation. So I'll have to ask him how he keeps that going. I know that when we were kids and we went over to the plantation, and we spotted there were also some other interesting flowers that were growing, some of the green stuff. Apparently you could smoke it, but But ours was not to ask my dad anything about that. We didn't ask him. Now, you mentioned insects, Rick. Rick, Jonathan, can I ask you both this?
Mm-hmm.
How do you feel about insect-based protein? Is that something that will ever make it onto your dinner plates?
Well, I do it
Rick.
secondhand. I let the ducks eat it first, and then I eat the ducks and eggs. So I get it secondhand.
I've tried all of that in university. They predicted in 3 to 5 years' time it'd be in as a part of or a cereal brand chain or something like that. It's not, so it won't be a thing in the future. In terms of taste, it's bland like cardboard. Until you add something to it, it just takes taste onto it. I'd say if you're to say it tastes like anything, I'd say cricket protein probably tastes a bit, or textures a bit like honey puff cereal. You know, that big fluffy man thing with the honey on it. Doesn't taste like honey, but it's the same.
I know who you mean. The Honey Monster, Sugar Puffs.
Yeah.
Right. So I think I could handle, because I don't know who said it a minute ago, but they were on about the cost of beef. And beef is expensive, meat is expensive. And I think if it has that kind of texture, I think I could handle crickets. But my sister said that they were eating spiders when they went to Thailand. My sister didn't eat one. She said she wouldn't because someone mentioned that they've got like a juice sack in there. And I'm like, no, I don't think I could eat anything that has got its own juice sack.
Yeah, they have some sort of weird fiber in them called like chitin or chitin, CHITIN. It's meant to be like an anti-nutrient, so until they can get rid of that, it probably won't be mass produced to any degree.
No, that makes sense. Okay, fellas, well, I am going to love you and leave you. It was lovely seeing you all. And for anyone who's celebrating Independence Day this weekend, much love to you all. And hopefully I'll see you all next week. So enjoy the weekend, folks.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks for popping on.
No worries. You take care. I'll go back into the chat.
Yeah.
All right.
All right. See you in a bit.
Bye.
Bye.
There we go.
There we
That's a
go.
nice guest.
Yes. Let's see if anybody else will dare to come in.
Yeah, the link's in the chat, guys.
I think they get intimidated. They see there's a quack on one side, and then there's a scary-looking
Big baldy
bodybuilder on the other.
Yeah.
But yeah, that was a nice revelation that you actually say good things about me, because I think in some circles they don't say good things about me. It's like that Rick, I don't know. I can only imagine what some of the popular carnivore cult thinks of me. They're probably thinking, oh, they say Rick. Oh, don't mention that name. I can't stand that Rick.
I don't think they think that. I think if they don't know you that well, they probably just think he's a bit of a strange sort of guy. And that's about all they think. I don't think people go out of their way to
All right, look who's
say
here.
hateful things. We've got a guest.
Yes.
Topless Kurt. How you doing?
Hey, good morning. So I have a question. I don't have super chat. So, Jonathan,
Sure.
my question is this. If I start to work out, will I burn more fat than being stagnant?
Yeah.
Call it a dumb question. Anybody, I don't care. I want to put this question out there. Will I burn more fat than being sedentary?
Yeah.
Because I noticed that my weight tends to, like this week I've been off, I've gone up a couple pounds, but I still feel good.
Yeah. I'm not sure. What are you asking? You're asking something else by decoy.
Just a second here. I'm trying to fix I can't hear you. Speakerphone. I want to reproportion.
Go to the gym
And
tomorrow.
I want to get rid of my adipose fat. I think that's the correct word. I'm not sure. My belly fat.
Yeah. Go to the gym tomorrow.
I can't.
We'll start
I'm
today.
trying to hear you just a second. Trying to figure this thing out. This phone does not like me. Try this again. So what was your answer?
Yes, go to the gym today or tomorrow.
Yeah, go to the gym today or tomorrow.
All right. And the other thing I wanted to do is happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy belated birthday, dear Jonathan. Happy birthday to you. And many more to come.
Thank you. I wasn't expecting that at all, but you've got a very lovely voice. Wish I could sing that well. Yeah,
I don't think
wish
so.
I could.
But thank you.
They're much better than mine. Actually, the only person I know that's a better singer is probably Joe.
Okay, I'm gonna have to figure this out. So I'm gonna step out and try to figure. I can't hear anything. So
right.
I appreciate it.
Thanks for coming on.
Go. All right.
There we go. That was very nice. I didn't expect that at all.
Yeah, the ducks, they go in and out of my yard. They go all over the neighborhood. The ducks are always looking for food. I think a duck's life is basically looking to eat and looking to mate. Like a lot of people, I think the same way.
Yeah.
Let's see. Yeah, like you said, I think because I'm a strange one, some of the carnivore personalities, they avoid me. There's a certain person that we both know about that interviewed me a couple of years ago, but he became part of the popular crowd now, and he removed my interview from his channel. I think we both know who that is.
Joey Schwartz. Carnival
Well, Joey
camaraderie.
Schwartz disappeared. I'm thinking of Broccoli Head. You know who Broccoli Head is?
Ooh, yeah. Where'd they go?
He's still out there, but I think he got teamed up with the SPG group or one of those other popular carnivores.
I find it bloody abysmal. One of the young carnivores out there, he's got similar sort of channel to me in terms of what he talks about. 93,000 subscribers.
Huh. Wonder who that is.
Doing it all wrong. I wish I had more strength to sit at the computer to devote more time to YouTube. I do actually quite enjoy it. It's just painful work a lot of the time. That's the only thing.
Yeah. Well, that's the problem.
Yeah. I mean, if I had a setup in my bed, the thing is, I thought about this already. So I thought if I had a set in my bed and had like a pull-out like tray with my laptop and stuff in it, I'll be lying down, so I'll be falling asleep whenever I'm trying to do work.
Mm-hmm.
So you have to be upright, otherwise your brain thinks you're asleep.
Right.
I don't really think there's a fix.
That's true. We're all vegan because our meat is forced to eat plants. Yeah, right.
Yeah.
I mean, I have to admit, I feel lucky that I've never had to deal with any kind of chronic health issues. So it's hard for me to understand. But on the other hand, I do respect the efforts that people put in there. And the fact that Jonathan can do what he does is amazing to me. I always talk highly about you, and I get in trouble for that too. So, you always say so many good things about Jonathan. Well, it's just the way that I feel. But it's interesting to know that I'm getting the same thing that Joe was saying, that you talk about me in a good way. So that's very encouraging.
Of course, yeah. I mean, yeah, I'm someone that's very open and straightforward with what I think. If, I don't know, someone I've ever down talked or whatever came across the screen or I met them in person, and for some reason I had an implication to say what I thought, I would say it, regardless of what it was. Like I met again, I saw George and Lainey my birthday weekend last week. Lainey came up to me and she said, "You know what, Jonathan? When I first met you, I didn't really like you at all." But then she went off to explain whatever the situation was. She's like, "Yeah, I was completely wrong," and I was like, "Yeah, it takes a bit. So sometimes we have to sort of give people a bit of time. We're not all for everyone, are we, Rick? For sure. But you know, like I said, I'm very sincere with what I say, and that's all there is to it. There's no second guessing with me.
Mm-hmm.
Ever."
Well, it's like me. And I've been pretty consistent. I wish my old videos were still out there, because my older videos from 20 years ago, I almost look the same. I sound the same. Nothing has changed. But some of these people that are personalities, they change regularly. I guess whatever's popular at the moment, they're going to go in that direction. And then they slowly erase some of the other things that they've done. And I think it's just a matter of following a trend, because they're in it for the money and I'm not. So
yeah, there's not a great deal of money whether you've got 4,500, 16,000, 20,000 subscribers. I think it's not until you get 50k plus that you're really starting to look at thinking,
right,
well, man, quite a few $100 a month here, sort of thing.
That's true. And if you've been permanently demonetized like me, well, it's not even worth bothering. I have a way of getting in trouble, and I don't even try to. And there's Tim. I see that he's dropped in. He's another one that's always working out. He's not carnivore, but he seems to be doing quite well. But
yeah, sometimes I drop by his channel just to show a bit of support.
Yeah, he does a lot of, like, his exercise. He does a lot of outdoor exercise besides the gym. So it's kind of interesting. But he lives in a cooler climate, so I think he tries to take advantage of the summer when he can.
Yeah, that's fair enough. Yeah, it's good talking about that.
Let's see, that. A lot of comments today. Lovely singing, Kurt. There we go. Yep, great voice. While you're out, do push-ups. Yep. But I mean, Jonathan is definitely different, because not only is he carnivore, but he also has to deal with the chronic health issues that a lot of people don't. Can you send me 23 pounds of giant bananas? Hey, if you were down here, you could pick them. I have mangoes too. I just picked a bunch of mangoes for a friend of mine, and there's always tropical fruit here. That's why I kind of think that when you live in a tropical climate, maybe you live on an island or something, you may be able to have a slightly different diet than someone who would live up north, where they don't have any fruits or vegetables in the winter.
Yeah, I'm in a bit of a weird position with like pain conditions and stuff. It's, on one hand, people want to know about it, and they don't know how I live. They just see me and think, oh, he's muscular, he's got life easy. They don't have even a remotest clue. It's harrowing sometimes when I talk to people and they don't understand even how explicit you detail your life. So on one hand, I have to be open and honest and authentic to people, so they know where I'm coming from, my experience, how might or might not be relatable. On the other hand, I absolutely despise talking about it, because my day evolves around it every single day. And if I go to the gym, oh, what happened to your leg? I'm disabled, sorry. Oh, if I pull a face or something, if I'm sat in a taxi because I'm in pain because I've just gone straight over a giant speed bump. Oh, you're right. I've got to explain I'm in pain. How I fashion my days. You know, my entire life evolves around pain. People don't have a fucking clue. It's not fibromyalgia. It's not arthritis. It's significantly much, much, much worse. The only people that can relate to it are people that experience it. So when people tell me, oh, I'm in pain, I actually listen to it. I pull my finger out and do something about it. I think, they're in pain. Can I give them a painkiller tablet? Can I give them a tip if they seem to request it? Is it something I do which might help them? I try and be helpful about it. I don't just, oh, what happened to you? You know, it's nothing worse than that. You know, it makes you feel ill mentally. It's the most harrowing thing to live with, honestly. Other than I don't know, other than what's the word, terminal cancer and ALS, nothing is worse. Other than be like quadriplegic or like extreme examples, obviously, but nothing is worse, and that is the God's honest, sworn down truth. So I'm trying to be. I want to be positive, but it's very hard to be positive if people keep highlighting how disabled you are and how you don't seem this way or whatever. It drains your soul, you know.
Well, that's the
I
thing.
can still talk to you, Rick, and be glad that you didn't experience this, honestly, because that's quite nice for me because you don't complain about fucking anything.
Well, I mean, if I do complain, you don't want to hear it because it's going to be very it's going to be very bad. I've had times where things break down and I end up just losing it and breaking it in pieces. I have a very bad temper when I'm pushed up against the wall.
Yeah, I can have a temper, but my temper comes out. People always misread it. It's more of just upset and anguish. I'm not really, maybe like anguish and distress. People might read that as anger, and I'm like, I'm crying in front of you because I'm in pain. You think I'm angry? Okay.
Well, it's like I tell
Life
people,
goes on.
you know, we have plants here that'll make you itch called velvet bean. And I got mad at somebody and I lost my temper. Well, that was because I got into the velvet bean. It got on my skin and I was itching. They say it's like, I don't know if you've ever seen the itching powder that you use as a gag. That's what they used to make this from. It said worse than a cartload of fleas. It was absolutely horrible. And I offended somebody because I was itching like crazy and they kept asking me questions and I lost it. I said, get out of here. Leave me alone. And I ran back in the house and I had to get in the shower because I was being tortured by the itch. And I tried to explain to him, I said, look, I was suffering, but they're not used to it because I normally don't. So if you're in pain all the time, I would assume that it would be like that, but worse, because I know that once I get in the shower and I wash all that off and I take a break, it will go away and it won't come back if I don't go into that plant. But I can only imagine if you're dealing with this pain, you can't get rid of it. It's not something that you can just take away.
Yeah, that's been my experience.
Mm-hmm.
For sure. Yeah, I appreciate that. Is this a question?
Yeah.
So I commented earlier, 50-year-old carnivore, lost 90 pounds, yada, yada, yada. My testosterone level started at 204 carnivore, went to 315. I started topical TRT and level is 283. Point number one, how close to the time of your blood test did you apply it? Point number two, when did you last wash in relation to the time that you applied topical testosterone gel? Number three, what dosage are you using? Number four, do you know what your estradiol level is and other corresponding male sex hormones are? I paint a more of a greater picture. The other thing is just use an injection. Goes in the body. I'm not going to worry about it rubbing off. More efficient, quicker. You don't have to put a patch on every day or a few days. More reliable blood levels. Typically, you'd see a level of assuming it's 150 milligrams of testosterone cypionate per week, you'd probably be looking at 800 to 1,000 on a blood test. So your dosage might just be too low, or your conversion rate might be low, or your application might be improper, or your blood test in relation to the last time you applied the patch might be too great. So that's what I'll be looking at. I'm not a phlebotomist. I'm not a medical healthcare professional, but that's probably the most succinct answer you're probably going to get without more knowledge or info. So, we got a... Wow, I've not had a member in a long time, so thank you very much, Meathead for Life. Much appreciated. These don't come cheap either, guys, so make good use of them, hopefully.
Kurt
And,
is a
thank
generous
you.
man. That's why he's
Very
one of my
generous.
number one carnivore supporters. Actually, he is a number one carnivore
Yeah.
supporter at this point.
Now I know who he is. Obviously, I know Kurt, who just came on. I do recognise Meathead for Life in lots of live chats. But sometimes,
Mhm.
you know, when you can't put the name with the channel together, like people say, oh, that's Juliet. And I'm like, who's that? Well, I don't know. But now I know. So thank you very much. I appreciate that. Should we do more questions?
Let's see.
Have we done them all?
I think so. I mean, it's just mostly comments. Let me double check. Where did I put this? Oh, boy. Okay. Huh. It's definitely different than the old OBS method, but
Yeah.
find it eventually.
You know, I've practiced a lot of the OBS stuff, you know, but I think for the way I make my videos now, I don't have time to like drag, drop, import, export. I just want record, start and finish done, all the graphics on here for me. Makes it more efficient for me. But if you're talking about quality, the way you got to do it is the way Rick does it, to be honest, with OBS.
Yeah, that's when you're poor and you don't have a streaming service, you have to be creative. But I don't use AI. It's just very basic. But it's okay. It works.
Yeah.
Let's see. Okay. I think I found the spot. Yeah, there it is. Okay. I got to remember it's highlighted. There we go. Here are no answers, diagnosis. And okay, I have a fitness channel, a bunch of information you're interested. Yes. Yes. And he's, I believe, 40. Are you 45, Tim? I forget. I know you're in your 40s. So very active. He's also a bike rider like me, you know, always moving around on the bicycle. I get frustrated with a lot of people I know because they'll get in their car to make a short trip. And I tell them, well, why don't you use the bicycle? Oh, it's too hot. There's always an excuse. I said, but you're just going to the store. You're not going to work. If you are in a suit or something and you want to look good, okay, I can understand tasting the car. But if you're just going to go somewhere, if you want to go to the park, why would you? I mean, you have kids. Just there's a bicycle path that goes from here to the park. I mean, it's 4 miles, but you're going to get in the car, drive over there, try to find a place to park when you could just hop on the bicycle and go. And I don't understand why, because we don't get rain that often here, except, you know, the rainy season. It's not, I mean, it's hot, but it's not that hot. But you're going to go to the park, but you have to drive there in an air conditioned car. I don't get it.
Yeah. The only air conditioning that I go in of my room at the moment, which is not great, is my friend Liz's car. She's got like she's disabled as well, so she gets like a disability sort of car, and it's like fresh, clean. Aircon works perfectly. So when you get in there, you think you're in a different room, like a different country. It's brilliant.
Mm-hmm. Well, believe it or not, my old truck, when it was running, it had air conditioning that was so cold, the windows would fog up on the outside when the sun was going down. I could drive around. It would be 95 degrees outside, and it would be 65 inside the truck. And I had friends with brand new trucks, and because they use a different refrigerant, the air conditioning is not as cold. And one of my friends one time, his new truck broke down on the expressway. So he calls me up. I was over in Hialeah getting some material. I said, I'll pick you up. So I picked him up in my truck, and he was in the middle of the road, which was kind of dangerous. I had to kind of get up to the center of the road. I told him, you know, my truck has a bench seat, so you don't have to go from the driver's side. So what I did, I got out of the truck. I said, get in the bench seat and slide over. And then I took off so we could get him back to, you know, his home, because he left the truck there for the, you know, the maintenance, what do you call it? The tow truck to pick it up so they could take it in for service. And he was driving in my truck. He says, this thing is really cold. He didn't realize. He said, I didn't think your truck had air conditioning. I didn't know they had air conditioning back then. I said, it's a 1990 truck. They've had air conditioning since the 1950s. But to him, I guess because it was old, there's no air conditioning. I said, it comes with air conditioning. And I said, I do all my own mechanic work. Do you think that I would tolerate driving in the heat with no air conditioning? Well, of course not. For a normal person, it would cost them $1,000 or more to get the air conditioning fixed. For me, it cost me $12 because I had a leak in the compressor and I bought the seal kit. I actually made a video which YouTube deleted, but I have the clips. I think what I'm going to do, because I made that video almost 10 years ago, I may put it back together so you can see what I looked like 10 years ago. And even though it's the same room, the books were different. There were some differences in here. But I think it is kind of fascinating that a lot of times, we get these comforts, we may take them for granted. But I think when people get too comfortable, I think that's when they start to have problems. They see certain things as a convenience and they
Yeah.
just ignore the little things they could do during the day. What do they call that? They call that non-exercise thermogenesis.
Activity
Neat.
thermogenesis. Yeah.
Yeah,
That's it.
activity. Yeah, neat. How much energy you're consuming at rest. And I think in my case, it must be higher than average because when everybody else is cold, I'm comfortable. So, and again, at my age, you would think in your 50s, you would start to slow down. But I
Yeah.
think a lot of the slowing down is from lifestyle, not just from being old.
Yeah. I think lifestyle. You have to, like I always say, like, oh, you don't have to necessarily be a religious person or join certain things, but like, if there's a club you can go to where you play checkers, where you learn to cook together or you learn to draw together, it gets you out of the house doing something just a bit extra. And imagine that increases your activity by say 10% a day. That's a lot. That's a lot of you almost create a bigger a base or volume that you can, if you happen to overeat that day, you can eat more.
Mm-hmm.
Cheers, Tim. Remember how to spell my name correctly for the 6th time. 5th time. Yeah, cheers. I'm not that tough. I'm just man living in his own body, trying to do his best.
Remember, there
appreciate it.
is no H in Jonathan.
Oh. We've got some questions. If I chuck them on the screen quickly, if that's
Go ahead.
right. Jerry asked, "I am doing a religious patriotic fast during the month of July. Yesterday was the first time I was ultra cold. What do you think may have triggered my chill? No food, lots of electrolytes." Could be the differential between the temperature it was when you did a fast earlier in the year versus now, winter versus summer, or it could be immunological related. Outside of that, I couldn't even guess. I'd be guessing that it's probably because it's the time of year when you go from a hypermetabolic state, you're physically active, and now your body's found a way to auto-regulate itself to cool itself down because it's recognizing not putting food in. Therefore, your mitochondrial spin has reduced somewhat, so you have less of what Rick mentioned earlier of non-exercise activity thermogenesis. Therefore, your thyroid output is also lower as a result of a food deficit. That's my best guess. Next question. Wondering about others' thoughts regarding factory farms for grocery meats. I think we'll find most of it's factory farming, to be honest, unless you buy it and it says it's not. When you go to the place where it's made and you think, "Oh, look, that's not a factory." I don't think it is much difference in terms of like the nutritional quality at all. Really, very little. Nothing you really notice. In the day, you got to feel good about what you eat, so buy the best that you can afford reasonably without putting yourself in a bit of a mess. What do you think, Rick?
A lot of it depends on the type of meat. The small meats like chicken and pork are generally factory farmed, but things like cows and maybe some goats, some of these other meats, they're not factory farmed because most of these ruminant meats, they're generally raised on low quality feed, which is going to be on more marginal land, and they tend to be smaller operations. A lot of times towards the end of their life, they will send them to a feedlot to fatten them up and maximize the profit. But I think if you're worried about factory farming, you're probably better off if you can afford it to concentrate on the ruminant meats, like, for example, the lamb, the goat, beef, because those animals cannot be effectively raised in a factory or CAFO setting. They can be fattened up in a feedlot, but if the pork and chicken, they can be raised very effectively in the factory farm. And I have to admit that I do eat a lot of pork or chicken because I don't have the money. But the thing is, if the factory farm meats were bad, there should have been some type of bad effect on me after decades of eating those meats. So it's like the eggs. I know people that will only eat the pasture raised eggs, but my theory is if it is an egg, an actual egg, there's a certain minimum amount of things that have to be in the egg to make it an egg. So if you're going to eat the factory farm foods, just eat more of it. And if you can add the non-factory farm meats, maybe you can go hunting or fishing or whatever else you like to eat. You can do that too. Because it's like my ducks, even though I feed them garbage duck food, they can still go out there and get some whole foods. And then they're able to effectively deal with that. I see that Jonathan has popped out. Maybe his video froze up. All right. Well, he'll come back when he comes back. All right. Let's see. Do you take any substances for pain, cannabis, or kratom? Jonathan can answer that, but yes, he does. And Jonathan can answer that if you like. And the first one is definitely on the agenda. Afternoon, everyone, from hot and sunny UK. Well, Lainey, I'm glad you're here, and I am glad that it's actually sunny over there, because normally when we think about UK, we think about it being kind of rainy. There we go. Jonathan has returned. There we go.
Yeah, sorry, it's my
Internet.
My Wi-Fi.
Yeah, Wi-Fi. Tim had a question, which I skipped over, but I tried to answer it. Where did it go? I don't think I'll ever get used to this. He was asking about what you use for pain management. For some reason, I lost it. Where did it go? Okay. He had asked about cannabis or kratom.
Oh, yeah, medical cannabis I pay for, get prescribed. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I mentioned that you use the medical cannabis. Tim also is into cannabis.
Yeah. Interesting.
And again, some people might think that I'm against plant foods, but I'm not. As you know, I don't have a problem with eating fruits and vegetables if it doesn't harm them. And I don't have a problem with people using plant compounds for, let's say, managing pain or eliminating parasites or infections or stuff like that. There are many plant chemicals that can do that. So,
well, yeah, I mean, I'll challenge anyone that said to me that I shouldn't use it to step in my shoes for a day and tell me how many hours you survive.
Well, what I can't understand is what is wrong with using plant material as medicine if you're carnivore. I mean, I've had animals, I've had cats, they get a terrible flea problem, and I'll go to the neem tree and I'll get the neem leaves and blend it up and put it all over their skin, and it eliminates the fleas.
That's right, yeah. That and vitamin B1 as well.
There you go. And these are for carnivores. A cat is a carnivore, and yet there are plant materials that you get a parasite. There are certain plants that you can take that will expel the parasite. So if you're a carnivore and you say that all plants are bad, you're self-destructing. Because again, another thing, people who garden, like me, live longer than those who don't, even though I don't eat much from my own yard. But just going outside, digging in the ground, cutting branches, doing all the things that I do, I think it helps with your mental state and it helps keep you active. All the older people that garden in my neighborhood lived at least 5 years longer than the ones that sat around, and their life was a better quality. And again, that's plants. So you don't have to be the strict sort of dogmatic, I'm a carnivore and that's it. And as people also know, I ferment plant material on a regular basis, and I will consume that with meat. In fact, now that I'm eating pork, I should have some sauerkraut with the pork. I don't know if anybody is familiar, but I've mentioned this many times. I say, oh, we'll take your carnivore card away. Well, no, you're not going to take my carnivore card away because I don't have a carnivore card. I just live the carnivore lifestyle. AI broccoli head guy and AI is referring to you, Rick, as holy grail figure at an interview with you as a gold mine. That's interesting. I am not aware of that. Every time I've asked AI about myself, I don't get anything. I have desert storm syndrome. They have no idea what I have, all the symptoms of fibromyalgia, arthritis, depression, brain fog, on and on. They don't know where it came from. Well, with all the chemicals they released, you could be sure it could be anything. It could be radiation sickness, knowing those people. Is carnivore helping at all? That's a good question. I'm sure she'll answer that. And Jonathan will return once he gets his internet straightened out. I was saying to myself, okay, let's see. Well, I still have 66 people watching. That's pretty amazing. Absolutely, when I stick to it. And by the way, if anyone is in doubt that I support the plant eaters, I can show you the mangoes I picked, and I have friends that grow fruit. There we go.
Yeah.
Internet doesn't like you today.
No, I can't think why. My Wi-Fi is on like maximum. No one else is using it.
I'm so old fashioned. I don't even have Wi-Fi. My computer connects with cable. I have a floor. You can probably see it. It's inside of this. So my computer's connected. If I was to cut this cable, then I would be knocked offline. I put that shield on it to keep Milton from biting the cable because that was a bad habit of his.
Is that working?
What's that?
Does it work?
It works beautifully. I never have a problem. Wi-Fi is terrible because in my neighborhood, we have a lot of neighbors. The houses are close together, and they use those Wi-Fi channels. And what I've noticed is that they interfere. You might have, there's only so many channels on a Wi-Fi router, and you might have 10 routers. Some of these houses have multiple Wi-Fi extenders, and they're sharing channels. It's terrible when you try to use Wi-Fi here. It goes on and off. It's just very frustrating. But when you do it wired, no problem.
Yeah, mine's wired in, and I can also connect it to my phone if I need to, and I can also connect it to a, like a booster thing. So I've got 3 ways of connecting to internet.
Normally, when I upload videos from my phone, I use a USB cable. I have one of those lightning to USBs, which it's around here somewhere.
Yeah.
Why do I hear a noise?
I'm going to head off in a minute, Rick. I'm starting to get a bit sore. I've got 3 questions that I'm going to get to.
Okay.
From Wild Cowboy 15V. No profile channel image. That's a shame. I'm sure he's not in pain while he's hitting the gym 7 days a week, 3 hours a day. I don't think I'm upright that long in a week. So I go to the gym. It leads on to Joe's question, basically. But so I go to the gym 3 times a week, at most, in any given week. And I train for less than an hour each time. I use a method of training created by Dr. Doug McGuff. Dr. Doug McGuff. And he had a training system he used specifically for aged, elderly, disabled, injured people. And it works. At the end of the day, I've got like 15 fucking trophies over there that say, fuck you, bastard. Yeah. So that's not you, Joe. That's the other guy who's trying to dismantle my efforts of just being a patient human being trying to enjoy his life. So, yeah. That's about as abrasive as I'll get today, Rick, so don't worry. Sorry about that. But, it is winding me up for hours to think about that. That's a good question. But, the way I train is it's developed specifically over 17 years of training now to get to this point. I'm doing a lot less than I used to be, but I'm getting more results from it. So it's working pretty well.
And
I have
the
a
thing is,
playlist on my channel as well called Exercise. Check that out.
one of the reasons that I really look to Jonathan as the authority when it comes to bodybuilding and body composition is because he does not have to exercise as much. Most of these younger guys that are all juiced up, they just go to the gym, I think, as a way of showing off. So they do all these workouts, and they act like they're working so hard. And yet there are some people, I mean, there's older guys like me that you'll see, they have a home gym. They may work out no more than an hour and they look absolutely great. They don't have injuries. They're not trying to push the weight and impress everybody else. So Jonathan has turned it into a science. This is not someone trying to just show off, how much weight I can move around. And he uses deliberate technique. It's smart because it's the same way that I think when I'm working. If something is too heavy to lift, I will change my position or I'll find another way to do it.
Yeah.
So he's working around all these physical issues and able to maintain and even build a great physique. And people can make fun of it, but they can't disprove it. That's the thing.
Yeah, I mean, if I give you something, you say you're going to struggle with this, and you do it. Well, I better eat my words when you do it.
Right.
It speaks for itself. I'm not the best bodybuilder in the world by any means, but I think given the circumstances, I'm doing all right. And training itself does something called pain inhibition. So, for example, if someone out there is living with ADHD, some kind of focus cognitive disorder of some kind, now I give them a fidget spinner, I give them a Rubik's Cube, I give them a ball. They're going to concentrate a lot harder because they've got a external focus. Me, with my internal focus being autism, my external focus being overstimulated often by sensory stuff, then the pain as well. I've got like a trifecta of constant torment. So if I can find anything which bridges that gap, which allows me to live a more enjoyable life and do something I want to do, yeah, I'm going to do it. Even if it was checkers, people would still take the mick. If it was, I don't know, drawing pictures of daisies, oh, why'd you do that? We all have our own weird little hobbies, unique quirks, and things we like to do. All our weird little niches. And no one else has to like the same thing I do or what Rick does either. But do appreciate and accept if someone's doing it and they're doing a good job of it. That speaks volumes about their character, I think.
That's right. But again, a lot of people like to use an excuse. And I get very frustrated because on one hand, they say, well, I'm too fat, I don't feel good, and this and that. Oh, I'm just old. Okay, that's the main excuse. I'm too old. All right, that's fine. I understand that. But what if there's somebody out there that has more problems than you, that has terrible chronic pain, that has issues, mental issues, or whatever else it is, and they're able to make progress? What is your excuse? You're an otherwise healthy individual, but you've chosen to just not even try. So what is the point? And then when you go to criticize somebody else who's making progress, what exactly does that accomplish? Nothing.
Yeah. Like I said, the measurement of a man, Rick. We got a question from Kurt. Either one of us might be able to help. It's about beeping out confidential information or private information from videos. There's a few ways you can do it. You can go to YouTube Studio after the fact they've uploaded it, manually edit certain bits and trim out audio, or you can use a video editing software which does that. Basically, you have to find, usually if you've got a video clip, extract audio. I can't do it, can't show you. You're asking a very complicated thing for a YouTube live stream. So you have the MP4 file, whatever it is, extract audio, so then you've got an MP4 video file and an MP3 audio file. And you go through, scroll through where you want it, split, copy, delete. That's how you can get rid of something, but it will create jump cuts. Rick, you might have another way of doing it, I don't know.
Well, the way I used to do it is so primitive. What I would do, I would feed the video from one device to the other, and then I had a manual key, and it actually had
Oh,
a tone. It was like 4 or 5 k hertz or whatever it was beep. So what I would do every time that I wanted to beep something out, I would just manually push the key, and it would overwrite it with a beep. But normally, what I'll do, I'll use a DaVinci Resolve, or I used to use one called Pativi, and then I'll do like Jonathan said, I'll separate it into the video and audio stream, and then where the audio is, you just mark it here at the beginning, mark it here at the end, and you can delete it, and then you can put in a tone if you want to, or just leave it blank.
yeah. The way I used to do my videos, Rick, was when I had no money. I'm talking Rick money. Rick money. So I had the free Zoom. So I had 40 minutes that you can record for free. So I'd press go, record. I'd have my notes in front of me. I'd read it out, whatever it was, and just pray and hope that I wouldn't like balls up and say the wrong thing. So if I did, I then have to download another software, which would cost me money to crop it out. Yeah, that's how a lot of my videos are made through Zoom when I first started, unedited. But yeah, that was mind-numbing. Then oftentimes it gets stuck. Say, because I had a slow computer, it'd be processing the file, rendering, and sometimes it takes 12 to 15 hours to render a 20-minute video. Nowadays, it takes what, I don't know, half an hour, 20 minutes or something, like next to nothing. So yeah, life was hard back then.
I know the feeling. My computer's
Yeah.
old, but I did put in what was it? NVIDIA, what is it? Tesla or whatever. One of those cards that I got from a yard sale, and I put that in there, and I upgraded my GPU, and then it made the rendering a lot easier. So if I run the DaVinci Resolve, which runs on Linux, the problem is I do everything on Linux. So the Windows software, the GPU a lot of times is better accessed through Windows than it is through Linux, especially with the NVIDIA drivers, because NVIDIA tends to natively work with Windows, whereas with Linux, you have to have specific drivers. Linux works good with Intel GPU and also AMD, but I always end up with the NVIDIA, so it always turns into a challenge. And then sometimes I even have to change the Linux kernel. But I'm doing everything the cheap way, like you said, with the Rick money.
Yeah, I think the most cost-effective, like if anyone's watching this just out of curiosity, the most cost-effective way to make an all-right YouTube video with your phone is probably to download InShot. I think it's called InShot. InShot. But get the paid version. It's not that much money. It's about, I'd guess $15 a year. It's not that much money. That will let you do so many different things with it, like crop stuff out, add music, change the visual stuff, intros, outros, pictures, sound effects, like everything you probably need to do is like a basic channel. So that's what I'd use if I was limited, like big time.
If you want to see my computer, you'll get a laugh out of it.
Go on. Wait, I'll full screen it. Oh yeah. With a fan
It's
on
an
it,
Area 51. Remember those things?
I don't remember anything that old, Rick. I'm still a boy.
I mean, where else will you find a rotary phone, old computer, encyclopedias, sure microphone?
Yeah. The microphone works well, to be honest. I wouldn't change it.
I think it's funny because a lot of the live streams, when they do an AI image, they always show this type of microphone. This seems to be like the most popular. And there are a few channels that use them, but I'm one of the only ones that continuously uses this mic. It seems to work for me.
Yeah, I use NT1 5th generation microphone. Very good, I think. Right now I've got 3 fans on, so I've got a fan here. I believe so, yes. NT1 5th generation. I believe it's a condenser mic. With it, if I listen back to it and say I've got my bedroom door open and the downstairs lounge door open, I can hear a conversation through it.
Mm-hmm.
It's extremely sensitive, but it's got quite good software in it, firmware stuff. So I've got my aircon on about an arm's length of me to the left,
Mm-hmm.
a fan on me here, which is here, and the back of my fridge fan is like that far from my mic. So it's not my acoustics aren't absolutely optimized now, but all things considered, it does a pretty good job. And I might bring out my green screen next time. I might treat you all.
I used to use a condenser mic, especially when I do it from the bedroom, because the bedroom is very quiet. The air conditioner in there, I placed it perfectly. But in here, this one has a defective motor, so it makes a sound that goes, and
Yeah.
I have to use a dynamic mic. That's why I have it so close to me. The condenser mic in the bedroom, I can put that a good distance away and I get a really good sound. But the problem is I can't do that in here because there's too much background noise.
Yeah, that's fair enough.
Sometimes when the weather was cool and I didn't run the air conditioner, you would see that I had the condenser mic. It's upright. That mic always would stick up. It was I don't know what brand it is, but it's a pretty good sized condenser mic. And that one I have to use the phantom power, the 48 volts, because that mic requires power.
Yeah. I wouldn't change this microphone, to be honest, for what I tend to use it. I actually use I've got a ring light. Can't see here. I use the gap in the ring light to sort of prop the microphone in the right position. So no matter where I have, as long as I can see my face, I know that if the microphone's in front of me, the light's in the right place. It's quite
I don't use a light on my face. I would look better with one, but this way I get that nice shadow that makes me look like Lurch, and that way people can say that I look unhealthy. Oh, your eyes look unhealthy. Well, that's because I'm using these are very small. They're like 60-watt incandescent bulbs. There's one over there and one over there, so there's not a lot of light here.
Yeah, I mean, it's something to be said for just having an authentic look. I mean, my light's quite bright at the moment. Also, I've got the red light, so you couldn't really tell anyway, but you can change the hue of it.
And I have this magnifier light. I can put that on, and that would...
Yeah.
Let's see, that's too light, but you can see it looks different with the light.
Yeah. Yeah, it's funny when you see some of the bigger channel carnivores, they most of them have like the phone, but they have all these extra gadgets attached to it, like rigged up. And I'm like, at that point, just buy like a camera, you know.
A lot of them, they use software filters. I've noticed.
Yeah, nearly all of them. Yeah.
Yeah, they don't have their actual my video is raw, but a lot of them they use the software filters because again, it's marketing. They're trying to get people interested in their lifestyle. They want them to sign up for their whatever program they have or buy their products. I don't care. I'm just here just giving them the basics.
I think we deliver quite a good production considering we're not getting paid for this. Like, you know, I don't think anyone's ever complained about yours and said, "Oh, it's rubbish," or "Your backdrop isn't good," or whatever. It's like it's not meant. It's just meant to be a you. Mine has my logo, and it's black, so my face pops out on it. Brilliant, great.
Yeah, mine, the logo you see here has nothing to do with me. It's just my car.
Yeah.
So it's encyclopedias, telephone. This is, I would consider one of the most unique backgrounds. One of the things I don't like, I don't like the made-up backgrounds. So what they'll do, they'll have a wall, they'll put a light in a certain place, they'll put maybe an object here and an object there, and then they're trying to create a certain look. And I'm just saying, look, this is my living room. When I'm in my bedroom, you see the old paneling that's falling apart, the cat tearing me up. That's just how I normally live.
What I see most people do is they black out the room. So if you turned all the lights off, it could be complete pitch black. So like blackout curtains sort of thing. Then what they'll do is they'll have a ring light in front of them that's really bright, all the lights off behind them, apart from like a random like an LED strip light. Like, the ones you can move around and change your color. and that will like give a bit of like depth to the room, but it will reflect off the things. So you don't actually see what's behind the person. Say they've got like random mic, like a random light panel stand like that. They'll just have that sticking around somewhere, and that will create like shapes.
Mm-hmm.
Cheap and efficient.
Right. There you go.
We can have different lights now.
Yeah, they love those
How's that?
color changing LEDs.
Yeah, my whole room's LED everywhere. Like,
I have no
I'm telling you
LEDs in
what.
my house, believe it or not.
Really?
None.
Hmm.
All my lights, they're either neon, I have some fluorescent, and I have incandescent bulbs, and that's all I have.
Yeah. Yeah, I don't turn the lights in my room ever, but you know. Right, I'm just gonna listen into the live stream now. She'll probably get a load of people on top on to join.
Oh, well, maybe not. I think a lot of people are afraid of me, but either that or they're busy. This is the 4th of July. They're probably out there enjoying their time off.
Yeah, that's a good sign, really, isn't it? If anything.
We'll definitely, for the next hour or so, anyone is welcome to drop in, even if they are a potato.
All spuds are welcome.
Yeah.
It's funny if I drop out and he just drops straight in. I'm like,
I can't imagine.
They.
Yeah.
It. All right, Rick.
All right, Jonathan.
Well, cheers. Nice to catch up with you. We'll see you soon. Yeah.
All right.
I'll be competing next weekend, so I probably won't be live at all. But I'm happy to set this up if you need it. Just let me know.
All right.
9 days out. Brilliant. All right. Have a good one.
Thanks. Bye, Jonathan. All right. So it's back to Rick the Quack and the comments. And maybe I'll be able to catch up. But then again, we will see. So let me go back and see how far this goes back. Okay. I see over here. Okay. Let's see. I think I can do it. Hi, Rick. How are you? Happy 4th of July. Well, thank you. I don't have any fertilizer, so I'll be 100% safe. And basic is okay, according to Tim. That is true. I'm sure by now Tim's probably on his way to work. Okay. And then that was the question that answered from Joe. Are you in the military? Okay, asking that. 42. Okay. You are 42. See? He's in his 40s. Check out his channel. I think he looks pretty good. Very active, which I like. Got a laid back attitude also. I think that'll make you live longer. You don't see him complaining about much. I think he'll live quite a while. I subscribe. All right. Let's see what else we got here. How does a person... Okay, so that was covered. Okay. Thomas dropped in. Hello. That was back at 10:35. That's like half an hour before. But I'm glad that Thomas dropped in. I hope you're still here. YouTube Studio shows audio track. Yeah, that's right. Okay, so we'll go through that. And Patricia Butler said hi to Jonathan and Rick. And again, I'm usually not this far behind, but it's different. Shoot, you meant that for Jonathan. Okay. And I hope you're having a great one. Yes. Happy 4th to Sandy. Thomas, good morning. Happy. And one of the reasons I don't like to use the virtual backgrounds is because with the real background, we can make adjustments in real time. And there we go. Oh, and don't forget all the funny signs. Notice what kind of cat we have right here. We have a black cat. I love cats. They taste just like chicken. Don't worry. Cats are all safe here. We love our kitties. It's stupid to paywall knowledge. Yes, I agree with that. All good listening right now. Okay, so let's catch up. Most people overeat and undertrain. That is very true. That's why they look the way they do. You have to be rich to play. There we go. If you have to be rich to play, I don't want to be on that team. Yes, I agree. Thanks for membership. Yeah, Kurt definitely meet either. Okay, I'm catching up. I'll get there. Thanks, Jonathan. Cold sensation is new to me for a hot month in July. Yeah, I only get that when I get the flu. And Tim loves eggs. Eggs are a really good source of nutrition. You can find everything you need to create a life inside of an egg. It's a knowledge of the animals suffering unfaithfulness. Well, that's true. But if you can get them locally, that solves the problem. But not everybody lives near great background. Yes, I know that people like my background. And my background is interactive. I can move it around whenever I want. And we have a nice from Tim. There we go. And there's John Together Strong. Good morning, Rick. Good morning, everybody. Happy 4th. Well, happy 4th to you. And I hope you're having a good time. I know you have some interesting videos you've made up. I always see your video when I look at Thomas's channel. And Thomas should be on in about, 5 hours? Thomas usually has it at 4. I love it. Very good, because it's a nice relief if you are in pain. He's talking about cannabis. That is correct. Cannabis is very good for many people. I don't use it, but a lot of people do. I love Independence Day background. Yes, okay. That's it. Congratulations on 5 pull-ups. Awesome. Some people can't do any. 5 pull-ups, awesome. Yes, I agree. Let's see. Plants are awesome medicine. I trust them more than any pharmacy. Well, that's where they came from. All medicine came from plants. Good morning, Dr. Kiltz. They played your story song for Lance. Lance gave you a shout out. Yes. Great story graphics. That is right. I love sauerkraut. Great for testosterone. I didn't know that. If it's great for testosterone, I'm going to show you what my sauerkraut looks like. Let's see. I've always got sauerkraut fermenting in the kitchen, and I make yogurt all the time. So fermented foods. What do John study? Probably duck food. John Studd is probably a duck that learned how to type. I just did the same thing, moved outside in the sunshine, bare feet, grounding in the backyard. Oh, Thomas is here. Come on down. Hey.
Hey, how you doing?
Good. What's new?
Not much. Same old, same old. I love cats. Yes. Yes. I agree. I agree. They taste just like chicken.
Well, I'm not going to ask Milton. Milton wouldn't be happy about that.
No, Milton probably is afraid that he probably wants to hide that sign and get rid of it.
Well, he's sleeping over there. His tail is sticking out from under the computer. So when Jonathan made the graphic, he put the tail there where it says live, and I'm looking at the real tail over there.
Oh my God. Yeah.
So you're going on live later today, aren't you?
Yeah, I am not 4 today. It's going to be 2:00 because I have to work.
Well,
and I
that's
want to
good.
make sure, because the past couple times they've been going longer than the 2 hours. So I figure this gives me at least 3.5 hours that I can work with.
Mm-hmm.
So, yeah. Because I was supposed to work Monday and Tuesday, but unfortunately I can't walk down steps yet. So I was, but then I started getting like very bad, like dizziness, like unbalanced. So, and they're repairing they're repairing the floors around the elevators. So the elevators are out.
Oh.
So I have to take this, I would have to take the stairs. So it's easier just to kind of say, okay, take off of work and just watch movies or watch Rick on TV or something like that.
There you go. Are the floors in there concrete or are they wood?
They're underneath. I don't know. I think it's concrete underneath. It has the layout to it, like they had to be like laid down and then epoxy or something like that. I think.
Okay.
And then dried up, and it takes like 2 days to dry, so that's why.
Okay.
So, yeah, they did it last year, but they messed up, so they have to redo them all over again.
Mm-hmm.
It is what it is, But he's giving me an extra 4 hours today So I have to go back in at 6.
Okay. I don't know why I keep hearing a car outside. That's
And
weird.
it's not my car. I can guarantee you that.
Well, I know that. I mean, you're
I don't have-
inside, so
Yeah,
where are you?
and I don't have a car. So
That's true. I have some unique props around here. You can try. You need to look something up. Yeah, right.
so why not? I'm going to stream this to my channel.
Mm-hmm.
Rick and Milton Vor.
Yeah, right. There you go, Tim. Tim comes every week. It's good. My background is
Alright.
my room, no AI fluff in my channel. Exactly. I don't know why he doesn't have more subscribers, but I guess people want the flashy stuff. I told you he would wait until I came off the stream. Well, okay.
Are you talking about me or?
Yeah.
Well,
Let's see, Milton. Yeah.
no, I was changing things on my stream for later on. I didn't want people to get confused, so I changed it to 2 o'clock, and and redid the thumbnail, and it just takes a lot. I didn't want to do it while talking to you.
We have a question for Thomas.
Do you have a roundtable or an interview today? It's roundtable. So
All right.
the link, the stream is actually in the chats right in the thing right now. So, I mean, I don't suggest you come here. You don't go on my channel at 12 o'clock. Like that's a little. That would be a little absurd. I'm waiting for you. Been waiting here for 3 hours. Where are you?
That's okay. So it's going to be a 2 instead of a 4. So we'll
Yeah,
definitely.
just for this week. Normally it's going to still be at 4, but just because of him wanting to give me some extra hours, so this is how he did it.
Right.
Which I'm
Well, that's
grateful
good.
for. I'm glad.
If I'm not working, I'll drop in, but I may leave here at 1, but we'll see. I'm going to have my lunch. I'm still haven't finished my breakfast, but I'll make some more for lunch. I got some heart attack chicken, so it'll be.
That sounds good.
Yeah, and I do eat a lot of chicken and pork, but I am going to start adding the sauerkraut because when I have to eat a lot of pork, I think that I don't get the energy I normally get from eating a lot of beef. So what I do, I add sauerkraut to it. Not a lot, but I do add it.
Okay.
So again, I'm not perfect. And I do have fruit in the yard. I haven't eaten any this year, but I have thought about eating a mango just to see if I can still tolerate them. But
I mean,
have
once
a bunch.
a little bit here and there, I don't think would really hurt you.
Probably not. The thing is, I do like to add some plant material because I'm thinking about if we have a famine and let's say I can't get meat anymore, I'm going to be reduced to eating iguanas, ducks, and maybe rats and squirrels and whatever else I can get. And there's not enough nutrition in that stuff to keep me alive. So I have to constantly experiment and see which kind of plant material I can eat without getting sick. And so far, basically any citrus fruit, I can eat mangoes, I can eat loquats, I can eat Suriname cherries, bananas I can eat. There's plantains. There's a lot of things that I can eat without getting sick, but other things like I can't eat apples, they make me very ill. I can't eat peaches and pears. I don't know if it's
I never
because
liked
they're
pears, to tell you the truth.
yeah, I don't know if it's because they're commercially raised or if it's the fruit itself, because I'll give you an example. If I eat bananas from the store, I get really sick. But if I eat a banana from my front yard, it doesn't bother me at all. So if I eat a store banana, it's going to make me feel like a heartburn and I get gas. It's just not good. But if I pick a banana from my own yard, it doesn't bother me a bit. So I don't know if it's the variety or picking it green and having to transport it and artificially ripen it.
Yeah.
But whatever it is, I just have to experiment. And there are some vegetables that I can eat that don't bother me. Cabbage, I grow my own cabbage and I make sauerkraut. It doesn't bother me. I can eat as much as I want. I ate a whole cup full of it one time to see if I would get sick. I had no problem. And I can't eat lettuce. Lettuce gives me terrible stomach aches. Any produce I buy from the store destroys me. So I can't eat it. But on the other hand, the stuff that I grow, I mean, I
Right.
use little tiny tomatoes that I grow. They're
Well, I mean,
wild.
there's an operative, right? You grew it yourself, so I think that's part of the solution right there. You know,
It
I
might
mean,
be.
maybe not the whole thing, but obviously they're doing something to the ones at the stores that's affecting you, like spraying it or whatever, and
Yep.
obviously
Well,
that affects you too. You know.
it's like the seed oil thing. I can get coconut oil from the coconut tree in my yard. I made a mayonnaise out of it. It did not bother me. I had one spoonful of commercial mayonnaise put into a sandwich that was no bread, and I ate it. I go, oh, it's not going to bother me. Well, 4 hours later, I was on the toilet with violent diarrhea. And I'm thinking, well, what was it in the food? You know, it was like meat, and I forget, just it was like a, what do you call it? Like a chicken. It was a combination of chicken and pork, but they put some of this mayonnaise in it. It made me violently ill. But I used to
That's
make
part
my
of the
mom mayonnaise from coconut oil. It was fine. So there's something going on.
Yeah, no, I mean it was probably I wouldn't doubt if it was the mayonnaise. I mean, because
Well, I know that.
they probably fill it with junk, you know. Like
Well,
you made
but
yourself, and it's all like great ingredients, you know. They probably put stuff in it, and they're not telling, you know. They don't really. They're even
mhm.
though they're supposed to disclose it, they probably for little bitty things they're not going to disclose it every time, you know.
This is another point. Is Max Gaming? I know he's in the Philippines. If I eat plantains, I get sleepy, but if I force myself to move, I actually have energy. I experience that also,
Mhm.
but not just with plantains, with mangoes. If I eat a mango, it's going to make me sleepy.
That's me.
What is that? Oh,
Somebody's blowing their car horn outside the laundromat.
I thought my computer was going to self-destruct,
Yeah,
but it's counting
it's
down.
probably some old lady that's like pushing her like didn't shut it off.
But yeah, what I've noticed is if you eat those fruits, it's best to eat them in the middle of the day. If you're going to be eating fruit out of necessity, or maybe you don't, it doesn't bother you, it's a bad idea. Well, I mean, I guess if you eat it at night, it might put you to sleep, but then you're going to wake up again. But when I eat fruit, it's always at lunch. I would never eat fruit for dinner, and I never eat it for breakfast. Breakfast is always 100% carnivore. Eggs, meat is typical. And if I have it, I'll add bacon and butter. But lunch could be a combination of meat and fruit if that's all I have. And I've had times where I just didn't have enough money to get enough meat. I'd go out in the yard and I'd get some of those plantains, or some of the other fruits from the yard. I've had mangoes before and they don't bother me. Oranges, lemons, grapefruit, all that stuff. Now, the what is it? John, carnivore teacher, John Laspina, had
Mhm.
brought out of the coumarins that are found in citrus, and they can make you sensitive to the sun. But I've never had that happen because I eat so much meat that if I eat an orange with my lunch, I think it just is absorbed in the system. But people that eat a plant-based diet, you could see it. They eat enough citrus, they'll get sunburn easily. I don't get sunburn, thankfully.
I don't really get sunburn either. I don't really get that much of a tan, but I don't really get sunburn either.
Well, that's good.
So
Soil
like
agreed.
I was like I was boiling outside in the sun. So
Mm-hmm.
you know, now I don't know. Maybe I'll be affected a day later or something like that. You know, maybe
Better
it's
to
just
shop in your own yard. Yeah. And the thing is that there are plants that I can't eat that I grow. There's certain, well, I'm trying to think because I mean, I can't eat guava. The stuff, it tastes bad. But most of the tropical fruits I can eat. But those northern fruits, they tear me up. I can't eat any of that stuff. Blueberries are the worst. Blueberries will make me itch and they'll make me want to throw up. And they
yeah.
taste bad
I've
anyway.
never been. I mean, I like blueberries. I'm not saying I hate them, but I just never really like. It wasn't like my go-to on when I even when I did eat fruit. You know.
Well, the thing is, most of the blueberries you get in the store are raised commercially. The wild ones
Yeah.
typically get eaten by insects and animals. And the one thing about ducks, when you get bugs in a piece of fruit, that actually makes them more desirable to the ducks. They like to eat fruit with bugs in it.
Oh, of course,
So
because they're getting both
that's right. And
they're getting
and
the
the thing
bugs
is,
and they're getting the fruit.
it's like guava. If you ever grow guava, the commercial groves, they have to cover each fruit with a little piece of plastic so that the bugs don't get into it because they
Right.
get all the little worms in it. So, but in the wild, that's fine because whatever animal eats it is going to eat the worms along with it. And then they'll walk around for a while and then they do their business and the
Right.
seed comes out and then the tree starts to grow. There's the pawpaws. That's another wild fruit. It does the same thing. If the bugs eat it, they don't care. The animals are going to eat it anyway.
No, no. But that's, I mean, it explains why ducks like them with the bugs in them, because they're, it's like getting the meal and dessert at the same time. And you
What
pick
is the
which one's the dessert,
oldest can of spam that we can eat safely? I had somebody give me 15-year-old cans of spam and I was giving it to the cats and the ducks and I ate some of it myself and it still tasted like spam, and that was 15 years old. As long as a can is not bulging out, it's safe to
Right.
eat. If you
Yeah.
open it up and it has pressure, don't eat it.
Yeah, I don't think I've ever tried 15-year-old spam, but yeah, I'm sure.
All right, he's on his way to work. And by the way, if you don't know Tim, he's a chef, so he cooks
And obviously he's a
basically.
bodybuilder too, according to that picture.
Well, yes, he's into fitness and bodybuilding. Check out his channel. He says he's 42, but he's in really good shape. I wish everybody that was 42 looked like that. And he's not carnivore, but he is, I would say, whole foods, meat based. So he's like the next step from carnivore, which is good. I mean, even Saladino looks pretty good, even though he's not carnivore. But obviously, Saladino's not addicted to the high carbohydrate foods that some people are. Not everybody has to have the same diet.
Okay.
Good morning.
All right. So I just subscribed to him, so I'll take a look.
And see, he loves blueberries. I can't eat them. They just destroy me.
Hello,
Let's
Patricia.
see.
How you doing?
If I increase my fat, my body heat increase, and I get leaner and my veins show up in abs. See, that's interesting. If I increase my fat, yeah, what you're doing is you're increasing your metabolism. Charge over, can you email, please, so I can get your email address? Yes, I will do that. I will email you. Take you all. Yes, sir. Thank you. All right. That's great. And look, I caught up with the comments. It's a miracle. I finally caught up with the comments. But I like the different points of view. And again, you don't have to be a carnivore to be on my channel. You can always drop in. Vegans are welcome here too. I might even be able to give you some gardening tips if you're a vegan and you want to grow your own vegetables, because I know a lot about growing vegetables. That's probably why I don't eat them.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, I think most of the issues though with vegetables and fruit is really just whether you grow them yourself or not. I think you're so much better off growing them yourself. I really do.
Well, one thing that was brought out about fruit, now I was not aware of this until a couple of years ago, but a lot of people talk about the calcium oxalate crystals that are in plants. And if you've ever been out where fruit is growing, you'll notice that until the fruit is ripe, animals don't eat it. Animals do not eat green fruit. And that's because there's a lot of calcium oxalate, which discourages them from eating it. Well, when you pick that fruit too early and the fruit ripens artificially, those oxalates are still in the fruit. But if the fruit ripens on the tree, so in other words, like you want to eat a banana and you walk outside. Now, I don't like ripe bananas. I like them when they just start to turn ripe. And I'll walk out there and I'll see the bananas. The birds and the squirrels are already eating the ripe ones. So I'll cut it off just that day before. And then if I want to eat the banana, I can eat it later that day. The amount of oxalates or defense chemicals, the tree reabsorbs it. That's one of the things about fruit. Plants take a lot of energy to make those toxic chemicals, and they like to reabsorb them. So when they produce fruit, a lot of times they get pulled back in just before it's ready to eat. So if you're going to eat the fruit, I would say being in a local area, maybe you have a grove nearby you can buy from, or you grow your own. That's probably the best way to go, because you're going to get better fruit.
Yeah. Seeing if anybody came on from my channel. Oh, we got Patricia's on my channel, and so is Coach Angela Mullen. So hello.
Nice. Do you know about Chin Ampa gardening? No, I don't. I don't. I got to get with the Ivy over here because they've got some good stuff going out there. They have their sort of experimental community they're working on. Let's see. Maybe if I eat a fruit, if I want to get knockout sleep, maybe. And again, I'm not against the consumption of fruit. If it's done responsibly, I think it can be for some people beneficial. But if you've destroyed your body from years of duck food and you have a carbohydrate addiction, I think the worst thing you could do would be to eat some fruit because it could set you back. 1 minute you're eating fruit, the next minute you're eating donuts.
Yeah, it's true.
And, if you're like Rick, I don't eat donuts. I just do them. I don't eat them. Here we go. Valerian, chamomile, passion flower, catnip help you sleep. Okay. I never heard of valerian. Chamomile and passion flower, I know that. And catnip, I know that. Interesting. Let's see.
Yeah, the only thing I don't eat donuts anymore. I eat donut.
Did you used to like donuts?
Well, yeah, I like them, but not so much where I'm like attracted to them anymore. But
Well, you live over a candy store anyway.
Well, yeah, they don't really have donuts here though.
Oh,
they do and they don't. They only serve them like on Saturdays, and it's only like an apple fritter. It's not really a donut. But no, when my grandfather, I used to go to Dunkin' Donuts all the time with him when I was like 7, 8, to go fishing. Like we go, it was like kind of like a tradition. We either go to Dunkin' Donuts or we go to McDonald's.
Really?
Yeah.
I would think if you're going to go fishing, you'd have fish.
Well, that's after. This was before we actually put the poles in the water. We would go there. Mostly McDonald's. We go there, and then we get the pancakes and all that stuff. I mean, because that's what you did. And then we go and we'd spend about 4 hours out in the inlet and just fish and just sit there and take the crab cage out and stuff like that.
This is a good point from Mannix Gaming. I tested rice 6 months ago, 2 tablespoons of cooked rice. I vomited sour liquid. Yeah, never again. Fruits don't give me vomit, but sleepy and tired sometimes and a few muscle aches. Yeah, the rice has a bad effect on me too. That's why I don't eat it. I've always been against rice. I get stomach aches and gas. When you think about it, all that common food that people eat was tearing me up. If I would have continued to eat that stuff, maybe I would be one of those people with problems.
Yeah, you definitely would have been a different person. Definitely.
I think so. I wouldn't be here pain-free, at age 58 and active. I did it by accident. This is the thing. It wasn't like I'm trying to be healthy. I was trying to get a heart attack.
You're just doing it. Yeah.
I did it because I liked it.
You're sort of doing it because you're a rebel. That's why you're sort of doing it.
Pretty much.
Yeah.
And it doesn't require.
Yeah, if you want to hear really good, Barbara, grandma, crochet grandma, she has a pretty good story about the brown rice story. I don't know if you've heard it or not. But she made it into a song and everything. So Mannix and obviously anybody that hasn't heard it, you should definitely check it out.
I'll have to look that up. I haven't had a lot of time to go on live streams, but I'll see if I can do it.
Well, the story is actually in her video. You could probably pick it up in the video.
Okay.
In the song and everything. But yeah, it's part of her. Supposedly stuff happened, and she did like it made her use the bathroom about 20,000 times a day. And
wow,
and everything. So it just I can't really give you the exacts, but it'll blow your mind. But it's called the brown rice story.
Okay.
Yeah.
That's it.
Because we're told how good rice is and everything, and then this is what happens to you.
Yeah, rice. I never understood the purpose of it.
I use kind of a bread recipe for donuts, waffles, cakes, etc.
Huh.
Yeah, and actually, I'm going to be showing today on my live. I'm going to be making those. It's not really carnivore; it's more carnivore-ish. because it doesn't really affect me. But I'm gonna make the cinnamon muffins,
Mm-hmm.
the carnivore cinnamon muffins today, so people can see what it's like to make them. So
Yeah,
I'll actually cook in the kitchen.
yeah, I think I saw that you had put up the there was going to be that video coming up. I drink it for homemade, relaxing food. Yep, that's right. Let's see. Nice. I'm waiting to learn. Okay, good.
It's actually a simple recipe.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, you could definitely do it with your eyes closed if you wanted to. We could get Milton to make it.
Well, you should see Milton has been sleeping. I don't know if he's behind the computer.
No, he has to relax. He has a lot of work to do. How are the others? How's Miss Kitty and the babies?
When I went out this morning, they were meowing and they wanted to be fed. So I gave them some food. I'm going to have to go and see if I can find some more meat because I'm running out of cat food. But I've been giving them, Jerry had sent some cat food to me and they've already eaten that up. So, they're definitely hungry and healthy kittens. I got to make a video. My phone quit working and now I lost it. It's around here somewhere. So I haven't made any videos in a while. Oh, there it is. I put it over there on the
No,
charger.
unfortunately, you only have the two, correct?
I have two kittens and the mama.
Right.
And then I have Milton the menace. So there's actually a total
So you
of
had four
cats.
altogether, but I meant kitten wise.
Yep.
Only the two. Yeah.
I went from one cat to four cats. It's crazy. And I still got to get Miss Kitty fixed so we don't have any more because we want to stop that before we have more cats.
Yeah. And how old?
Hard.
They have to be stopped weaning from her, right? Basically.
Yeah, I don't think they're drinking milk from her anymore.
Okay, so you could probably do it soon.
Yeah, it's been a couple of months. They're definitely good eaters and they're healthy kittens.
That's good.
So we got Orange Garfield and we got Miss Calico, and of course Mama's a Calico. And once she's fixed and defleed and cleaned, then she'll be a house cat along with Mr. Milton. They can hang out together. So maybe Milton will not be attacking me, or they might both plot to attack me. So you never know.
Oh, they're probably like planning on it, like the kids will like go from above and
because she's super friendly, but Milton may be a bad influence because Milton, even though he's friendly, he knows how to get my attention.
Oh yeah,
I don't pay attention.
You taught him well.
Milton is so funny though. I do love Milton.
I've never made bacon mayo, Ivy, but I did see the video with Dr. Barry making it back like 5 years ago. But that's the closest I've ever come to actually. It was I think it was bacon mayo. It was either bacon mayo or butter mayo. That was one of them. But I've never actually made it. Like, how would you do you use like bacon grease to make it?
Yeah, you could do it with lard. The only problem is when you put it in the refrigerator, it's going to get hard again. But if you do it, you live in a tropical climate like I do, you simply put your lard in a container and let it sort of melt. And then you can mix in your eggs and your vinegar or sauerkraut juice or whatever else you want to do and stir it up. And then you can make yourself a mayonnaise.
Yeah. Maybe I should one of these days like collect the bacon grease and then do enough to make some bacon mayonnaise.
Mm-hmm.
And then make some deviled eggs. That would actually be pretty good.
I mean, the only thing is, you're going to get a bacon flavor. If you use plain lard, you won't have any flavor to start with. But I used to make coconut oil mayonnaise for my mom when she was alive because I couldn't stand her eating that crap from the store. Who needs a daily dose of seed oils? Let's see.
Not me, definitely. I mean, I usually do my deviled eggs with sour cream, but maybe I could try. And I wouldn't mind it tasting like bacon. I mean, believe me, there's worse flavors to have your deviled eggs taste like.
Yeah, got hardened and impacted, and almost Chrissy Corner. She ended up in the PR. Impacted starfish. Huh. Interesting. I guess got a lump of poop that wouldn't come out or something. That's pretty bad. I've never had a digestive issue like that. I mean, I had constant diarrhea when I went plant-based, but on my carnivore diet, I rarely have a problem. Only when I get the flu. Other than that,
I
I'm
mean,
fine.
I do, but we all know why. I mean, I already figured out that I was eating too much of the butter, so I've calmed down on that, and now I'm bringing it back up again, but it's not affecting me now as much.
Right.
So, now if I doubled it back up again, that might be a different story, but I have increased it. I pretty much just took out the butter altogether. Now I'm at like 1 stick a day.
I used to use a lot of butter. It got expensive, so I cut back on it, but I use it occasionally.
Yeah, which is kind of a good thing that I'm cutting back, because for that same reason, I save a lot more. So yeah,
Oh, aren't you part of the SBS group?
SPG, yeah.
Okay, yeah. I call it SBS, but that's just a bad habit of mine.
For what, bull?
Yeah, because the thing is, not everybody can afford steak and butter. You might have to eat iguana or duck or pork or whatever, because you and I we're not rich.
Yeah. Well, technically, iguanas here is expensive too, because the only way you can get it is at a pet store. So I'd have to pay like
Well,
$50 for the iguana.
Well, it's a regional thing. I guess you'd have to eat squirrel or something.
And they only come about this big, so I'd have to like raise it. So you're talking about like thousands of dollars just to you have to put the cage.
Well, that's it.
Ducks might be a little easier to find, but
Ducks and geese.
And seagulls.
Well, let's see. Deviled eggs sprinkled with bacon bits. There you go. I substitute bacon grease for mayo on deviled eggs. Yeah, that does work. Let's see. Okay, yeah. I wasn't aware that Barbara had a bad issue with brown rice.
Back when she first started, she had this big issue, and it kind of helped her channel.
My parents used to give me that horrible brown rice. It tasted bad. And then when you went to the bathroom, it was always like little rice pieces. That thing was...
Well, they were saying for the longest time, like rice, if you have brown rice, right? Brown rice is so much better than white rice. And it's like, well, no, that's not true. Brown rice can just do as much crap as white rice can.
That and the horrible tofu that I used to have to eat as a kid. Well, that stuff was nasty. My dad was afraid of eggs, so he used to cook tofu with soy sauce with his breakfast. And then he had pita bread. Like, I just wanted to have eggs and meat. But, I was a crazy kid. But then again, I'm still here. I'm healthier now at 58 than my dad was. So I think I'm doing pretty good.
Yeah, I think as time goes on, I'll get healthier and healthier too.
Yeah.
I mean, I just have to get rid of a lot of the dust under the carpet, so to speak.
Well, all the years of damage.
Yeah,
some of it may not. Yeah, some of it may not even be reversible, but you can live to manage it.
But I still can get my closet a lot cleaner than I'm using the metaphor there, to clean out the closet. So
yeah. Well, the thing is,
in case people in the chats didn't realize what I was like, they're probably thinking like, clean his closet. What the heck is he talking about?
Now, you won't get your toes back, but
no, I don't expect to. And if I do, that's like, wow, like let's go to the circus and
right. And yeah, you talk about the closet. People get the wrong idea in today's world.
Oh, the closet, clean your house, whatever you want to call it. Clean your junk drawer, whatever you want to call it.
You got to get out of the closet.
Thing is, in order to fix something up, you got to like make a mess and cause a little chaos.
That's right. You have to take something apart to put it back together and fix it.
Exactly. Like, well, here's a carnivore way of saying it. You got to break the eggs in order to make that omelet. So
that's right. Only 38 in the chat now. It's everybody knows that it's getting towards the end, so they kind of It's strongest between 9 and 11. And right now you have other people doing chats. I think Lance is doing his chat. So people have to, there's only so many you can have. Let's see.
So I wasn't really there fully, but did you hear about Mitch doing music for an hour so people
Yeah.
can do their chats? What do you think of that?
Mitch wanted to start early because Kilts doesn't have a live at 6. So he
No.
thought about starting his live at 6, then having music or videos or whatever, and then switching to the regular at 7.
Oh, okay. Now I'm getting it a little bit better. So he
Mhm.
wants like do more than an hour and kind of just like do 1 hour also of
Right.
Okay. I thought he would just wanted to play music for that 1 hour. I'm like, well, that's kind of weird.
No, it's just something like
Sort of like
sometimes.
sort of like you do sometimes with the elevator music.
Right. At the beginning, same thing. The only reason I don't do it anymore is because Dan, he has a live stream at that time. So once he started putting up the live stream, I stopped doing that.
Okay.
But when I was the only one here, I used to do that.
You mean
15
Danivore?
minutes.
You mean when you say Dan, you mean Danivore, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And because
normally
Dan,
Saturdays I go to work at 6, 7, and so that's why I never came on when Jonathan was here because I actually worked until 10 o'clock.
mm-hmm.
And then like I said, I wanted to fix the StreamYard for the time schedule because people get
Right.
confused. If I put down 4 o'clock on the thing, they're like, "Well, why'd you come in 2 hours early?" Well, now you guys know. So
Right.
I attacked every avenue, and
Mhm.
that and plus I wanted to make myself some butter coffee. Because today's I'm doing the intermittent fasting right now, alternate day fasting right now. So today is a fast day, so which is fine.
Right.
And then tomorrow I'll eat, and then because it kind of helps with my blood sugars, believe it or not.
Mm-hmm.
So it's all good. Trying to get away from that insulin.
Yeah. Well, I mean, I don't know if you'll ever be able to get completely away from it, but
I'm getting
definitely.
close. I mean, I'm getting pretty.
Yeah.
Let me put it this way: I'm skimming the water.
Mm-hmm.
Without actually touching the water.
Right. I mean, a lot of it depends on how much damage was done.
Yeah.
But hopefully, maybe things will improve.
Yeah. But if I can get it to a controlled level or a better control level, not chaotic like it was, then that's an achievement too.
Mm-hmm. That's it.
But, yeah. So I'll do that. I'll do that for a while. Last time I did for like 3 months. So I'll probably do it for another 3 months.
Mm-hmm.
Which would be July, August, September, October. So by the time October hits, October 1st. So I'll do it. I'll do it around my birthday too.
Mm-hmm.
The only thing is, if it falls on a fast day on my birthday, I might switch it out. Only because I wouldn't mind eating on my birthday, but not that it really matters.
Mm-hmm. That would be quite a headline. Carnivore of 2 years grows toes back. Yeah, there's some damage that cannot be reversed, but
Well, I mean,
yeah.
maybe if I ate some iguana.
Well, they do grow their tails back, I guess.
Yeah.
Yeah.
With the reptile DNA,
There you go. But yeah, I tell people, look, even if you start the carnivore diet, in your later age, you're not going to be the same as somebody who's eaten that way their whole life.
No.
I don't think there's anybody else in the world that's going to end up the way that I have.
No, I will never catch up to you. I don't even fantasize about that. So,
and the thing is that we all have our problems. I mean, I'm super skinny. No one's going to follow me because I got arms and legs like toothpicks, and I'm just skinny. But
well, you know why you're skinny, because carnivore ended up stretching you.
Yeah. Well, that's true. If you see pictures of me in junior high, how short I was, it's really amazing how much I grew. And I never put the pieces together. I didn't realize that eating meat was going to make me grow. I had no idea. I was always told that you grow from the calcium in the dairy and the vegetables. They always told me it's the vegetables that make you grow, and I hate vegetables. And it's like, well, I'm growing and I'm not eating vegetables. So how is that possible? Let's see. Okay. Yeah, consistency. Okay, here's a question for you.
Yeah. Sorry. My sister just texted me. So, they don't do it extensively, Terry Sue. But I am requesting it because I had to get a new doctor that I'm going to be seeing for the first time on the 15th. So that's the first question I'm going to be at. That and a couple other tests that I want to have done, just out of curiosity. So I'm going to get a C peptide test done, and that will tell me about that should tell me about my pancreas and everything. So,
That's good to know. I guess this must be someone from your group.
Is I guess so, because she has a paperclip. Oh, Charmaine. I think I've seen Charmaine before. Yeah.
She's from the SPG group, which is not,
I mean, I might not do 3 months. I'm just saying that's an ultimate goal. It could be, for all I know, it could be 1 week,
Let's see. Yeah, that's right. Not a bad idea. Okay, a nice surprise this morning. Good morning, Thomas, Rick, and chat friends from Ellen. Well, good morning from Rick. Okay, just subscribe to Terry. Let's see. I think your teenage growth spurt was caused by carnivore. It might have been, because no one in my family has ever been this tall. So it's possible.
Yeah, somebody the other day was saying that you were always tall. I said, no, you got to listen to Rick's story. He said he wasn't tall until he became carnivore.
That's right. And you can see it if you look at my YouTube channel, look at the community page, you'll see a picture of me in junior high in 1983. And you can see even the girls were taller than me. Rick, have you tried horse meat? Yes, I have. I've had horse meat on numerous occasions. It used to be a common cheap meat source here. Let's see. I went to the movies this morning, so I just got out. Okay. A key reaction when you know about carnivore, that you can eat meat as you want until full from your shocking. Felt around people tell me I needed to eat more rice. I just did it because I liked it and I felt good. That was it. Nathan's hot dog contest coming up. Interesting. Eating contest. You always say you are skinny, but I think you great. You are what people used to look like this when I was, yeah, everyone's just so big now. Yeah, Ellen's right. I look like somebody from the 50s or early 60s.
Oh yeah, you have that look. Well, you kind of remind me of what's his name? Herman Munster without the
Fred Gwynn, Herman Munster.
Gwynn, that's his name, Fred Gwynn.
Yeah, he was tall and he was thin too. So yeah, that's about right. And Carnivore Wayne was born in 83. Okay. Well, there you go.
He's just a baby, 83.
Right? 42 years. Happy 4th of July from Karen Field. Lived with age 15 years and enjoyed the day off. Hey, a day off is always good. What did you see? Angela, I guess at the movie. I plan to do some fasting next week. Not going to plan for how long. Last month did 4 days. Okay. And again, a lot of people do the fasting. I think you look great. I can't type on the phone. My computer keyboard is broken. Yeah, I know the feeling. My keyboard's got issues too. But anyway, now Thomas says he's going to be live at 2.
Right.
And Jerry, I believe, is live at 1 if you're still here. I'm not sure. And how many people do we have in the chat? In my chat, we still have 45, which is pretty good. I
thought Jonathan said you only had 38. You got a few more back.
I don't know. It's showing on. I'm looking at YouTube now. I have 46.
Okay,
so
you probably either got some back or it doesn't really.
Sometimes I guess it updates a little weird. Okay, let's see. We got a question from Jonathan. All right. If I can find it. There we go. Question. Rank the following foods from best to worst tasting, please. Iguana, duck, horse, beef, lamb, chicken, salmon, mackerel, sardines, anything else. Okay. Best, when we're talking about duck, we're talking about Muscovy duck. So I would go number 1, Muscovy duck. That is my favorite meat. But again, that's Muscovy duck that I fattened up myself. Canal duck, probably at the bottom of the list. Canal duck is like the worst tasting, tough, tastes like dirt. It's like if you ate the toughest cut of beef mixed with dirt. That's canal duck. But after a month of fattening, it's the best. It is better than ribeye. It is better than filet mignon. It's good stuff.
Yeah.
Now,
I'm actually looking at Jerry's thing. Sorry to interrupt. Looking at Jerry's thing. It says something here that she did it live about 3 hours ago.
Oh, okay. So she's not doing another live. Oh, interesting.
Yeah.
Okay.
Well, she might be waiting till the last minute to put something up. So
right.
She's done that before.
So
A lot of us have,
I'd start with duck. Muscovy duck would be number 1. Number 2, I would say I'd go with a good quality beef because that's pretty good. Number 3, let's see. Well, when it comes to chicken, you have a choice between parking lot chicken and store chicken. Store chicken is kind of bland. Parking lot chicken is tasty, but it's tough. So I'll go duck, beef, and then maybe we'll hit iguana because iguana is good. Then lamb, then chicken, and let's see. I do like sardines, but horse meat is actually pretty good. So I'd go with the horse meat next. Then I'd go with the mackerel, sardines, and at the very bottom would be salmon.
But what would you say for anything else?
Anything else? Well, I like squirrel. Deep fried squirrel is pretty good. Okay. And I do like deer meat, depending on the season. In hunting season, which is later in the year, the deer is pretty good. Summer deer isn't as good. It depends. But I do like deer meat. And of course, pigs. I do enjoy pork. Yeah. And that would be somewhere in the middle because I eat it often.
I love pork. I love pork belly. That's
see. Yeah. And everybody likes bacon, and that comes from a pig.
Yeah, I mean bacon. Pork belly is like more like that treat, and bacon is like your right. common denominator.
And basically, bacon is just pork belly cut into slices and flavored. So that's pretty much what it is.
Yeah.
Boy, Milton is sleeping nicely.
Now, here I have a question. You said one time, if I heard correctly, that iguana has very little fat, correct?
Correct.
Like, so, do you just cook it in the lard to give it the fat that it needs, or do you do something else to add fat to your diet?
Lard or beef tallow, but it depends. Sometimes I will boil or steam the iguana, and when you do it like that, it's very fish-like. And I can eat it just fine. But normally, I'm eating it with something else. So if I'm going to eat just iguana, I'm going to deep fry it in beef tallow or lard, whichever one I have. If I'm going to eat other meats with iguana, I'm going to boil or steam the iguana. So what I'll do, typically the iguana tail and legs, I'll put them in boiling water, and I'll wait until they start to puff up. And then once they've puffed up, that means that they're done. I'll put them on a plate. And then I'll use scissors to cut the skin off of the iguana. Now, the iguana body doesn't have a lot of meat, but what I'll do sometimes is skin that. So I will cut the middle of the iguana and open it up and try to remove the bones and the guts. And then I'll try to shave off from the skin because the large part of the iguana, which is really there's no meat in there, you do get a nice chunk of skin. I've been thinking about making an iguana skin seat for my bicycle. So I'm going to start doing that, and then I'll try to bond them together. I figure that make a nice bike seat. What's that?
It's another video.
Yeah. And then because it's an animal skin, it's like leather. You can actually steam or boil the skin, and then you use a mold to stretch it. So to make a bike seat, I'm going to have to make a hard wooden bike seat and then stretch the iguana and nail it on there and try to get the skins. I may have to bond a couple together. But then once the skin takes shape, I can take the skin off of the mold. It's like when you make shoes. I've made my own shoes before, and I made them from leather back when we used to have cows in the neighborhood. We process an animal, I get the leather, and you shave it down and you put it in, tannic acid to try to get it where it's a stronger hide, and you stretch it. So when you make shoes, they call it lash or something like that. You make the mold of the shoe out of wood, and then you stretch your leather over it, and you're going to nail it on there. And then that way, when it dries, it'll hold the shape. And I mean, even commercial like work boots, these things are completely worn out, but because the top is leather, it's still intact. If
Right.
this would be plastic, it would have been dead 2
Oh.
years ago.
Yeah. They've been worthless.
I mean, it only makes sense that as humans, we should be using natural materials for clothes and footwear rather than synthetic. But people like synthetic, I guess, because of the way it looks. It doesn't hold up.
Okay. So Jerry just confirmed she is doing a live at 1 o'clock our time. So yeah, I just when I went over to your channel, Jerry, I just didn't see it posted yet. So I wasn't sure.
Manic says duck is tough meat. It depends on if the duck is wild. But when you fatten up the duck, the meat is not tough. It's very tender.
Oh, I'm sure you make it delicious.
I make it very delicious because I
Yes.
give them lots of tropical fruit. And I had a friend that used to make mango chicken. So I would laugh. I said, well, I also make mango chicken. Well, how do you do it? I catch a chicken and I feed him mangoes for a few weeks. Then I have mango chicken.
Okay. So
It does change the flavor of the meat. And mango eating chickens, the meat turns yellowish. It's like they used to sell cooking good chicken. They used to feed them marigolds or something to turn the meat yellow. Same thing.
So question I have, I don't know if you know or not, but I just a couple months ago I bought a deep fryer, like a Fry Daddy, and I put the I put the lard or the beef tallow in it, enough to get it in there. But my question to you is for chicken quarters, how long would you say I do 2 of them? How long would you say it would take to cook one of them?
It depends on the volume of fat. The thing is, when you drop the chicken into the fat, it causes it to cool off. You have to have at least 350 degrees on the fat to get good cooking action. So when you drop it in, it may cool down to like 100 and something degrees, and then it has to build up more heat.
Build up again. Okay.
Yeah.
So would you say probably like 30 minutes?
20 to 30 minutes is probably what you're looking at.
I'd probably go 30 minutes because I like them to be a little bit, because that's one thing I don't want to have raw. So,
yeah. I don't eat small animals raw either. That's a rule of mine. The only meat I'll eat raw would be ruminant type animals, large animals. But small animals, anything under 10 pounds or whatever, that's going to be cooked. Guaranteed.
Okay. And I saw Ivy said something about her grandmother taught her the best way to get tan is brain tan. So what the heck is a brain tan?
I'm not sure.
Do you like open up your head and tan your brain? Like,
you win the lottery, you can feed your ducks organic corn. Well, there you go. If I win the lottery, I'll just have my own farm. Just raise them right there. And see, Wendy says she never had tough duck. Bacon, the duck tape for food. Let me see where this is. Pork belly is so good. Roast duck is not tough either. That's right. I always found duck to be tender. Smell of goat meat is bad for me. Smells earthy. Yeah. Goat meat is like ice cream with the fat on. Yeah. I like goat meat myself. It's melting.
Hello, Karen. How you doing? Yeah, obviously with me being on here, my riblets, my night butt's coming on.
Right.
So
I graduated from high school in 83. Okay. Yeah, you're 3 years older than me. I graduated in 86. Okay. Oh,
If
gotta
anybody,
go
if anybody
battery
needs to
dying.
buy me a coffee for my channel, you could buy it for Rick's channel instead.
Well, that's fine. That's
It's a
right. Zebra,
specific
ostrich,
show.
posin, guinea fowl, antelope, pheasant, pigeon also. Zebra
I've
was
had
my favorite.
ostrich. I had
Oh,
ostrich.
yeah?
Yeah, I've had ostrich burgers.
I've had guineas because they used to run around the neighborhood,
Yeah,
but I haven't had any of the others.
yeah.
Oh, I've had pigeon. Yeah, pigeon's a good survival food, especially squab, the baby pigeon.
Oh, I mean, if you've had rats, basically pigeons are just rats like with wings, right?
More or less. Yeah, all the small animals need to be thoroughly cooked. The best way to get tan is brain tad. There must be some typo or something. My friends eat fruit better.
Oh, okay. Thank you,
don't eat chicken
pineapple.
feet.
That clears
Yeah.
it up. I thought you meant like you tan your own brain.
Right? My grandma taught me. Okay. Let's see.
Like, how do you tan your brain? Like that?
Northern antelope is our fastest land animal and a fun hunt. Okay. I guess the age also makes me. Yeah, it does. Although we used to eat old dairy cows. The meat wasn't that tough, but yeah, it does make it tougher. My father
So
and
curious, Wendy, have you figured out what you want? You don't have to say anything because obviously you want to make it a surprise. But have you figured out what you want to make for the challenge that Aaron challenged you on?
Hot dog eating contest is on YouTube free. I want a hot dog for breakfast. Let's see. Oh, Karen Harrington. Hello, Thomas and Rick. Well, there you go. Had some butcher store chicken. Crispy skin was good, but the chicken itself was tasteless. That's true. Cheers. When you fry it in beef tallow or lard, it does make the skin taste better. Our ducks
Oh, I
here
love
are
it. Like when it's like soaked in.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I used to when I used to put it in the oven, I used to take like almost like a half a stick of butter for each quarter and let it melt in there. It makes the skin nice and crispy. That's what I like.
That sounds really good. It really does. How do you make it soft? You rub the animal's own brains on the fresh hide to tan it. Yeah, right. That's for preparing leather. I've heard about that. So,
excuse me.
we used to use oak leaves over here. You get a bunch of oak leaves soaked in water and throw the hide in there along with some salt. Huh. Intending from an Indian heritage, the size of the brain is always the exact amount needed to tan the hide from said animal. Heat brains with spring water to almost tea, then smash and stir. Oh, okay. I didn't know that. Duck is great. Born and raised in Louisiana, we had duck so many ways. Duck is delicious. What about snakes? Yes, I've eaten rattlesnake. That's the only snake I've eaten, but yes, I've eaten rattlesnake. Often you want it. Okay, into a slurry to dress the hide within. I like to finish by smoking the felt hide to enhance color and durability. That works too. If you fry anything in lard, it will taste good. Yes, I agree. Lard is life. Use meat thermometer.
Yep.
Not to overcook. Okay. We'll get one someday. Well, that's great. Yep, there it is. Braising is good. Keep it from getting dry. All right. Well, let's see. How many people do we have in the chat? We have 41. So we're down, which is fine. And let's see, but it is dairy. Okay. All right. Yeah. Not everybody can handle dairy, but I have no problem with it. I just don't drink milk. All other dairies are okay with me.
Yeah, can you handle milk or you just don't drink it?
I haven't drank milk since I was 20 years old. I never had a problem with it up to then. I'm sure now it would probably affect me negatively. I haven't tried to drink it, but I can't remember the last time I even
Yeah,
had
no, I didn't know
milk.
if there was a reason why you don't drink it or if you just don't drink it. You know,
I had a theory when I was 20 because they say you grow up Oh, it's like cats, like kittens. Kittens only drink milk for part of their life, and then eventually they stop. So my theory was, I've already gotten pretty tall. Of course, I didn't know I'd still grow for a few more years, but my theory was to
There's
stop
more in you.
drinking. Yeah, stop drinking milk at about age when I was like the end of the year when I was 20. So it was probably 1988 was the last time that I drank milk. But I make yogurt, so technically I'm still getting milk every day because I eat cheese and yogurt daily. So my diet is high in dairy, but I just don't drink milk.
Mm.
Let's see. Dairy has carb. You'll be peeing a lot. Okay. Right?
Good.
How much I go to the bathroom depends on temperature, though. Like when I'm not sweating, I got to go more than when I'm working. And dehydrated, yeah. All right. Well, anyway, let's see. We have 41 people watching right now. If
Yeah.
anybody has any questions or comments or wants to drop in, the link is still on my channel. Let's see here.
It was very easy to get in. So.
Yeah. Salt the hide then tan. That's right. That's what we used to do. And again, animal skins are far superior to any synthetic product.
Right.
As long as you keep them from deteriorating, as long as they don't rot, they're going to be far better than any kind of cloth or vinyl or anything like that. I have a little chair that's upholstered with leather. The thing's 100 years old and it's still good. As long as the leather doesn't dry out, if you keep putting oils on it, it holds up fine. So it's pretty impressive. Okay, so anyway. All right. Now, it's 12:15. I see that Jerry is here, and you're going to be having a live at 1. So we do need to wrap this up in the near future. What's
She's
that?
having a live. I'm having a live at 2. She's having a live at 1.
Well, yours is at 2. That's right.
Yeah.
But hers is at 1. And I don't want to be here hogging up everybody's time slot. We've had a very good attendance. We had over 80 people at one point. We're down to 39 right now, 39, 40, somewhere around there.
Yeah, you're doing fabulous,
It is the 4th of July, so I think a lot of people are going to want to go out there and maybe later on today light up their fireworks. Or if they're crazy like me, they probably have a bag of fertilizer, they have sulfur, and they have some charcoal, and they're waiting to create their own fireworks, which even though I don't celebrate 4th of July, when I was a kid, it was always a great time to do chemistry experiments. So I always look forward to the 4th of July, and I had a bunch of ingredients ready to go. And as soon as the people started lighting up the fireworks, usually towards the nighttime, I'd start lighting up mine. And I always wondered if I'd have all 10 fingers by the next day. But I never had an accident, although I did blow a couple of large holes in the yard. I blew a 2 feet deep crater one time trying to make a rocket. It's a long story behind that, but I overdid it. I made the rocket way too heavy for its size. And instead of going up into the sky, it basically tipped over and then exploded and blew a giant hole in the ground. I had another one tip over and go straight down the street and go right into the side of somebody's house before it exploded. So I was a dangerous kid. Let's put it that way. Fireworks were sort of illegal in this county, but that's it. Let's see. Question for Frio Grandma. What time is your recipe going to be dropping on YouTube today, Wendy? I'm sure Wendy will answer that. Let's see. I just got back from parade. Nice. I see that you put up a short video today, Lance. I haven't had a chance to watch it, obviously, because I'm on my own live stream. But I'm going to check that out. I don't believe it respects the animal better to use leather. I don't believe it respects the animal to use leather. Well, I don't know. Maybe it was worded differently, but yeah, I like to use all the animal products so that nothing is wasted. Pig brain and tongue taste cardboard for me. Yeah, it's not really that flavorful. That's true. All right. So anyway, let's see. Let me sit up upright here. I'm not used to sitting this long. That's why I have to keep changing position. Oh, we have a question here for Tom. Let's see. There we go.
Wendy's been on my channel, Jerry. She wants to come back. We could do a second. We could do a return. But, I've done it for several of my friends. I think I did a second interview with you, right, Rick?
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
I remember seeing her on your channel. That's why I was
Yeah.
surprised when I saw the question.
Well, she wasn't. In Jerry's defense, she was never advertised because Wendy wanted to be a mystery guest.
Right.
So it didn't go out. But yeah, Wendy was a mysterious guest that came onto my channel,
Mm-hmm.
which ended up being pretty cool. It was pretty good. But no, Wendy can come on, definitely.
Okay. Yeah. Don't walk out as soon as the credits start. There is another section part way through the credits. I stayed to see my friend's name. Well, there you go. Yeah, that's when we use Jonathan's stream. It does that. And although I had somebody who was upset that I didn't have my intro, but I tell them that's always easy to get, because all you have to do is just click over here and click over here, and you can upload it anytime. Now, where'd that go? Now it disappeared again. Okay, here it is. Okay. Huh. All right. Why is it not working? StreamYard is not my specialty. Come on. Huh. Oh, no wonder. Click the wrong one. Yeah, this one. Everybody knows this one.
Oh yeah.
That's how I normally start my live stream.
There. Yep.
By the way, you probably recognize some of these people.
Oh yeah, no, I do. I mean, I met Kills, Adam, Perry, and something else.
How do I stop this? I guess the player doesn't have. Oh yeah, there it is.
Oh my god.
You can see right there. They fixed it up to look like Lurch and Uncle Fester. Let's see. And then there's, that's Adam.
That's Adam.
Kills.
You ever hear what Russ says about him? That he looks like a cardboard. He's a cardboard.
Oh yeah,
cutout.
the personality. You can see how much taller I am than Dr. Kills.
Oh god, Kills is not tall.
Let's see. Okay, and there are all three of us. I'm like an oddball.
Oh yeah.
Yep, there I am.
Mitch is in short. Mitch is tall.
Well, Mitch is a little bit taller than I expected.
Right.
That's when we went to the Brazilian steakhouse
Yeah.
in February.
And you see Dr. Kills like photobombing the whole thing.
Oh yeah, I'm back
Even
in there
Even though he could
somewhere.
have just been back there, but I like how he like sticks his head in the front.
Yeah, I think he was holding the phone. And look at that.
Baker. I wouldn't mind meeting him.
You should. He's living in Florida now.
Well, I like to meet all of them, even if some of them are like okay, whatever,
So for anybody that doesn't know how tall I am, who is that I'm with?
That is Dr. Baker.
That's right. That's Dr. Baker. Dr. Baker is a year and a half older than me. And look at how good he looks. It's really nice shape. And then you
ever
got
see
this
those
guy.
videos he does, the jumping videos? It's like,
Yeah.
like holy shit.
Well, I can do that stuff too. All that skipping and jumping, I can do that easy. But I'm not a
Right.
massive guy like him. So for me, it's just, I'm a big kid, basically. If you look at me, I just look like an older kid.
Yeah. I think he's like not that far off from my weight, to tell you the truth. I think he's like 250 or something like that.
Yeah. I mean,
Yeah.
I weigh between 190 and 200 pounds. I've never weighed more than that. Well, I did weigh a little bit more when I tried to add weight, but the most I've ever weighed in my life is like maybe 210. And he weighs more than me. And look, if you look at our eyes, you can see I am a little taller than Dr. Baker. I also am a little bit darker for some reason. I don't know why. I guess because I work outside all the time. But you can see these are two carnivores, carnivore for over 10 years, carnivore for 42 years. You have muscular carnivore, skinny carnivore, a year and a half older. I think that's a pretty good testament to the carnivore lifestyle, don't you?
Yeah.
So the worst you could be would be this. This would be like no exercise, just carnivore. And over here is an optimal carnivore lifestyle. Exercise, carnivore, and having money. This guy's broke, but they're both doing pretty good. Okay, let's see. All right, who else next? Yep, there's an AI generated picture.
Yeah, I wonder who gave you that.
That was, I think, Barry Simon. Look, Rick Iguana, Hunter for Hire.
Another one I gave you.
Yep. Uh-huh.
That was probably Barry Simon.
Yeah. This one
Barry
is really
Simon
funny.
again.
The Quack Your Health Convention.
Well, you gave the idea.
Fatty meat is best. You got the ducks. That is funny. The Quack Your Health Convention. Let's see what else. There's Heart Attack Chicken. This picture is actually, I think, 10 years ago. This is something I had from a long time ago.
Yeah, I'm sure it still tastes pretty good.
And you can see I don't have the little scar on my eye that I got from the car accident. But I don't look much different. That's also from 10 years ago. So that's usually what it starts with. And let's see, let me go back to the multiple display. Okay. And let's see, catch up with these comments. So anyone that misses the intro, you've got it with the commentary. All right. How far back do I have to go?
I don't know.
Okay.
You ended it, Jerry. I will start
There it is.
live after.
Okay.
So I don't think you're
Wendy.
that far behind.
No, not really. I mean, we only got 30, 39, 40 people. Wendy's a very interesting lady. Yes. Okay, I'm going on live in 45 minutes. It's almost like 35 minutes now. Thomas is going live after me. I think it's only going to be for 60 minutes. Okay. And again, I'm going to cut this off so you have enough time to prepare. I don't want to have everybody at the last minute.
I actually already have the buttons. All I have to do is just push them and go live.
I miss Dr. Nelson. I don't know what is the story with Dr. Nelson. I know he had gotten sick, but did he?
I think he had to get his gallbladder, something with his gallbladder.
Okay.
If I'm not mistaken. I don't know if he had it removed or not, but he had to get something done with his he had where he was hospitalized.
He popped in my live last week, but I never figured out what had happened. I haven't seen him on Kiltz's show anymore.
Yeah, he hasn't been on Kiltz in the morning or even very much in the Zoom calls either.
Right. I haven't been on the Zoom call because I've been working, but I should be able to catch it on Monday.
Yeah, it's funny. Like Ollie was saying about that, she was taking care of Monday because Kilt won't be there either. And I actually messaged her saying if you need my help or anything like that, just let me know.
Right.
She never responded, but I think because of her being in Africa now, for right now, I think she just isn't responding to things right away.
I was thinking about that. We need to get one of those battery-powered light bulbs that he could put in his mouth so he'd look like Uncle Fester.
I think I did a picture with that.
Oh yeah, I did.
Yeah.
That's funny. The nice opening. Yeah. See, Aaron likes that. And I'll bring that back once I do my lives a regular way or, whatever. But it's nice to change things. It's been kind of stale for a while. So Jonathan stepped up and he offered to sort of co-stream. And I think it's a good thing. I like to keep people guessing. I don't want them to go, well, I've seen Rick's live stream before. It's the same thing. At least this way we get a lot more participation. For Wendy, are you going to be landscape or vertical today so that I can have my device ready? Well, that's a good question for Wendy. The skinny carnivore versus muscular. Yep, that's Dr. Baker versus Rick. And, again, when you're overweight, a lot of the overweight guys, they do have bigger arms. And people who are overweight have more muscle than us skinny guys. It's just that their body fat percentage is higher. So when they do lose weight, if they do it right, there's actually an advantage. So it's easier for, generally, I've seen the fatter guys on the right diet and lifestyle, they tend to gain muscle and hold it better than us skinny guys. Us skinny guys, we have a very difficult time. My brothers are mostly very tall. The tallest is 7'7". His nickname is Chewy. Oh boy. Your brothers are very tall. Yeah. 7'7". That's crazy. Did you get Dr. Baker to pick you up? No. Dr. Baker, I think, was a little bit intimidated by me. He never really got that close. I guess.
Did you get to pick him up?
I could. I mean, I don't know. It might be a stretch because I could pick up 2 bags of cement, which is 200 pounds. But if I tried to pick up Dr. Baker, he might get the wrong idea. He'd probably think that, I want to go on a date or something. And because I always say my perfect girlfriend would be the female version of Dr. Baker. And he probably heard that and thought, well,
I'm sure I'm sure it's gone through to him. Yeah.
Dr. Baker with the blonde wig. It's like, oh, Rick's got a new girlfriend, except his girlfriend is bigger than he is. Well, that's perfect because no one's going to hit on her. If they hit on my girlfriend, I'll be like, go ahead. She'll go, what did you say to this, the guy that's hitting on her? I wouldn't, probably say, I wouldn't want to go with anyone that's shorter than me.
Have you ever seen the AI videos they do? It's like they redo like a movie, like with like little girls or grandmothers and stuff like that, or grandfather, whatever. But they use Arnold Schwarzenegger's face in all of them.
Mm-hmm. I've never seen that.
Yeah, it's weird, but it kind of reminds you, like like Dr. Baker as like a 12-year-old like Girl Scout. Yeah.
But yes, I am 6'6". No one ever knows it. They look at my video, they figure I'm not that tall. They see me in person, it's like, Rick? Yes, I told you I was tall.
I guess Deborah's on my channel because she calls you the guest.
Right? Okay. You go to Philippines, the high people look at you like you're an alien. Well, according to some people, I am an alien. Right? Well, it's like Jonathan. You look at Jonathan, that looks like an alien too. He's huge. Great picture of Rick and Dr. Baker. Yes. And it was on every one of my intros too, ever since we took it. And our next generation will be superhumans. Uh-oh. Somebody has just awakened.
Milton.
The Black Menace. I know who Austin Wayne is. I've actually commented on his videos. But yes, I know who Austin Wayne is. It's some pretty boy that tries to push the looks maxing. So he's 20-something or whatever. But yeah, I know who that is. I don't know if he's referring to, if that was the female version, I'd probably chase after it.
Mm-hmm. To answer Jerry's question, no, I don't wear any carnivore shirts at work. I actually have to wear a uniform. I have a special T-shirt I have to wear. Special shirt I have to wear.
Right? Oh, Milton went back to sleep. I can't believe it. He was stretching and now he went back to sleep.
But believe me, if it did have to, I would still wear the Booby Goat sweatshirt. I don't care.
I gotta love this cat. Oh, it's so cute. Look at Milton. Oh, look at sweet Milton. Yes. Okay. It's nice when Milton's nice. He's not trying to, as Liz always says, rip your lips off. He'll rip your lips off. Nah, Milton's harmless. He's looking at me, though. What do you want, Milton?
Good. She has. Good.
Let's see. All charged. Okay. Let's double check. The ladies stare at you and you wear official Booby Goats. Okay. Gallbladder surgery is in and out. It's probably more substantial. What is?
Yeah, I mean, it was something with the gallbladder that was serious enough to put him out of commission for a little bit, but nothing. And I think he's okay. I think he just has to. It's gonna take him a while to get back into the groove. Like
Right.
waking up at 6 in the morning. Now he might, if he's Eastern, he might be able to start going on to the lives at now that it's at 9 a.m.
Mm-hmm.
You know, and I kind of get why Kilt's changed it, because Kilt's now is going to be in California, which would make his lives at 6 a.m. So this way he doesn't have to be on at 3 a.m. in order to be there.
Mm-hmm. John, a question for Jonathan. They have a 250th Goodbye, Good Riddance Day, Americans. Guess referring to over there in UK. Hey, goodbye and good riddance. That's your problem now. Good one. Let's see. Holiday humor. There we go. Content gets stale for sure. It does. It does. That's why we try to keep things changing around here. The bulb was the only thing missing from that pic. Yeah. Well, Thomas added it in when he made his own version, which I thought was in my pictures, but I might be wrong.
I'd
Someone
I had to find my keys. I could probably send it to you if you want.
someone told Dr. Baker you're eating ducks and dumpster chicken. Yep. Well, when you're poor, you got to be resourceful. Although I know Dr. Baker moved here to Florida. He's over there in Kiltz's area, and I think he said he moved into a condominium, which I always thought of Dr. Baker as a rural guy living on 5 acres in a big home, and now he's forced to live in a condo. Let's see if that drives him nuts, because I could never live in a condo. I would be very, very unhappy. I'd rather live in the middle of a swamp than live in a condo. Check the dryer and get my stuff out. Let's see. I got a quick picture with Sean Baker at Meatstock when he was running out to make his plane. Okay. So you got a picture with Sean Baker. It's actually SHAWN, but because some people do not like having their name spelled wrong. And, obviously we have to respect that. Let's see. I am 6'1" and I look every part of it in person. Yes, you do. And anyone that would want to give Jonathan attitude would probably be reluctant to do so when they see him in person. They'd be like, okay. That is, yeah. And Barry's meme, you look pretty happy to see the aliens. That's been on Mitch's channel. Milton is in the house. Yes, Milton has been here the whole time. He's been sleeping behind my computer. This is the best that Milton has been since the show started. And remember, my live show started with Milton. Rick, does Milton get all crazy with the fireworks and noise? Nope. He sleeps right through it. Doesn't bother him a bit. Of course, my house is pretty resistant to sound. I don't know how the cats outside will do, but Milton, no problem. I'm on your channel, Thomas. Nice to meet you, Rick. Well, Deborah, thank you. I'm glad that you like being here. Are you wearing a Kelly Hogan shirt right now? That's a good question for Thomas.
I didn't even know Kelly Hogan had a shirt.
Oh, okay. The only Hogan I know of is Hogan's Heroes.
Well, I know Kelly Hogan. I know she's a carnivore. She was like the 15-year carnivore that Ken Berry interviewed and all that stuff. So I know who she is, but no, this is just a Captain America shirt.
Okay.
I mean, it's the only shirt I have besides my hat that's of the American motif. So
I cannot imagine living in a city with no trees. I'd be stressed. Yeah, I agree with that. I mean, I live in the suburbs of Miami, and I've heavily forested my yard, so I don't have to look at the emptiness. Is Thomas the truck driver? No.
not that I know of.
Do you have a car?
Me, no.
Yeah, that's what I figured. Thomas doesn't even have a car. I mean, I have a car, but it's rusted out, and I have a broken down truck, and I have a van that barely works.
I mean, I'd like to someday have a car again. But I either gotta do one or two things. Either figure out how to get my shoe not to fall off when I'm driving, because that kind of causes the problem. Because you're driving, and all of a sudden the shoe gets stuck underneath the pedal.
Mm-hmm.
Or change it to where the gears are up top.
Yeah.
which I'm guessing would be pretty expensive. So,
That's right. Yeah, custom made.
yeah.
But yeah, I don't know.
Yeah.
Depends on the
Yeah.
model.
I mean, I guess I could always just take my shoes off and go barefoot, but I don't know.
Right. Happy 4th of July. Yes. Let's see what else we got here. I look out at the mountains every day. Okay. Well, depends on your location. That's good. What are your thoughts on aliens? Well, I don't know. We got a lot of them here. We got illegal aliens from other countries, but I don't
Yeah,
think there's.
You look like you got along with them in that meme. So
Yeah. I don't know. I guess people that believe in the Bible, they believe in aliens because you have God, his son, and the angels. Those would all be aliens. So I guess it depends on what you believe. But in terms of other planets or solar systems, I think we're pretty much it as far as we know. But who knows? Let's see.
you're funny, Jerry. You're funny.
Wear the Kelly Hogan shirts a lot. Okay. Is that the lady that says no carb life or something?
Well, yeah, it's either no carb life or zero carb life. I know Dave is
0.
one of them, and she's the other one.
Right. Yeah, it might be my zero carb life or something like
zero,
that. I might
yeah.
have seen her. Who's the lady that's really anorexic and sickly looking? Is that
There's a
Maria?
couple of them.
Maria something or?
Oh, Maria Emmerich.
That's the one.
Yeah.
I mean, she makes me look like a bodybuilder. She's so skinny.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, she's talking about some kind of fast. I'm thinking, man, if I look like that, the only fast I would be doing is sprinting to the store.
The last thing I'd be thinking about is doing a fast.
Exactly.
Yeah, I tried getting her on my channel, but her and her husband are busy right now, so
They haven't.
fine. You know, somebody asked me the other day, like, why do I have certain people on my channel? Well, because it's the channel. It's just what I do, the interviews. So, I mean,
Weren't you going to get Belly May or whatever, Bella or whatever? On
yeah,
your
she's
channel?
still coming. She just had to postpone.
Okay,
So she's coming in September.
I'm looking forward to her getting out from her walled garden and associating with us poor people because I want to see her more in the community. She's kind of isolated herself, I think, into some kind of a group, but I think she would do a lot better being out and about. I know Kilts and her seem to be friends. So
Oh yeah, Kilts gets along with her, and she gets along with everybody else, I think. But she's going to be on. I forget what one of I think it's like the 24th or something like that of September. And for some reason I ended up having to get a double interview that day. So it's going to be kind of weird. And we both know it's not going to be a 2-hour interview, you know.
Right.
So it's actually going to be her and Coach Raymond at the same time.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, which I would have done 2 different days for both of them, but you know, I guess Raymond or her needs somebody to come on with. So, you know, I guess I make them nervous.
Okay. Well, those celebrity carnivore types, they generally don't spend much time on the real channels. They like to go where the influence is, you know. Maybe they'll go to Carrie Mann's channel or maybe they'll go to Dr. Kiltz's channel or something like that. But to his credit, Dr. Kiltz brings everybody. Robert Kiltz is not afraid of anyone. I've never seen him shy away from anybody.
Yeah. Dr. Kiltz is very supportive of practically everybody out there. Definitely.
I think this is an example of a long-term carnivore success story. And I didn't realize that he was sick before that because every time I've seen him, he always seemed healthy and lean and happy. And then he mentions that he only started carnivore at age 55, which is kind of shocking to me. And he had problems. He said he had arthritis and all these other things. But when you meet him in person, you look at the guy, it's like, there's no way this guy could have been sick. Have you ever seen the energy of that little man? It's insane.
Yeah. Oh God. I always say he reminds me of the father of the bride of an Italian mob wedding. Like just has to like say hello to everybody, you know.
And the thing about him, he doesn't let people kind of like just fade away. If he sees somebody that he just grab, come with me. You know, they got some kind of event. When I was at Hack Your Health, He saw me. Oh, I want you to see this, and he brought me in. And what is it? Dr. Boz was having a talk, and sit next to him. He'll bring you in. So he's not going to just go with the in crowd. He pulls everybody into the in crowd. That's the thing I like about him.
Well, that's good to know, Sharon.
Well, yeah, that was a book about that. Thomas the Train.
Yeah. Oh God, it's classic. And you know who was you know who played the conductor in that show?
Nope.
Was oh God, Mitch loves him. He passed away, but oh God, I'll think about it. Was it George Carlin? Yeah,
It could be.
yeah. I think George Carlin played the conductor.
Oh, I didn't know that.
Yeah, like well, there's been very few variations, but he did at one time. And I also think that Ringo Starr also played him too, if I'm not mistaken.
Oh, it's against the law driving barefoot in Florida. Huh. I've had to do it in my car when the water's pouring in and I don't want to get my shoes wet.
And actually, if you go down a little bit, Sharon actually mentions that it's actually legal in all 50 states.
Okay.
So,
Working hard to get. Oh, so she admitted she had a problem. I guess she's working hard to get back to healthy.
yeah, no, she did. I saw something where she was like, yeah.
So what happened? She had an eating disorder?
Something happened. I'm not sure exactly what. But
Belly May just sticks so well. Okay, that's interesting.
oh no, I'm not. Okay. When you get there, you'll see Karen asks a question that you'll get the answer to. She thinks that I'm what's his name? Is it Brian? No, I don't think it's Brian.
He used to see aliens in the desert. Yeah, we got them all here in Florida. I was though. Let's see. It's actually legal to drive barefoot in all 50. Good thing I do all the time. I often remove my right shoes that I can. Oh, I don't like to go barefoot in my vehicles because you need a tetanus shot with the rust hole in the floor.
Sorry.
Most of my
I
vehicles
don't have
no
a car.
floor.
I don't have a car, but I probably would drive better if I was barefoot. Even though I don't have a regular foot. My foot is like this.
Right.
So I still would have to be careful, but I probably at least my shoe wouldn't fall off.
Shoeless Sharon from Aaron. Carlin and Ringo too. Okay. I didn't know that.
Yep.
Shining Time Station. Question. There is a truck driver on Mitch show. That is
that's
what's
Greg,
his name?
right?
Yes, Greg. The one that always smokes cigars.
Yeah.
I thought it was you. Wrong color.
Yeah.
Wrong color.
Yeah.
Greg
I guess I have a tan.
Greg has a much deeper tan than
much
Thomas
deeper tan.
Yes, much deeper. The same color that our friend Russ Mitchell is.
Yeah.
Joey Chestnut is definitely not a carnivore. He's about to eat 50 pieces of bread. There you go. All right, let's see. Maria had videos
I probably would do a
journey.
hot dog eating contest, but I can't do the buns. So I think don't you have to have them in the buns in order to do a hot dog?
Brian dishes out. Okay.
Everyone
down to 34.
Oh, hey Brian.
Let's see who else.
I didn't even Brian's even here.
Can't ever say that I am not well grounded. Okay. I only wear shoes while shopping at Dr. Hours. Well, I've been the whole time. The live stream, I have socks on, but no shoes. So I don't wear
right
them.
Now I'm wearing shoes because I figure why take them off if I'm going to have to go back to work anyway.
Well, that's true. Although usually in my house, I'll be barefoot. I mean, that's pretty much all the time.
Yeah. If I'm not doing anything, I'll be barefoot for the most part.
Plus, my socks usually have holes.
And like I'll go to work tonight. I'll come home and I'll take them off when I'm sleeping.
They're always full of holes.
Well, they're religious.
Yeah, they're holy.
They're holy.
Thankfully, my feet don't have holes in them. They're okay.
Speaking of somebody that has holy feet, yeah, you definitely don't want holy feet.
Right? I don't have any parts missing, I don't think.
Yeah, the biggest hole I ever had in my foot was like about that big
Mm.
at the heel.
My dad used to get athlete's foot, and I never got that. You know, when you think about it, all the other people my age, they have problems with their feet. I've never had problems, and I've dropped things on them. I've had my foot run over by tractors and stuff, and they've healed up. I mean, I have one little, the toes, everything seems to be okay. I don't have a problem. I don't know if it's just lifestyle or carnivore diet. I really do think that the carnivore diet has kept me away from a lot of problems. I mean, how many people do you know that their last dentist visit was in 1986 and their last doctor visit was in 1996? I don't know anybody.
Yeah.
Everybody I know is struggling with health insurance and
Oh, yeah.
co-payments. I don't have that problem. Maybe I'm sick and I don't know it. But I'll tell you one thing, I feel good. And every time I do get sick, I'm better in 3 days to a week. So maybe it's not so bad. All right, let's see. Okay, let's get these comments wrapped up. Jerry will be starting in about
very soon.
12 minutes.
Yep.
Okay, okay, so we have the link for Thomas's Buy Me a Coffee. And let's see, Ryan, enjoy the weekend. And we have also from Thomas's channel, the repeating Nightbot.
I have an automatic Nightbot that comes on. So.
Have a great live. Glad I could catch some of it. Well, Deborah, you caught quite a bit of it. And I'm glad you enjoyed it.
Yeah, she was
pretty much the same, Ivy. And I got to remember to email Ivy. I've been trying to get in contact with her. Thanks for reminding me. I'm doing a cheeseburger contest. Yeah, cheeseburger contest with no bread. I'll let you know. So basically, heart attack burger without the bacon. Store-bought hot dogs aren't good in large quantities. Okay, nitrates, yep. I don't eat hot dogs. And that must be from your channel. And I never thought my dogs were afraid of fireworks. Now I have 235 dogs sitting on me. So they're already turning out fireworks there. I haven't heard any here, but usually they come on around nighttime. That's when people do the fireworks. It should have been raining by now, but the sun is out. So it looks like I'll be able to go outside and get something done. Well, anyway, I think we've had an excellent live stream.
Great. I think
yeah.
Great.
We had,
Are you going to be doing these? Because you did for the past 3 weeks, right?
For the past 3 weeks, I've been doing them with Jonathan, and we might do it again. I might go the other way. It depends. Every day is a little bit different, but either way is fine. And once in a while, now what do I have coming up? I don't know if there's going to. I don't think Dr. Kiltz is going to have one tomorrow. Mitch may do it. I may pop in if I'm here. Tuesday night.
I think Mitch is going to be doing like in his place.
Okay.
Because I think Mitch gets a kick out of doing that. So
Tuesday night, and I haven't seen Mitch today. So either Mitch is out celebrating 4th of July, or he's making videos, or
both.
Maybe I put him to sleep. I don't know. But
he might be celebrating 4th of July with the new videos.
Well, there you go. If Mitch was here, great. If not, I'll be seeing him soon. And what is it? Tuesday night. What happens at 8:30 on Tuesday night?
Russell.
That's right. Keto Cookout with Russ Mitchell. So if you didn't have the courage to join in today because of us intimidating people, obviously you have me as a quack. You have Jonathan, which would intimidate anybody. I really don't think. Yeah. Jonathan, I mean, Jonathan is.
Not that I'm trying to look like, not that I'm saying I'm Jonathan. I'm nowhere near that.
Although I do have another friend who's built like Jonathan. It's my friend that lives in Minnesota. I haven't seen him in years. He was never intimidating to me, but I think to most people, bodybuilders are intimidating. And us tall guys can be intimidating to some people, but I think it's more of a fear thing because they think that I'm crazy, which I kind of am.
Well, now you made me want to see you guys all three on a panel with you in the middle between Jonathan and your friend.
Yeah. If I could only convince my friend's been carnivore since 1999, and he's actually quite successful. The problem is he's in a lot of businesses and he maintains his privacy. So he hasn't wanted to bring his story out there. But he's been.
Have you ever? There's a guy that does. I think he does carnivore, but he always wears like this like mask for that same reason. Like he,
Oh, is that the one with the little squares on the mask?
yeah. But
I've seen him.
because he can't show his face because of what he does for a living.
Right. Yeah, it's the same thing my friend's been dealing with. But maybe one day, I don't know. But for me, I don't care. I'm broke. I don't worry about it. I got nothing to lose.
Yeah.
So I'm not worried about that. Oh, I guess Aaron's kids are playing with some fireworks. So you must have bought them fireworks unless they're making their own. It's like the Addams Family kids playing with dynamite. And we have from Aaron, bye everyone. Well, bye. And maybe I'll see you in another live stream. And firework may freak out Miss Kitty and the booms freak out. Well, if they do, I'll let them in. They can stay here in the entranceway until all the fireworks go away. But knowing them, they'll find a place to hang out. All right. So it was about 6 minutes until Jerry goes live.
Yep.
We have 31 people right now. We are down to 30. So we're going to go ahead and we're going to end the live stream. And don't forget, at 2, which is in about 2 hours, this man over here is going to be having his roundtable. So if you want to join in and you don't want to be with a quack like me, just go over there and check out our friend Thomas. What, you've been 2 years already? You've been in this space for quite a while.
It was 18 months, July 1st. So it'll be 2 years in 6 months.
There you go.
So yeah.
So check him out if you don't
Hard
know him.
to believe, isn't it?
Hard to believe, but then again, I've been going on YouTube for years now. My first interview was 4 years ago, and of course, I was on YouTube like 19 years before that. But check him out.
Well, it's hard to believe that it's been 18 months since I've been on Nia Nova's channel. That one time we were on the panel together.
Yeah, I haven't heard from her. I hope she's doing okay.
I mean, I think she came on. She did something, but yeah.
It was interesting because she would always invite me to her channel, and I never understood why would she want to have a quack like me on her channel. But evidently there was something there, and people used to love, she called it the Carnivore Mastermind. I have some of them recorded. I may re-upload them, but it was pretty amazing. We would also get John, the carnivore teacher, in there. That was a really good live stream. I just hope that she's been able to find relief for some of her issues. I always liked her. I figured she would be a very popular carnivore YouTuber, but I guess, life is a challenge and you do what you can. But I'm glad you reminded me of that. That was, and again, it had an effect on you.
Yeah. Faithful Carnivores. I'm not sure who that is. I'm sure you know who it is.
Yes.
It's saying that you should get your friend to do a phone interview.
Yeah, that is a possibility.
Yeah, because they can't see his face. So
no, can't see his face. And I've been careful not to use his name. What we do know about him, obviously, is he's been carnivore since '99. Has a history of bodybuilding. He is gay, so he has a husband, and but he's not the only one in the carnivore community that's like that.
Right.
But he's a long-term.
It's kind of sad too. I mean, I get for his job, but that his job prevents him from talking about carnivore. It's like, who the hell cares about carnivore? I mean, I care about carnivore, but not in the way that it would make me lose my job. Like
I just don't.
As long as I don't mention my job,
I don't see the problem, but in my case, it doesn't matter. It's been a net positive for me. So,
and that's age 666. Boy, this Joey Chestnut is old, Uncle Charlie. Holy crap! And such a bad number too. Like let's do the eight, the numbers of hell.
That's funny. I don't even really like hot dogs. I'd rather have steak. Put me in a ribeye steak eating contest. I can eat only 4 pounds of meat. That's my limit. After 4 pounds, I can't swallow anymore and I can barely breathe. So I when I start to have trouble swallowing, I stop eating, even though I'm hungry.
I mean, you letting your body tell you. That's good.
Dr. Chafee always says, eat until it stops tasting good. But that doesn't work for me because meat never stops tasting good. I've
Yeah,
always got room.
it always tastes good to me too. The eggs can be a little problematic, but
Yeah.
but meat, yeah, I can eat meat.
So you're kind of a natural carnivore then.
Yeah,
And hopefully as time goes on, I mean, it's only
we'll
been
get more
a
and
year and a
more.
half. I figure after 4 or 5 years, once you hit the long-term carnivore status, you'll probably look back and go, wow, I made a lot of
I
progress.
think once I heal things that I never thought possible before, I think that I will get better and better. You know, it's just the story, the pages keep on turning, you know. And
Well, at the very least, at least you're stopping the rapid decline. When you're
right.
on the duck food diet, you're just falling apart. You switch to the carnivore diet, it's like you put the brakes. You're going downhill and you've put on the brakes, but you're still downhill. Now you have to find a way to try to reverse back up that hill. And you may never be able to go to what you were, but at the very least, you're not getting any worse. And that's the important thing.
That's true. That's true.
Well,
Okay.
anyway,
Well, yeah, I was gonna say, because I'm gonna go over to Jerry, and
all right.
you know, and get myself set up for my channel in 1 hour. So
All right.
all right.
Hopefully, if I'm here, I'm going to check it out. If I'm not
Yeah.
here, know that I'm working.
Pretty much. All right. I'll see you later on. I'm
All right,
really Xing
Thomas.
myself
Thanks
out.
for coming in.
No problem. All right, bye.
And thanks to everybody who was here. And don't forget, oh, I hear thunder outside. Well, that's interesting. So, what I might do, thank you for sharing. Yes, what I might do, I'll go ahead. Let me see. Oh, no. Let me play the intro going out and then we'll end the stream. How's that? Here we go. Oh, no, wait a minute. Okay. There we are.
I live with a condition called CRPS, which is the most painful condition known to man, and also suffer with autism and chronic fatigue syndrome. I've been having a hard time recently, and I'm reaching out for help. If anyone is able to support me, it'd be much appreciated. And it is for a Give, Send, Go link, which I'll link below this video. Thanks very much, and enjoy the rest of this clip.